Welcome to Berlin, Germany, and week 3 of the LEC Summer Split. Only G2, Esports, and Fnatic remain undefeated, and later tonight, the arch rivals face off in our match of the week. First, though, there is a fight between two bottom teams, as XL Esports and Vitality are both looking for their first win. You can see the players getting into the venue as we speak. Both teams sitting at 0 and 4. And we'll have to see who picks up the first win of the day. Hello, everybody. I'm Quickshot, joined by Ender and Vedius. And what a game to cap the day, but we have 4 others before it. Ender.
Oh, yeah. This is going to be a very good day of matches. Every single team competing against the other is even in the standings right now. So it's going to be pretty even all across the board.
It's European League of Legends, my man. This is where we come to get the highest quality form of entertainment, quality analysis, everything you could possibly want. It's here. It's back.
And it is starting right now on Ready Check, because after 2 weeks, the Titans of G2 and Fnatic are 4-0, raising the stakes for that clash tonight. Also, a reminder that both of these teams will be representing Europe at Rift Rivals next weekend. And I mean, like, the stakes are really high. Fnatic and G2 have never really been in form at the same time, so it's definitely going to be a good match to watch.
Yeah, they both look super good, of course, going into that Rift Rivals tournament as well. You see Fnatic starting to play and put trust in Nemesis in the mid lane, stepping up, and G2 still look like they're on top form.
And what I'm excited about is if Origen are able to win all of their matches today, it means that Origen, Fnatic, and G2 will have only lost to each other, potentially going into Rift Rivals, which just sets up Europe for success coming into what will be an eventful week.
I cannot wait, I cannot wait, I cannot wait. But let's take a look at the standings right now. You can see a whole bunch of teams sitting at 2 and 2. So today we're finally going to break some of those famous European ties and find out who's better in the middle of the table.
We do.
You must hate today, though.
Oh, I know. Tomorrow's going to suck. Today's good, though. But what do you make of the table?
So I'm happy that we'll finally get a little bit more clarity on what's going on in the standings. I feel like it's been very difficult to figure out who exactly sits where. I mean, you guys on Euphoria really struggle with a lot of teams sitting in the middle bracket, and I feel like that today will help answer a lot of our questions that we have, given that we're now entering week 3.
Yeah, because so far, all these middle teams have only really played the Fnatics and G2s of the world and the Excels and the Vitalities.
Yeah.
We haven't had a ton of games of them competing against each other, and that's what today is all about.
Well, I can't wait to see who's going to pick up those wins. We do have some other news. Roster changes. Maxlaw is back in the jungle for Misfits, and Jeskla as well as Mystiques are in for XL. Let's start, Ender. What's your take on the roster swaps, and what are you looking for?
I mean, I think it's really interesting, especially if we look at Excel, right? They were all about the 10-man roster, and we've seen Jeskla and Mystiques play before, just last split, where Jeskla was here the whole time and Mystiques came in towards the end. I think they've seen some struggles with their bottom lane. They're winless so far, so they need to make a change, and I'm happy to see this one.
Meanwhile, for Misfits, I'm quite curious as to what some of the decision-making is behind putting Maxwell in versus Kirei. We saw Kirei have a fantastic week last week, being very dominant in the early game, getting some of his special picks like Kindred.
Yeah.
And to me, it suggests that clearly they want to utilize both junglers and their styles, but I think one of the big reasons is 9-12, new patch, new way of playing the game, and new priorities. Perhaps Maxwell fits what the current meta proposes compared to what Kirei brought last week.
Well, the roster changes definitely kicked up a storm on Reddit as far as comments were concerned, but you mentioned 9-12. As you guys know, we are playing on that patch this week, and Mordekaiser is in fact disabled. So tonight we'll get that first look at the new patch, and here's a breakdown from the LEC Esports content producer, FLICKR.
Well, Trevor, week 3 of the LEC will be played on 9.12, and there are plenty of changes that will shift the competitive landscape. It brings several nerfs to some of the most popular champions in pro play, so let's have a look. Aatrox got nerfs targeting his sustain. His passive's cooldown is longer at early levels, and his ultimate no longer increases healing from all sources, and now only affects self-healing. Irelia had nerfs to her stun, with its range being reduced and cooldown going up at all ranks. Yuumi also had a barrage of nerfs. Her passive shield is now weaker, W grants less percentage adaptive force, and she's easier to catch as all immobilizing crowd control interrupts her dash. Her health increase is also in some ways a nerf. Yuumi players have been frequently using Cutdown, a rune that grants extra damage based on how much more health opponents have. With higher base health, Yuumi will do less damage, so her Q spam is not as oppressive. Aatrox, Irelia, and Yuumi have all seen 100% presence for the past 2 weeks in the LEC, and while these nerfs will tone them down a bit, you should expect to see them a lot going forward. Some other nerfs, however, were more impactful. Ryze's 47 rework has less survivability, less hard CC, but more potential damage, especially in the later stages. His shield on Q has been removed, and the W no longer roots the target unless affected by E, which makes his gank assistance for junglers weaker, as he can't just look for a flash rune prison for setup. With that said, E now always bounces off the primary target and has extra damage scaling on Q from ranks on his ultimate. Sylas also had changes specifically directed at hurting his presence in pro play. Q damage was nerfed, and now the passive does less damage to minions, which hurts his wave clear and ability to gain priority in lane. The first part of his E no longer grants a shield as it got moved to the second part, so Sylas can no longer use E defensively to reduce poke damage. With these changes, we will likely see much less of Ryze and Sylas on the LEC. This removes two very strong flex picks from draft options, but it also opens up space for other champions to appear more, which is exciting stuff. So to recap, Aatrox, Irelia, and Yuumi got nerfed, but we will still see plenty of them. Ryze and Sylas got hit hard and will become more situational in pro play. Also, look out for Karma showing up, as she was given very impactful buffs. I'll be talking about her more in depth tomorrow. Let's head back to the studio.
Thank you very much, Shakarez. Interesting breakdown on the patch, but we want to talk about one champion in particular that we have seen a lot and will be continued to play throughout the LEC this week, which is Pyke. Now, Medic and I, we've been talking a lot about who the best Pyke player in the LEC, and I think that we've agreed that the best Pyke player is
It has to be
Caps.
Wonder.
Wait. But
Caps?
we agreed that it was Caps.
That's Wonder.
Medic. We agreed on this. Look, Caps is definitely the best Pyke player. Not only did he seamlessly transition from mid lane to support, which, by the way, is one of the most difficult roles to swap to, but he did it flawlessly. How many other players can make a claim to that kind of a role swap? This is the guy that makes this team work and is by far the best Pyke player.
Look, Vedius, that's all well and good, but you're not seeing the bigger picture. You've got a small brain, you need a big brain. Playing Pyke support is very easy. You know what's difficult?
Easy.
Playing him in a lane that no one expects him, in the top lane.
Okay.
Wonder brought out the top lane Pyke for the first time ever against SKT, no less.
yeah,
His top lane Pyke brought Europe its first international championship in 8 years. It has to be.
Hold up.
The old man's
Did
here
you
now.
legitimately just say that playing Pyke support is easy?
Yes!
Right,
When you're in the
exactly.
top lane, you've got more experience, more gold, more support from your jungler.
Exactly.
You've picked an easy answer.
Caps.
Get off your high horse because the best Pyke is Mickey. Look,
what?
he was the first member of
Mickey?
G2 to play and perfect Pyke. He brought his
Not even an
experience, his execution to the rest of G2 Esports. The rest of you pretenders can't hold a candle
really?
to Mickey. And look, he's done all of this with a handicap, okay?
Hylissang.
Wait,
This
no,
guy-
Ender's
Shut
hit.
up.
No.
You're all wrong. You say G2 this, G2 that. The best Pyke player is on Fnatic, not G2, because Hylissang, he brings a
Really?
new style,
Fnatic
a new
players.
way of playing the game. He's split
Fanboy.
pushing all the time. No one
No,
can pressure the
it's
map
Mickey.
as hard as he does. He roams,
he gets
goes
carried
to
by
side
Reckless.
lanes.
It's
No,
so obviously
don't
Caps.
start with that.
Mickey.
Don't
It's
start
so
with that.
Wonder.
Guys! What about Perks?
Oh, good one, Dragos. 13th in the list. 13th in the list.
Fnatic and G2 Esports are facing each other undefeated so far. The stage couldn't be set more beautifully and more perfectly for this Week 3 matchup. Last time we saw Fnatic play G2 was in what we dubbed the match of the century, and it delivered.
They get Reckless, they catch him out with the cataclysm. A great flank, G2, the perfect team fight. Oh, Reckless dodged the petrifying gaze for Perks. G2 were looking for the win. Can they pull it off? Oh, the Nexus. No way, no way.
Winning those type of games feels nice, but winning those type of games against G2 feels amazing.
I don't really have anything personal with Fnatic anymore. I feel like all the burden kind of goes away. Whereas they really want to win against us. They want the trophy back and they want the title back.
Fnatic is looking unstoppable so far, but how much does it really mean if they can't manage to beat G2?
They are looking a level above other teams. Granted, they haven't played us yet.
Projectile, that was an invisible Pyke. Trying to break him out. Now Jiizuke will be locked down, stunned up, dead from below. Perks gets the kill.
We might see Pyke bot again.
That's fine, we can turn this. Ready? Okay.
He's turning around. Caps going back in.
Oh my word! With the help of Wonder, the solo Rainers.
Oh, the Shine rookie. It's for your highlights, guys. It's for your highlights.
I would definitely feel bad losing to Fnatic. They are the #1 team along with us right now. It would be the first time since we made a team that we were not first in LEC.
There's the Destiny and the gate down the gold card.
There is no escape. There is no surviving. Fnatic clean sweep Origen.
it's really important for me to actually step it up, have a really good game now against G2 and prove to ourselves and to everyone else that we're actually a really strong team and that we should be feared by everyone.
Zoas tries to turn it back around. Brox are there, forcing Zoas away. Sonic Wave connects.
There's a lot of stuff on the line, history and narratives, and there's gonna be bloody fighting, and you don't wanna miss that.
We are going for the 18-0 split. That's just another win in the book.
We just went to the World Final, G2 won in Masai, and the rivalry is just getting bigger and bigger, and it's getting way more exciting every time.
It's the world finalists of last year versus the current MSI champions. Fnatic versus G2 Esports is happening here in Berlin, but the entire world is watching.
Fnatic and G2 Esports are the two most successful European League of Legends organizations. They have won 12 out of the 13 possible European domestic titles, and it was G2 Esports that picked up the first ever LEC trophy. Today, their bout continues in our match of the week. And before I get you two to chime in, fans at home, I have a question for you. Who will win today, Fnatic or G2? Spam FNC or G2 in chat, and I'll check in with the vote in a moment or two. And Ender, Fnatic and G2 are in form at the same time, and this should be a classic.
Yeah, it's really crazy to see because, of course, the last time these two teams faced was back in week 9 of the spring split. They both popped off. Fnatic went nuts early game, but G2 clawed back, and it ended up being one of our most exciting games of the entire year. Now they're both coming in. It's a G2 roster with Mickey X instead of Promiscu. They're looking on top of the world, and both teams should give us a hell of a show.
I'm just so excited because I love that line from Shox where she said that it's the world finalists versus the MSI champions.
Yep.
Europe as a region has only been growing over the last 2 years. And as Ender has already said, it feels like both these teams are playing at their absolute limit right now. Fnatic, they are very early game focused. Broxah and Hylissang have been working so well together in order to play around Nemesis, find early game leads, and often snowball off the back of that. Whereas G2, their style often spikes in the mid game.
Exactly. G2 pop off between 15 and 20 minutes. They just throw fights down your throat until you can't breathe anymore. They don't give you time to think, and that just means that during this, because of their tempo, they just win all these fights. You know, maybe they drop one, but they throw another one right at you, and then you fall apart.
And you can see in some of the stats here, Fnatic higher gold at 15, but like you alluded to, G2's next passage of play is definitely very exciting and threatening to Fnatic. Behind you guys, the vote is currently 51% to G2, 49% to Fnatic. You guys can carry on voting, G2 or FNC. But look, let's talk matchups, right? We've got superstars across the rift. My eyes are going to be on Perkz versus Reckless, and it's impossible to say which is the most exciting, but Vedius, where are you looking?
I mean, for me, it's all about supports and junglers. I feel like that while these two have been very consistent, Perkz has had some amazing carry performances so far this split. Mickey and Hylissang, the debate between who the best support in Europe is constantly challenged by these two fans, by G2 fans and Fnatic fans. And because of how strong they are in playmaking, because of how often they like to roam, I can't help but wait to see who gets their hands on the Pyke, who gets their hands on the Hylissang, who makes the clutch play that can get you the fight that will ultimately win you the game.
And where are you looking?
I think mid lane is actually really exciting. Nemesis has stepped up so much, you know, as the player inside of Caps' shoes on Fnatic. And I think that if you're trying to attack this G2 team, you have to play through the mid lane and break him. It's a tough thing to do because Caps is on another level entirely, but Fnatic have to try.
I have one last question for you, Ender. This is the first time in the history of these two orgs where they both appear to be performing at or maybe near their maximum strength. They've always traded wins when one team was simply better than the other. Is it possible for Fnatic to win today?
It's possible, but it's not likely. I still think G2 come in as the heavy favorites. Fnatic can challenge G2, but ultimately, it's a best of one. If it's a gamble, you're not going to win 100% of these games if you are G2, but there's a chance.
Well, that 1-2 because Fnatic's the only other team to go 18-0, and the players have been very outspoken about it. The fans have voted, and 53% of them have voted in favor of Fnatic, and they'll be facing off against a G2. Those two teams are frontrunners for a spot in Athens on the 7th and 8th of September when the LEC finals head to the birthplace of the Olympic Games. Pre-sale tickets are available now at eu.lolesports.com/Athens. Athens. We'll see you then figure out who else joins them potentially. Tonight, we do have 5 very competitive matchups. The final being G2 versus Fnatic. But let's talk a little bit more about the matches leading up to that. Every single team has an equal score to the other. 0-4, and then 2-2s and 4-0. So which matchup are you most excited for, Ender?
Ooh, so I've got my eyes actually on this SK versus Misfits right now, because Misfits, for me, they look good. You know, they've gotten 2 wins, but they were against, I believe, Rogue and Excel, right? And their losses have been against the top teams in the league. So I have a really hard time judging both these teams, and I think that this game is going to be super telling as to where they will end up at the end of the split.
Listen, that sounds like a great analytical opinion, but we have Excel versus Vitality as our first game of the day. Both these teams are 0-4, Ender.
Oh my God, someone has to win.
I love watching these kind of games because I'm not going to beat around the bush. Both these teams are pretty awful right now, right? Excel really struggles in terms of their early, mid, and late, and Vitality, no matter what early game leads they get, they end up throwing them away, largely due to individual misplays. And when you have 2 teams collide like that, you just don't know who's going to come out on top. And it's just, I get so excited about it. I can't wait for game 1.
Okay, so I'm going to put you on the spot. I'm going to ask you who does come out on top, but give me one moment, because the fans at home are off to a very great start in the race for Superior Analyst. They're currently tied with Medic and Law, and they're doing very, very well over that 17 correct predictions. Now, all the teams have the same score, so StatSpot today will be predicting the ones that have side selection. Will that help them or hurt them? We'll find out at the end of the day. You guys keep sending us your predictions ahead of every show at LOL Esports on Twitter, and I'm going to take a look. Oh, we got a difference of opinion here. Ender going XL, Vedius going Vitality.
Yeah, so we both flipped coins and they landed on opposite sides.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Excel, they're bringing a new bot lane, Vedius. They're going to fix all their... they're going to fix some of their problems.
I think... Honestly, it's really difficult to tell. I just have a little bit more faith in Jiizuke today, and their solo lane is Kabashad, and that's purely the only reason why I'm going Vitality.
Look,
today.
I thought the same exact thing when Vitality played against Rogue. I'm like, okay, both bot lanes are struggling, but surely Vitality have the solo laners to come out on top. I'm like, surely they can do this. And then they just got splat. I think the same thing's going to happen against Excel.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. We are moments away from draft before we get there, though. Ender over here, he continues to shock esports personalities with hard-hitting questions. This time, Shocks got caught between 2 Iverns.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to find Vedi, but...
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, I guess he's just not here today.
I'm really excited for the interview, so...
Yeah, that'll be good. Hey guys, I'm Ender here for another episode. I'm joined today by Eiffel, like the tower deported. Shocks.
No, Ifya deported. Yeah, I know, it's not easy.
Yeah.
It's Belgian, it's like, ooh, exotic.
Do that again.
Why?
I don't know.
I'm not your puppy dog.
So I know a lot of people know you, but what is something that they maybe don't? For all the fans out there.
Maybe that, I love cats.
Okay.
And dogs.
And dogs.
Yeah. Puppies, kittens, bigger dogs, smaller dogs, really anything, yeah.
Okay, so you just make everyone happy, sure. Guess that's why you're so popular. How does it feel to be always compared, and I mean, people often call you Ovally. How does that make you feel?
Actually, really good. I mean, I want to see her on
but
screen.
you're not
more.
a weeb.
Really supportive. Me?
No.
Is that okay?
I mean, I don't think so.
Wait, why is that not okay? I mean, I watched
Next question.
Titan attack thing, I think. And also that one about the guy who wrote names and then people died.
I noticed you aren't doing all the shows anymore. Is that what they mean by Shocks fired?
I'm actually very
don't care.
Oh, wait, it's not juicy, so you don't want to hear it?
You're just really not, you're not keeping it alive.
What do you mean?
It's just not interesting.
Well, just like all of your cast the last year in EU.
I mean, I'm, an enjoyable talent to watch.
I actually want to congratulate you. It is, I love it. It's really wonderful. I think you found such a perfect way to embody everything about your casting personality in this, because this is also ripped off from something much, much, much better. And it just completely mirrors what you do in casting.
Look, it's not easy to come into casting when you have those legends like Jad, like Deficio behind you. I mean, Well, I was going to say Vedius, but that's all right. You got pretty emotional after G2's victory at MSI.
May I offer like a bit of critique? Like you just like pose a statement, right? You got pretty emotional, and then you like put someone in a corner when you want them to answer. I think just like get to it quickly, like an open question. Just ask me, why were you emotional when G2 won MSI? It's just, I've done this a couple of times, so it's.
Can you let me?
Interview
it's my show.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so please just.
Open question.
So you got pretty emotional. What the hell? You got pretty emotional after G2's victory at MSI. Remember that? Yeah. I never realized you were such a big Team Liquid fan.
I mean, that's just funny. That's actually just funny.
So about international events, what's it like to work at one? I'm just asking for a friend.
Well, it's really, really awesome. Honestly, international events really like elevate you to a new level. You get so much fulfillment. You learn so much. You get to work with other broadcast crews and stuff. Yeah, it really is. I don't think I'd be who I was without them. I mean, look even at, Vedius and Medic and how they elevate their game. Yeah, Medi and Vedi. I mean, don't you love their intros and stuff and the whole...
No, they just take everything way too far.
What do you mean?
Like, sure, some funny jokes at the start, but they just keep doing it and doing it, making it bigger and grand, and that's just, what's funny about it?
You know what, Anna? Maybe you just don't understand comedy. Huh? You thought about that?
Thanks for ruining my piece, Venice.
Well, maybe, have you gotten any better at understanding comedy, good sir?
Have you gotten any better at understanding how to make an entrance?
Pass.
That was 5 minutes of just awkward and uncomfortable humor, but I love it, and I love the fact that you just kept ripping on Vedius, who very clearly was not in the room.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were 2 Iverns there or something?
Exactly. I mean, it's the name of the show, right?
Master
So
of
there we go,
disguise.
between 2 Iverns featuring Ender and Shox. Let's move on to our first game of the day between 2 teams that are still looking for their very first win. It is XL and Vitality, and there's some big news for XL. Hyonin and Kissing are out, and Jeskla and Mystiques are in. Vedius, what's your take on the roster swap?
Well, we already talked a little bit about it earlier on, where it feels that XL clearly want to change. They're currently sitting at 0-4. They've struggled against other teams that you would expect to be on the lower end of the LEC bracket. And it feels like that they just kind of want to bring in some fresh blood, some creativity, something new that can either change the perspective in the roster, maybe open up the champion pools. It's honestly a little unclear to me exactly what Jeskla and Mystiques look to bring, but it will definitely be something different.
Yeah, it's interesting too, because usually I think when we see roster changes like this, it's after really bad performances in the laning phase, an area where it's like glaringly obvious when you're performing poorly. Okay. I don't think that was true of Excel's bottom lane. Their problems came much more later in the game, mid to late game, getting caught out of position, dying in team fights, that sort of thing. So this roster move is to try to mend the mid-game blunders that we were seeing before.
Do you like it? Do you think Jeskla and Mystiques can fix some of the problems you were seeing from XL?
I mean, so ultimately, I don't know. It's really hard to say, but this is a duo that we saw playing actually last split, right? They were both in for, a lot of games, Jeskla in the whole time, and what this team just needs is some kind of change. Mickey was supposed to be the change. Yeah. They're still 0-4. Keep making changes. Keep throwing stuff at the wall until it sticks.
Until something works. All right, let's take a little deeper look for more on that bot lane change. Let's hear from XL's coach.
Thank you very much, Trevor. Laure here, and I'm back for week 3. And first guest joining me today is David Lim. Thank you so much for joining me. So we have world semi-finalist from last year and his longtime duo partner being replaced after 2 weeks. Tell me about this move.
So this doesn't have too much to do with us replacing Hyonin and Kissing. It has more to do with Jeskla and Mystiques have been playing really well in scrims, and they've been very confident, and I really like how they're what they've shown so far. So I wanted to give them a chance and see how they do on stage.
I get that, but sometimes I feel like switching player can be a really good thing, but it can also be even more complicated if it doesn't turn out the way you want. So is it something you considered?
Of course. So I've worked with a lot of 10-man rosters from my time as a coach, and there are benefits and negatives to kind of staying with the same core roster and working on problems and switching players in and out. But I do think that they bring a lot of individual talents that we should be able to see today, and I hope that it goes well today.
Tell me a bit more about the bot lane. What is new and what is different about Jiizuke and Mystic?
Right now, I think they're playing very well in this meta, and I think they're very confident in their matchups, and I think it's something that they'll be able to showcase today.
We also know that Vitality is looking for their first win, as well as you, so is it something the team is worried about?
I think you're always thinking about how to win in LEC, so I don't know if we're particularly worried about it, but we are just trying to figure out the best way we can to win.
Well, I wish you good luck on that, and thank you very much for your insights. Now back to you, Trevor.
Thank you very much, Law. We'll have to see whether or not this change helps Excel out. As Law mentioned, they, along with Vitality, are still at 0-4. One of these teams will pick up a win. I want to ask how they're going to do it. So we've talked a lot about Excel. They're the ones that have made the roster changes. So Ender, kick me off. What are the win conditions for Excel to take down Vitality?
Ultimately, what Excel need to do is just exploit every single weakness that Vitality have. And right now, the two biggest ones are that, well, their early game is okay up till 15 minutes, but everything after that point on Vitality's side just falls apart. They get picked off, they take bad fights, all of that gets out the window. So what I say is pick a team fight comp, something that can specifically challenge Vitality post 15 minutes. I also think that Vitality's bottom lane has just died like multiple times in ridiculous situations in basically every single game. So if you're Casual, I just want him to walk bottom lane a bunch of times, get those kills, and trust me, they're going to be there.
And of course, for Jiizuke and Mystiques, if they can actually come in and punish Attila and Jack Troll, maybe that's one of the ways they can unlock it. I'm going to turn to Vedius and say, let's ask the question from the other perspective. How does Vitality take down Excel?
Well, I think they need to attack the mid lane. I think that you can expect the bot lane to be fairly neutral. While David Lim seems to have confidence in his duo, playing more confidently and looking to aggress, I think that Jack Troll and Attila should still be relatively safe during the laning phase, and you should instead invest all your resources into trying to shut down Mickey and enable Jiizuke.
Have we been watching the same games, though, Vedius? Because Jiizuke has not been performing, even with some help. I've seen Cabochard roaming mid lane, and he's doing nothing with those leads. Is that the right guy?
He definitely had one or two bad games so far in this split, and I do not think that he is in the conversation of being the third best mid in Europe right now. However, I still have a lot of confidence in his abilities overall, and I think that what we're seeing more of is bigger team issues rather than just Jiizuke issues. So I believe that if they funnel resources into him and they open him up to roam around the map, then I have a lot more confidence in him and Vitality to be able to pick up one.
On the hopes that those types of tower dive plays don't happen again. Look, outside of Cabochard, the rest of the players are still struggling, of course, on the Vitality side. So, Vedis, what would it mean for Vitality to lose to this XL squad and go 0-5 today?
Well, I mean, we're already starting to reshape our perspectives of this Vitality squad. No longer can we consider them like a top team in Europe anymore, especially what we've seen in recent weeks. And I think that if they lose to XL, they stop getting those small rays of hopes that many people give them. Like even today, I'm just sitting there and a lot of my past experience of this team is giving them a slight edge over XL. So if they lose today, that hope is now gone and they move much further down in how I rate this team.
Yeah, for me, I feel like the hope is gone right now for Vitality, and the only way to get anything back is to win this game. That's what it means.
And of course, you voted for XL to win today. So pretty confident they're going to be able to pick up that win. Both of these teams are at 0-4. And one of them will be taking home their first win. The first weeks have been catastrophic for XL and Vitality, but a win tonight could be, maybe, what helped turns the ship around.
Thank you, Quickshot. I'm Draco's joined by FLICKR, and if you're wondering why my fine friend here is enjoying some sweet popcorn, one, Germans love sweet popcorn, don't know why, salty, preferred, but also, because we're kind of in for a show. Now, this could be the greatest, most dominant display of macro League of Legends we've ever seen, but it could also just be a show. Now, I'll be honest, I'm eager, like many people are, to pull out the clown noses and the party hats. They're both 0-4 though, so we'll give them a bit of benefit of the doubt. But the bottom line, folks, is that someone at the end of today has to walk away victorious, and that's what we're gonna find out.
Welcome to Threat Rivals. Someone has to win today, and looking into this draft, we are coming to patch 9.12. Now, a couple of key changes went through. Chakras did a lovely job covering them, but I'm curious how the meta is going to shift as Karma now should rise up in priority, while the likes of Aatrox, Ryze, and Sylas in particular should fall away in priority.
For now, though, we do see some of the standards. Draven, of course, untouched, remains the premier kind of powerhouse AD carry that he is. Sejuani also very high on the tier list. Aurelia, despite those nerfs that we heard about, the stun not quite as reliably up or as long range, still going to get limited, still going to taken away. No surprise when you see how many talented Aurelias we have in the LEC.
I do want to focus in on the Sejuani ban from the blue side. I actually thought coming into this on the shifts to 9.12 that Sejuani would rise up as a priority first pick for blue side, but the fact that Excel don't want to grab that pick when they've been given multiple options, not just in this game, but in previous games, where Cagewell feels more comfortable going to things like the Elise and the Lee Sin. I just find it very curious and wonder if Excel are ever going to shift gears on what the priority is.
Interesting to find out now. Yasuo banned away as well. Of course, a champion that we don't really see too much of anymore. Most likely to be played in the mid lane. Of course, has a few matchups in the top lane that he's considered a counter to, but haven't seen those in a long while. Still, Vitality want to limit it, want to take it off the board. Now the Karma taken away. She went from non-existent to ban-worthy in a single patch. But sadly, we will not get to see her in this first game. Aatrox also banned away, another one of those nerf champions we heard about. The Ryze up and available, if still worth picking. The Yuumi as well.
This does mean that Sona has slipped through the ban phase. Now, a lot of the LEC teams will look to priority pick this champion. Excel is one of the few that don't like to touch it. And so as they hover Sylas here, there we go. I was going to say I'd be really curious about it, but there we go. Finally, Excel are on the Sona bandwagon.
Taking that away. Now, the interesting thing, Vitality, do they want to limit the potential picks that it can be paired with? They are going to grab the Tahm Kench, so taking away the Sona-Tahm Kench pairing. A lot of debate between whether that or the Taric is the superior option. Both give you different things, and now I think pretty easy Taric pick going to be coming through here for the side of Excel. No surprises there. They will have one more pick in this phase. We'll see if they want to match the Jarvan, pick a jungler or a top laner of their own, or if they want to try something different.
By grabbing the Taric here, it would mean that they need to start speccing their composition to suit towards more of a 5v5 traditional style, because that's where you get a lot of the power in Sona Taric versus Sona Tahm Kench. Sona Tahm Kench gets, I believe, a bit more flexibility into the lane phase. It can be a bit more aggressive, whereas you need more jungle assistance when you have a Taric. And basically, you just kind of sit back and wait for it to be over. You're just kind of praying down there in that lane phase.
I honestly, anytime a Sona Taric makes it through lane phase, I'm a little sad, because if you've ever played against it even once, you're sad about this combo.
I mean, the nice thing is that anytime you first pick the Sona and then it demands that you take away the Tahm Kench if you want to separate that power duo, it then means that you're taking Sona Taric into a lane that doesn't get to punish it. Often when we see the counter to Sona Taric, it was with things like a Blitzcrank, but because you already know it's going to be a Tahm Kench, it could theoretically give you a free lane phase. So it's really cool how those interactions affect the entirety of the draft.
Definitely do, and now we see the Tahm Kench paired with a Tahm Kench Classic. That is the Varus. Making up for that champion's lack of any escape tools. Also, Varus incredibly powerful at pushing in the early lane. But while the Varus is interesting, I think the Olaf being a continuously rising priority here in the LEC is even cooler.
I think anytime you're against Vitality, you need to make sure that you have the winning jungle matchup. And Olaf is one of those champions that dominates jungle matchups. You know that Mowgli's going to come blitzing into your jungle, so just be ready that you're going to get punched in the face. You need to have firepower to punch him back.
Pretty hard to punch an Olaf back in the early game. Most definitely. I like that. What do we call it? Mowgli sociopathic. When he's willing to go into your jungle at level 1, at level 2, at level 3, and fight you, even if it means putting himself behind.
I think the Reddit comment was psychopathing.
Psychopathing. There you go. I don't think we're going to see much of that today, depending on if he wants to go for the J4 or if we'll see the swap. Now, the Nico also taken off the table, something that, of course, SK Gaming do love, but hasn't been nearly as popular since the changes to Rageblade.
That's still a lot of range champions left up for that top lane, the likes of the Kennen as well as the Gnar. There's also the Rumble. One of the curiosities that I had is, as Sylas drops down into priority, I think Rumble then climbs up in priority, because you no longer need to make sure that the Sylas isn't there for the Rumble to be effective, for how Sylas steals Rumble's ultimates, and then have the CC to keep you locked down on it.
Now the hover on the Sylas will, in fact, get locked in. Have to see where that goes. Of course, you heard about the numerous nerfs to this champion. I believe the most important is that wave clear on the Petrosite burst, his passive, but still Vitality will prioritize it.
I mean, it changes up his trade windows. He's no longer as oppressive as he once was into the lane phase, but I think it just makes Sylas a bit more situational, because the creative ceiling that you still have on this champion is quite impressive.
Interesting indeed. And now Sona, of course, a lot of immediate burst damage as you move later in the game, but not necessarily as much sustained damage. That will now be balanced out by the fact that they have an Azir on this Excel composition. Very heavy magic damage. Pull off a bit of physical, a bit of true, but may want to balance it out with one final pick that is physical damage. Are they going to go for a Jax? That, I don't know. This is the thing that I love about Expect is I'm never 100% sure what he's going to play, what kind of crazy pick he's going to want to pull out here.
I don't think
literally
it's gonna
none of these.
That makes more sense.
There you go. The Renekton now locked in, going to the hands of Expect, one of his best picks. And I want to see what Cabo's going to prioritize here. Of course, his Jace has been taken away. The Hecarim, the only other pick that he's played this season thus far. Did play Rumble last season. Wasn't nearly as good as it is now in this current meta. Could also get a jungler here.
TikTok.
Ooh, Frostgurn. This is, I'm getting baited by the classic caster trap of talking about the hovers. I was excited about it. It will, in fact, be the Kennen. Did see some hits on the previous patch. Of course, no longer gets the resistances on the Lightning Rush, but still can use that E-start to proc. There it is. Kleptomancy. Plock. I'm going to go with Plock. That's definitely the word. And interesting, now I like what we're seeing in the top side of the matchup. Renekton, of course, the champion that always wants to get aggressive, wants to get in your face. And when you're talking about Expect versus Cabo, that's what I like to see, Frosk.
And it feels like the priority is very different between these two teams. So early game, I do want to draw attention to the fact that you have Azir who gets a lot of mid-priority in most matchups with his pushing ability, and then you have the likes of Olaf, a great skirmish-oriented jungler. So it feels like Excel really gave firepower to their mid-jungle duo, and I expect them to try to exploit that either through control and tracking Mowgli, or actually going on the aggressive against Mowgli. Whereas on the other side for Vitality, you have so much control over the bottom lane with a Varus Tahm Kench. Varus can pick when and where he wants to push the wave by when he just starts spamming his abilities out. And the other thing is we expect Sona and Taric getting jammed underneath their tower. Varus is also very good at punishing champions underneath towers with his long-range ability.
I'm ready to find out which one of these teams will find their first win of the 2019 summer season. It is Excel versus Vitality. We talked about it for both these teams. We kind of want to see ease of execution, especially for the side of Excel, a comp where they can push their R buttons and take people out. Now, Sona Taric late game, that feels like a pretty safe backup plan, Frostgurn. As long as nothing goes too crazy, I feel like Excel might just have this late game in the bag.
Ease of execution.
Every time I can see that graphic, I get hype, and of course, especially hype now for today's game. Excel versus Vitality. As we check in on the Rift. Anytime there's an Olaf, I've always got my eyes on the early game, because we've seen what can happen across regions, seasons, patches. Anytime an Olaf gets ahead, people have to be terrified.
I feel it.
Yeah, all right.
I felt like this match coming into predictions, it was going to be a coin flip. You heard it from Vedi and Ender. Everyone seems split who's actually going to win this one. But again, focusing in on the game, I want to take a look at Mickey, particularly on this Azir. It feels like Mickey was kind of the first variable that Excel really introduced to try to get this roster up and running. And unfortunately, he just hasn't had the time really to adjust to the LEC or to showcase us anything. So by running the teleport in particular, Mickey is so responsible for never losing mid-priority here for Kadro to be effective on this Olaf. But having TP, yeah, he can use that to cheat some backs, but it also means he needs to be so careful to the 2v2 gank pressure that can come out of Silas as well as Jarvan. Not as strong as it once was, but if he ever burns his flash, Azir basically loses most of his kit because he likes to be forward pressing his advantage.
And a high-pressure situation to be in, of course, two rather unfortunate games last week for Mickey, but this week it could be a different story. Confidence from Jacktroll, just going to walk forward here. A lot of auto attacks. Really got to be careful there. The Tark walking to melee range already. A level 2 gank coming in from Mowgli. The flash out from Mickey. That's right what you were talking about.
Well, what did I say? As soon as Azir loses his flash, he loses so much teeth, so much bite in this matchup because, again, he wants to be forward just like Jace to really abuse the potential of his kit, and now it's so much more dangerous to do that.
I'm just surprised. Mowgli going for the snap level 2 gank, not something we very frequently see in competitive, but not costing him too much either. A bit of a deficit in the jungle. Olaf was always going to out-clear here. Very powerful clear speed for Kadril. As he takes away those Krugs for the level 3 pathing. Does he show himself on the bot side of the map? That's my big question.
I think he can just power farm at this point. He knows that his mid laner has just lost Flash, so I think Kadril's just trying to recalculate what his options are.
They have to look more towards that mid lane. And Attila and Jactrel doing kind of what is expected with Ivarys on the bottom side of the map. I like this. They're not giving up. They're not getting over-aggressive, but they're playing aggressive enough to make it difficult for the Sona and the Taric to farm up. Don't want to give Sona those free stacks.
And again, Varus is one of those champions that when he does get people shoved underneath the tower, he can actually punish them. Unlike the likes of Sivir, who just kind of approaches the tower and then maybe can whittle away. She gets a couple of W bounces underneath. Varus can really start chunking people.
And you see it already in the trade pattern. A couple autos, quick hail of arrows just to proc that. Incredibly oppressive bot lane to play against, but we always knew that this was not going to be a Sona Taric favored early game. However, the battle of the junglers might be interesting. Kadril actually going to back off here. There's a lot of immediate burst damage in the back pocket of that J4, so you do have to be careful. And Jiizuke with priority in mid lane means Kadril will not take the risk.
I also think that's a potential for Vitality to secure both Scuttle Crabs on both top and bottom. And with the positioning of both Kennen, Tahm Kench, and Varus, that means so much that you can create that safety net in the river to allow these champions to really exploit the side lanes.
And normally when we see Vitality compositions, we expect it to be all about topside, and it definitely feels like it can be that way, but literally all 3 of Vitality's lanes have push priority right now. They're in such a fantastic position.
Yeah, so there you go. You can see Mowgli on your screen. He took top Scuttle, he went back for his Raptor camp, and then he walked across the back of mid lane and will now get bottom Scuttle. Big win for Mowgli.
And he got the level 2 game. Mowgli getting so much out of this early game. And sadly for Kadril, he just has not been relevant on the map quite yet. Maybe that changes. He is going back for first items. We'll see what he does want to rush. No Predator for the Olaf. It is Flash and Conqueror, so something a little bit different here.
Again, if you know Mowgli's going to walk into your jungle, be ready to fight him.
Yeah, I mean, challenging Smite as well, so definitely giving a lot of respect to the duel potential here.
Also makes his team fights really strong, and it is a Sona Taric Azir composition at its core.
Very true. The Olaf running at you with a Taric ult and a Taric stun. Kind of the icing on the terrifying cake.
I think it's the Taric ultimate on top of the Olaf sprinting at you. That's really the terrifying thing.
Ugh.
Kadril here is just to make sure that Mickey can get this push into the tower in case Jarvan does show up. He's ready for the 2v2, which is why he was standing in Fog of War just behind Mickey.
I like that he has that knowledge, something that he had to have practiced, knowing exactly where the creep wave was going to spot him, knowing that relative creep vision range. An important skill to remain undetected. Expect finally able to push the lane back out, though, now that he's level 5. A little bit more wave clear, a little bit more points in Cole the Meek. Meanwhile, on bot lane, the important thing we always have to track in Sona lanes is how quickly she's stacking, in this case, the Frostfang. And Jessica doing a lot better now that he's been able to back off, has a few more health pots, and we'll kind of just sit cozy in this lane.
I also think we need to kind of reevaluate Sona's power windows in terms of when she actually starts hitting really hard, especially for how quickly games are going in the LEC. Basically, as soon as the Sheen is completed, while it's not the same power spike as like the Lich Bane as well as the Archangel's increased, Sona still does a ton of damage. Just because you're missing a traditional marksman doesn't mean that you lack firepower in team fights.
No, absolutely not. And the power of the crescendo is absolutely terrifying. And the additional sustain on so many champions with built-in healing already, that's the Olaf and the Renekton, can be quite frustrating to deal with. Varus, though, one of the few champions with grievous wounds in the kit, so at least a small positive interaction there in the lane phase and the potential team fights to come.
As long as he stays alive, he's still dealing with the fact that Kadril and Mickey will cause a lot of hell for him, and then you put Expect on top of it. Attila needs to be on point for these team fights.
Oh, and you can see the bait there. Expect getting the better end of the trade. If Kaba wanted to win, he had to extend it, and he did so.
Yeah, I don't know about Cabochard. I've eaten alligator before. It's not delicious. That is not worth the bite.
Well, I was going to say it's more the giant, scary, angry Viking.
And the texture, it's awful.
Okay. We'll cut this part from the broadcast we send to PETA. No, they don't need to hear about your free time habits. And FLICKR, I feel like Mowgli got that one play, and otherwise it hasn't been too crazy of an active game. But now I think things are going to change. We've got a Glacial Augment Tahm Kench. He's going to waddle his way out of that bush any moment now. But look at this. They're giving it, there he goes.
Look at him go.
Here comes the Emperor, baby. Here comes. Okay.
That was the
Here he comes.
He's car chase I've ever seen.
He's still on the way. Hit the tongue lash.
Got the flash.
Got him. And now
here we go.
The lane, of course, frozen. So there's just the rinse and repeat option here.
You guys know. Come on, Jessica.
But the flash has been burned. That's a cheeky walk up to that bush there, Jessica. I don't know if you're going to survive, but Mowgli now spotted on the vision. Means they'll have perfect knowledge of where he is and what he's doing. So Kadril gets to respond on the top side, farming up, getting a level advantage. Level 6 for Kadril, level 5 for Mowgli. Maybe that changes as the red buff goes down. You can see Jiizuke making good use of the lane pressure. Ooh. Oh! No.
Close. I was curious what they were going to do with the information. So by seeing that Mowgli went for the red, obviously Excel knew what the heads up was. They tried to steal it away from the Sona. I was curious if that meant that Kadril would try to make a dive happen in the top lane, but instead he is backed and he is sprinting back towards this bottom lane while Vitality are setting up for a potential dive, pulling Sylas down.
And one of the most infuriating things about playing against Sylas Frostgarn is when he gets to be level 6 and you don't, and he takes an ult that you don't even have access to yet. The Sona ult and the Targ ult could both be incredible in the event they want to go for a dive.
I think the big dissuasion here is not just the fact that Azir started to walk down and you don't have information of Kadril, but there's so many teleports in this game. If you ever mess up a dive, everyone and their mother will appear in that bot lane.
Oh no.
When my mom shows up, it's not good.
God bless. Oh, Frostgarn. Familial trouble. How classic. For now, waiting for level 6. It is the Sona Taric waiting room on the side of XL. Those champions will be relevant. They will be terrifying, but not right now. That's done not even remotely going the right way to hit the primary target. Mowgli's still going to move forward. Now leaping in. Mystique splashes out to save you. Jacktroll to save the day. Clean engage from the side of Vitality.
Yeah, beautifully done. MVP there to that ward that they've placed into the brush to make sure that Mowgli can get down there. But here comes Kadril with a... Did you get ganked or are you getting ganked? He's getting ganked.
He's getting ganked. The flash over the wall. And of course, you expect to fall behind a little bit in the Sona Taric lane, but Frostgarn, after that kill, it is already a 2k gold deficit for the side of Excel. That is an incredibly difficult spot to be in. The difference between the bot lane alone. Tahm Kench has more gold than the Taric. The Taric is the one CSing.
And unfortunately, to put the spotlight on Excel's coach, you know, coming into this, he had confidence that his team was ready, that subbing in Jessica and Mystique, that they felt comfortable in a lot of the current meta matchups.
Sure.
And so while Sona and Taric, not necessarily the strongest laners, especially against the likes of Varus Kench, you never want to lose this hard.
Absolutely not. We'll see if that changes. As more stacks do come through, the Var's TPing back to bot lane to sustain the pressure. Tongue Lash comes out, but will not connect. And what he said was, you know, we're trying to find the best way for our team to win. But when you're 0-4, I really feel like it's find any way for your team to win. And hopefully that this Sona Taric is the answer. But the early game, not there. The combos on the side of Vitality, very clearly there, however.
Yeah, great synergy, and finally some attention given to Jacktroll and Attila for the Vitality show. It's basically been Mowgli holding Cabochard's hand, but a very different look this time around.
Yeah, and Mowgli, of course, when you look at it, has not had the best split thus far. A lot of deaths in the early game, kind of getting caught out. It always felt like something was falling apart for Vitality, and Mowgli always had to try to make a play on the map. 36.14 percentage. I'd say relatively high. Overall, you can see second, counter jungle percentage third. So very much keeping to his signature play style, but it just hasn't been as effective. This game, however, does really feel like a different story.
I do like this play that Vitality are currently setting up, though, having Jacktroll on the back, looking topside, and he can bring Mowgli or go in.
Going forward. Expect now needs to dash his way out. Double dash is going to come through. 1 and 2. Getting a little bit extra healing on the Cold to Meek. The flash out to safety now. Brought back by the Tahm Kench. That Devour. Such a huge piece of CC there. Expect gets taken down by Cabochard.
Beautifully done. And Attila just in time has also rotated up. You see the ping go down to the Rift Tail. It's a 2-for-1.
Vitality absolutely outplaying here in the early game. Maneuvering around the map better. Using their lane pressure better. And now building towards a 3k gold lead, 2.5 plus a Rift Herald. This is only going to continue to grow as Kennen is in the top side of the map, getting tower plates for himself. Beautiful start to the game for Vitality.
And this is exactly what Vitality need to do. They need to use things like the Rift Tail to get these early game gold into their pockets, because their champions spike really hard on 1 and 2 items. Whereas again, you're against the clock and the timer for Excel's composition. Eventually, Excel can outscale, but if Vitality can springboard themselves ahead of the clock, ahead of Vitality, where they make a large enough gold difference, they can end this game before Excel even get to put up a fight.
And to me, the early game power, so much of it was supposed to come from Kadril, usually the standout member on this Excel lineup, but just has not been able to do anything this game. Barely ahead in CS, has not been able to make really any plays whatsoever, forced to flash out, and sad to see an Olaf not find that effectiveness in the early game.
Looking back at this gank, pretty straightforward. I do want to credit the macro rotations from Vitality to recognize when they had a reset and what to do with the reset. They made the play happen down bottom. They then quickly made their backs and then immediately sent their bot lane up towards the top side of the map, realizing that Rift Herald and the kill top was worth more than the Cloud Dragon.
And now I want to see what they do with that Rift Herald Frostguard. Are they going to go into mid lane and try to break that open? You can see Sona and Taric making their homes there for now. Good news for the side of Excel and Excel fans is that the Sona does now have the Spell Thief's Edge upgraded. We'll be able to start CSing, putting more and more gold into her pocket, building towards that Sheen, a bit more damage for herself as well, but I don't think the mid lane tower is going to be safe for that much longer.
And also, Excel need to be very careful if anyone stands under this. The fact that they pulled Cabo Shard since he had rotation means that they could look for a dive if they're feeling frisky.
I'm trying to push for it. Cabo Shard is backing off, has already used the Lightning Rush. No flash either. So will just retreat. And interestingly enough, both mid laners now off to the side lanes. Vitality just chipping away. Will not be able to break anything, however, in the end. So maybe not the ideal usage, but a good bit of tower plate. And Capo now might just walk this Renekton down.
Mowgli's sprinting at them. This is about to be a 2v1.
Expect one dash away. I think he hit the creep, can refresh. Does he have the usage? Not quite yet. It's just going to go in and get taken out immediately. Wanted to use the Cold Meek for healing, but the stun is going to stop it. Mickey now trying to make the big play. Jessica on the way in with the Sona. That's going to be big. Is it going to be enough? However, Tom Catch on the way up. Capo Shard's at the fall. They just barely get him. Varus is here for backup. He's going to grab the kill as well. The sidestep from Jeskla. So clean, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Flag and drag. Where's it going to go? Zanya's perfect timing window. Are they going to take it? Jack Troll tanking, well coordinated by Vitality. A clean dive and a 2-for-1.
And Excel lose so much there because Jiizuke also on the bottom side of the map gets to push down that entire tower. They're getting plates into the top side. It's just chip damage in the mid lane for Excel back in their pockets.
Ooh. An incredibly difficult situation for Excel. We expected this to be a much closer game. You talked about it being a coin flip. It could go either way depending on which team shows up today. And right now, Vitality are the team that are showing up. 5K difference, 14 minutes into the game. This is a dominance from Vitality we have not seen in, what, 120 days now at this point?
And credit to Jack Troll and Mowgli. Right place, right time, every single time. It's Jack Troll especially getting those rotations, using the Abyssal Voyage, and matching so many TPs in this game.
Good look overall, especially for part of the map that we were highlighting as a weakness. The dominance that they've shown in the early game, putting some faith back into Vitality fans, and rightfully so in this case. We check in across the board, however, those first items are coming in Frostguard, so Vitality just very strong overall.
Oh yeah, give me the nice angle. Give Vitality fans some life here.
And there's not a lot you can do. Kennen will walk you down, so you're kind of forced to all in, use the ult there, use both dashes. Can't make it out of that one. You can see maybe we had enough healing with Cold Meek to survive for a few extra seconds. Sona ult coming in as well. With the Taric ult, you can see we saw Rogue do it successfully. Now everybody wants to do it, but while they do grab that single kill, it's a bit unfortunate in the end.
Yeah, the turnaround, again, fancy footwork from Jessica. Do want to credit that. Good mechanical showing, but unfortunately, sitting duck under a tower.
And it was so close to being a highlight moment. If Renekton lives for 2 more seconds, if he's not CC'd, he gets a bit of healing. Sona comes in with the Taric ulti attached. It could have been that Rogue highlight all over again for Excel, but minor execution error, and when you commit both TPs and it goes wrong, ugh, that is a deficit to crawl back from.
But we're now at a 5K gold difference between them, and again, Vitality's composition really strong on 1 and 2 items. I want to highlight Kennen's items in particular. The fact that he is that close, does have access to the stopwatch, but almost has the hourglass. As soon as he does, like team fight city from Vitality, they will go toe-to-toe with Excel's composition.
And honestly, a perfect spot to be. Mickey might not even get a chance to go to Teamfight City. He's just going to have to go back to the fountain here in a second. The flash not going to be enough. Dragging himself out with the shifting chance. Mowgli trying to walk him down, but that's a lot of damage being fired back. Mystique flashing over the wall. Mowgli in the midst of no man's land, and suddenly the fight is starting to turn. Jiizuke, not a lot left. Uses the stolen zero, but Cabo in the midst of everything, and that's a meat grinder right there. Vitality with the turn on the back of Cabo Shard.
Late to the party, but better than never right there. Unfortunately, they don't have the Baron to immediately turn to it. Still only 16 minutes in this game, but you can see how confident Vitality are, how they know that they're strong, and they're starting to shove Excel around.
And then this Alienware replay, we can watch it one more time.
Starts out with a good pick. I have to be frank, Mickey just should not be there. There's no reason, they don't have any control of that. That is definitely their weak side of the map. The wave is pushed in, you don't have any vision control. He wanted to check, he thought he was safe. He was very, very wrong.
And there's that moment where you group up, folks, for that Taric ultimate, and you think, we've saved our team. There's also that moment where the Kennen sees you all group up for the Taric ultimate and says, 2 seconds, 1 second, team fight win.
delicious.
Oof.
There's that hourglass now completed. Cabochard says, thank you, I'll see you in the next team fight.
God, it only gets harder from here. I like the Vitality are willing to go. I like their use of Sona and Tark. Clearly looks like a practice strategy. They've got the timings down pretty well, but they're just in so much of a deficit. They're actually, when a Kennen is ahead like this, it feels so impossible to play any kind of grouped exchange.
And, you know, I can see what Excel were thinking. You know, banning Sejuani from blue side because they know that they priority pick Sejuani, that Mowgli will probably go Olaf, maybe even the Trundle that we've seen globally, and they can punish in the jungle. So, like, okay, we're against Vitality, we're against Mowgli, let's get Cajal something like the Olaf. We're against Attila and Jack Troll. These guys have been really suffering the bot lane. We can probably get away with Sona Kench, Sona Taric if need be. And it's just great that Vitality seems to have finally found their form, that they didn't lose the bot lane. They knew exactly where they needed to play around. They got so much gold into their pockets, and they look so much cleaner across the board. Like, Excel's game plan, I totally agree with it. It just didn't execute for them.
Yeah, paper perfect, but definitely not perfect on the day or on the Rift. Has been a struggle thus far. Gold League going to continue to grow 9K for Vitality, grabbing a Cloud Drake as well to balance things out. Jiizuke with a stolen and much more powerful Sona ult than the one that Jiizuke has. Cabochard might be able to 2v1, but is not going to push for anything else here. Just waiting to see if he has the opportunity. Attila and Jack Troll pushing up the mid lane, have a bit of pressure. And it's hard for me to know what to take from this game as we see everyone pushing in across the map. Frostgarden, is this like a revitalized Vitality? Is Excel just at the bottom of the table? What does this actually mean for our league?
I'll hold it though.
Yeah, here comes the redemption now being taken away. Jiizuke going to heal up a decent amount. Expect trying to chase him down, but Mowgli behind. May want to run in. Stun now going to connect there. Backing off, actually hits a creep in the end. Oh no, Jack Troll right into the middle of everyone. Well, they wanted to eat some fish. They definitely got it. Shut down. Tragic play there. Vitality were not ready for that one.
Yeah, Excel finally able to close the trap. That said, in the long run, yeah, Excel do get the kill onto Tom Kench, but they expended so many ultimates, and so kind of in the immediate future, if Vitality do want to press their luck, they still have access to things like the Cataclysm as well as Cabochard's ultimate that you can really punish while that Sona ult and Taric ultimate are down. So there is a small window here where if Excel are caught out of position and Vitality do want to force the fight, it could be a big swing.
Yeah, it's an opportunity, and that is the silver lining on this cloud. But for Vitality, we take a look back at this one, and I think these are the moments from Jiizuke I love where he's dueling in the side lane. It takes a lot of help from Jack Troll here. He saves Jiizuke, he uses the redemption, and then sadly in the end, he also pays the iron price for trying to help his teammate here.
Yeah, the immediate turn onto Kench, but like we said, so many ultimates, and both teams know this. They know that their cooldowns are down, so Excel do want to play a little bit closer to the chest, a little bit safer, which is why in situations like this, it's kind of like the hit and run. You don't want to overextend, but it also means that they need to stay next to their towers. They're not looking to get picked off, which they could lose control over the vision, which you're starting to see Vitality do. Hey, Excel can approach, they don't have the necessary cooldowns. Let's make sure that we can get vision control over the Baron. So you're starting to see their jungle getting littered with wards.
And I like this because this is the kind of fundamental League of Legends we felt like was lacking from Vitality. So many individual mistakes in early to mid game kind of stopped them from ever getting to showcase clean, standard, vision-focused play where it's about lane priority, where it's about laying down these wards. And now we do get to see a bit of that. However, as the recalls come out, Cajal is able to move in and take out some of this vision.
Because it's still the same old Vitality, and there are still holes in some of their gameplay. You know, it's still not the cleanest, but it at least feels much better for Vitality fans to see some hope, some life in this squad.
Yeah. 8K place, still absolutely a Vitality commanded game. Baron kind of the question, the ultimate opportunity to break the base for the Vitality side.
Checking in on itemization, however, Vitality, again, this is kind of one of their big power points. Excel have just started to complete their first item, now moving into 1.5, looking for 2, but it's still quite a ways away. They need to survive maybe 10 more minutes in this game before they can really find a foot back into the match.
Vitality. Jiizuke realizing that he's caught between a rock and a hard place, or a bird and a crocodile. The new version of the saying goes.
They've started Baron.
They can just, yeah, they can't just clear this one out. How much time are they going to spend? Jiizuke now throwing out the Emperor's Divide. Anything you can do, I can do better, he says, as the Baron is dropping, but XL, no.
It's double teleport, however, so both Expect and Mickey can TP to this, which is why Vitality, okay, we lost the interest in Jiizuke. We need them to bite again.
Jiizuke, well, will complete the back there. Mickey going to put down a little bit of pressure. Now set up to take that bottom tier 1 tower. Jiizuke, I think, unlikely to use his TP to try and save it. Vitality with complete vision control of the pit, but Excel getting mid lane prio means they will need to respond to that. Now we're engaging in the Baron dance portion of the game. My favorite part of the game, Frostgarden, but bit unfortunate that Vitality were not able to get anything on the back end of that play.
But if Vitality actually gets stalled out in this mid game by getting caught here.
Hold that thought, Attila throwing it out and then walking away. Will be okay there in the play. Now retreating, has the Merc Treads. Tenacity doing him a lot of good in that exchange.
But again, the onus is on Vitality that they need to make the plays because they're still on that timer. And again, if they get stalled out in this mid game, setting up around Baron, Excel could come back into this game with their scaling.
Oh, Cabo just going to chase him down. Spotted on the ward, caught shopping. Mickey now in trouble. Is he going to go down here so incredibly low? One more auto is going to do it. Cabo takes it away. Vitality now set up to take control of the bottom side of the map.
Jack Troll just there for the moral support. Obviously, if everyone showed up, he'd be able to gobble up Cabo Shard and take him back to safety.
Mystique's now trying to hold the wave as well. Even Mowgli is pressuring out here. That bottom tier 2 set to fall. Mowgli unconcerned about the duo, knowing that that ultimate is not available for the Sona. Zasheen just now coming through, so once again, time against Excel.
And this is the big thing about whenever Mickey gets caught. He's their safest iteration of wave clear because Sona and Tarek really need to be on top of the wave since they don't have a traditional marksman. So anytime Mickey is out of position, it's so much more punishing for Excel because they really rely on Azir to stall out this game.
Speaking of out of position, Jiizuke caught out there. Will take a bit of a chunk, but I mean, it's difficult because once again, if this team comes into the mid game even, Frostgurn, it's just so incredibly powerful. But when you're behind like this, Sona does not play great from behind. You are going to have to give up so much more. This gold lead will continue to extend. But Sona's power is still, of course, legendary, something that the gold lead may not always show you.
I mean, she's finally got the items that she needed to do damage, which was the completed Archangels and now the Sheen.
But as we take a look at this ProView replay, riot.com/ProView, check it out, we can see that in the view of Cabo Shard, this was pretty free. Yeah, he just got to walk that one down. Did have to commit the flash, but you can see even now just a very few words shared there.
It's another critical mistake from Mickey. That's twice now that he's died, and it's been the big swing of power in Vitality's pockets.
To be fair to Mickey, a lot of the power was already there for Vitality, but this has definitely made it go from bad to worse. Excel now setting up around the Baron. The Desperation Baron coming through. This is a twist. Control ward will come out and we'll stop it in its tracks, but I like that Excel are fishing for those opportunities, Frostgurn.
Yeah, because if it's not warded, then you get the free Baron. They had other members there. It's one of the powers of having a likes of Azir. You can just kind of walk up to it. So I like the look. I like better the respect that they realized it wasn't going to work and immediately got off of it.
Risk it all on a 24-minute Baron call. Please, Frostgurn. It's my favorite thing to watch. Excel, God, they're playing the long game. So ultimately, Excel, their job is to stall. They're stalling. Vitality, their job is to close the game before this comp gets out of control.
But are they closing?
No, they're not closing, Frostgurn.
They're trying. They're trying to get top priority and mid priority.
How's that going?
Well, they got it. Woo! They're placing vision.
Run it down for me. Give me the checklist.
Two really good wards, however, that thank you, observers, for showcasing. The Baron ward as well as the entrance, which you can see that Jack Troll smelled something fishy, so he placed the control ward outside the pit.
Clever. But of course, they're using the trinket as well, so they think/know the Baron was started.
But now everything is dead. All of the vision is gone. They don't have any more blue trinkets. Excel now need to check with their faces.
Steaks throws the control ward over the wall. This is a game of hide and seek. It is literally just throwing down bits of vision to see who can see who. But no one wants to commit to the fight. Cabo's not there. Remember, he is the strong member of the team. There is no team fighting without Cabo Shard at this point in the game.
But he has TP. Vitality just decided that they were close enough to items, so they took their back, even though they're probably going to lose a lot of their vision and setup they had over Baron, but they're just waiting, okay, we're going to have to get into a position where we force this Baron, so let's grab our last items, let's restock on our control wards, shove back priority, and then I actually expect Vitality to finally pull the trigger here.
Well, there's that mid priority. Silas is pushing top. Kennen is backing, ready to TP in at a moment's notice.
I actually think he's going to walk towards the Baron pit.
I like it. Expecting Mystique's getting what they can. Tarek potentially caught out. Flag and drag. The knockup is there. Tom Kench looking for the follow-up. The flash over the wall.
Look at that ward right in the middle of your screen that Expect are all stepping on. That means that Kennen can TP to it. You can see him sitting in base, waiting.
Oh, man. They're going to feel so bad about that control ward placement after this one. Eyes on Cabo Shard. He's debating. He's waiting. He's taking his time. I think they just got to start it. They've got a Kennen who can just flank TP instantly. He's going back to the base. He wants the home guards. He says, okay, we're kicking it off. Let's get it going. Let's get it going. Jiizuke on the front line has the Tarek ultimate. Can keep his team safe.
He's on a timer. That ward behind them is about to expire.
A little bit of time, though. Now the flag and drag forward. Where's
Here
it
comes
TP
Cabo.
into the flag as predicted. Jiizuke in the midst of everyone going to use the Tark ultimate, going to be invulnerable. Tark wants to respond with something of his own, but here comes Cabo Shard. A beautiful push away from the Azir, buys a bit of time. Mickey now invulnerable. Cabo in no man's land, forced to go golden. The Sark and the Sona are surviving for now. Tark already dead. Azir alive. Jiizuke uses the stolen ultimate and will take the kill. Kadril running for the hills. Mickey trying to use the turret to keep himself safe, backing off now as the redemption comes out. Looks like Vitality will be able to turn away. Can they take the Baron? They have the members. Kadril's still alive and well, however. No tank, though, really. Mowgli gonna get in there. They should be fine to take this one, but Kadril kind of poking his head around, considering can he get into this pit? The smite not too far off.
Who's on zone control? Looks like Jiizuke. Mickey, full health.
Available, taking down Combo Shard. What else can he get? Jiizuke, the sun now comes out. Mickey uses the ultimate. He gets pushed back. No, it's the stolen ultimate coming through. The Baron dropping, and 2 more kills for Vitality.
And they only sacrificed 1. So Vitality, they finally did it. They set up their dominoes. Maybe it took longer than you would have liked, but they got the Baron, their first Baron of LEC Summer, and are now in control to finally pick up a win.
And I love the party hat. It feels so appropriate for these Vitality, or for this Vitality team, finally able to get something. 13K gold lead, 28 minutes to the game. A valiant defense from the side of Excel, but Vitality simply too far ahead.
Now, I do want to say that this does kind of show some of the communication holes that are still in Vitality. The fact that Cabo Shard, to set up this play, was walking off of spawn back to spawn. What is happening in comms for Vitality that they couldn't just 100% commit to this type of play from the very get-go?
Bide their time, and in the end, it's the stolen ults from Jiizuke, actually, that really make the difference. Level 16 Silas, able to take 3 ults over the course of this fight. It's the Tauret, the Azir, as well as the Sona, so getting a ton out of a recently nerfed champion, and still 16, a terrifying spot. And sucks to be Mickey in this exchange. That, just getting... He saw his highlight moment, he kills Cabo Shard, and it all goes south.
It's not feeling great for Mickey in this game.
2-4-1, 2-3-1 on the top side of the map, 0-4-3 on the bottom side. Excel definitely looking quite routed in this game. Once again, 13K gold. Vitality simply walking down the bottom side of the map with this Baron buff. Excel like a shotgun at this point. 1 more shell left. They either take out their target or they lose the game.
Not having expect here. As soon as they want. If Vitality want, like this next wave coming in, they could just try to force dive the tower. Like even if they wipe, what do they lose here?
Very true.
Yeah, that's expects like I need to actually get back.
Yeah, definitely needs to pull off. Cannot let 3 inhibitors go down. Definitely smart to give this one up. Need to pick your fights. But Vitality are no pressure. They can just keep using the Varus, the range, the safety of the Tahm Kench to slowly push this one out.
The nice thing is Expect kind of picked his moment where he shoved the top wave, so it does eat up a lot of time from Vitality's Baron. So I do like the coordination from Excel to say, okay, we're sending Expect top side so he can try to stall out the Baron, because now Vitality need to walk down top side all the way to that inhib, and then he backs at the appropriate time while they also back off from the mid inhib.
Yeah, well coordinated. Jiizuke only continuing to get scarier and scarier, however. 9 stacks on a Medjai's. Stolen Tarek, ultimate in his back pocket.
I don't know if he's scary so much as obnoxious. Like, I think that's just Jiizuke's point in this game. He's just abusing different ultimates against them. I don't actually think he's very scary.
I mean, okay, fair. I'll just give you, yeah, obnoxious is definitely a good word. I just think the combination of Zanya's on a Tarek ultimate is pretty toxic. That's how I would describe it, yes.
He's very slippery. It'll take a long time to kill him, but I think his purpose was kind of distraction, gaining information, walking into blind spaces.
Been doing good. And now he does a lot of damage with that Stolen Sona ultimate. Once again, big cloud, small silver lining. Lich Bane is there for the Sona.
This is the moment.
Oh, they are just going to run in with this Tarek ultimate and break the tower. Fantastic use of the Stolen ult. Excel now going to have a tough time. Do not have the luxury of a tower to back them up. And this is their final fight. Jiizuke taking another ultimate. Making Silas look so incredibly strong. There's the Tarek ultimate. Mowgli now retreating as he gets the ultimate out there, trying to force something. Mowgli now in trouble. He's going to get eaten up by the Tahm Kench. Can they continue to extend this play? Jiizuke moving forward. That's the crescendo. Trying to delete the Sona, but no, the Seraph space is still there. Mowgli taken down. Cabo on the backside. Attila, though, free firing into the back line. The Varus is untouched. The Runance Hurricane, the Quadra. He wants the Penta. Oh, they're going to give it to him. Buying the time. Is Jackson going to try and take it? They want to move it. Attila, can he get it? Will the team die for it? Go for it. No! Oh, it's heartbreaking. The arrow, it's not enough. In the first win, Vitality will take it, but only the Quadra. for Attila. Absolute showing of dominance. Expect is baiting him in.
Do it! Dive for him!
They want it. They can't. The coordination isn't there. They'll take the win. Vitality, first win on the board.
And the only win that Excel got there today was denying the Penta from the Portuguese powerhouse there, and Attila, much better look from Vitality.
Yes, much better overall, commanding from start to finish the bottom side of the map, absolutely destroying that Sonataric lane. And Jacktroll looking pretty good on the Tom catch everywhere he needed to be. Mowgli active in the early game. So many of the things that we knew Vitality for felt like they're coming back to life in this game, plus a few extra ones.
Cleaned up play also from Jiizuke from his previous performance last week. Looked a lot tighter than Silas right there. And hopefully this is kind of the refresh, mental reset that Vitality need to get back into form. Because the thing was, is a lot of people were like, who actually wins? Excel, Vitality, is it a coin flip? If Vitality are in form, no, it was never supposed to be a coin flip. They are much better than what they've been showing us. And it's just finally to see them back in the LEC.
Absolutely, and I was one of those people who's like, hey, this could absolutely go either way, but Vitality, just when they're counted out the most, they do come back. Always a team that we talk about momentum with. Maybe this is the start of a shift for this team, for this lineup. And smiles on the faces for the first week in a long time. Good to see a well-earned victory there.
On the other side, you have Excel. They subbed in a different bot lane. They gave us a different look, you know, pulling out the Sonataric, something that they had shied away from when given the possibility in the past. So it was clear that they had a good game plan. I even like what the game plan was.
I respect the game plan. Up against Vitality, it made a lot of sense. There were execution errors in game. They did get outclassed to a certain degree. And as we start to take a look at some Vitality highlights, I do just want to wonder, if you're putting in the stronger mechanical bot lane, why are they on Sona and Taric? That's kind of my question.
Taking a look at the last team fight, I believe. No, this is the first one where Mickey got caught out.
This is the feed as much to Cabo Shard. You can see Jiizuke. Do we get a signature Jiizuke cheer moment? Jiizuke. You guys are watching the screen, I'm watching the player cam. No, Jiizuke will not pop off. He's reserved this time around.
This last team fight was actually really cool. So you know that Jiizuke is holding the Sona ultimate, and they basically wait out the Taric ultimate. Like, you can see Vitality disengaging and then beautifully turning at the exact same time. Like, okay, if the Taric ultimate's done, I can now turn with the Sona ult. Like, Vitality had full control of that team fight the entire time through. There was nothing that Excel would be able to do to get out of it.
Oh, no. Ladies and gentlemen, the most tragic part of that replay was that by Attila positioning himself closer to the fountain, he gave Renekton the double dash away. It was a game of inches for that pentakill. It was not a game of inches for Vitality. They absolutely stomped. And once again, you know, it's cool to see Vitality turn it around. It's hard to watch a team that was at the top of our league fall so far, but you know, how many times are we going to see a team go 0-4, go 0-5 at the start of the split, and then instantly shift it around? It's a big question for me. If you want your favorite to win Kia player of the game, however, you do need to go over to @LOL on Twitter and vote. We've narrowed it down to Mowgli, Attila, and Jacktroll. Frost, what do you think?
Give it to Jacktroll. Give the support some love. He was on point with his Bissell Voyage. I'm actually really surprised Cabo Shard's not also in these mentions. It felt like he won every single team fight.
I mean, also Jiizuke, like, ulted 6 times in a single team fight. It was 3, but 6 sounds better.
Give it to everyone.
It's a team game, guys. Well, for more on Vitality's win, let's check in with Lore and their mid laner.
Thank you very much, Dracos. Jiizuke, I told you last week I wanted to see you smile again next week, so I'm really glad to have you here today. How relieved are you to finally have the first win?
It's cool to win the first time. I was never in this position 0-4 before, so it was a new thing. I think we kind of forgot what it feels like to win. So even if we played against Excel, I think this win is important for us.
On a psychological aspect, I guess, and I can only imagine how hard you've been working on solving these issues you had lately. So can you talk me through the process of solving these issues, and what did you identify as mistakes lately?
I think just last year, even on the last split, we had many issues that we didn't fix, and then they just came all together at once in the summer split. And yeah, we are. I mean, it's fun to say we're working hard to fix them, because we did 0-4 and this is our first win, but we are actually working hard to fix them, and we are doing all our best. So I want to ask our fans to hang in there for us, because we are doing everything we can.
And I think you heard they were cheering from you in the audience to their right. You've been saying that you're working on some issues. I want to know more, like what kind of issues? What was going wrong? On what you can say,
just
obviously.
chaos, like just many not focused mistakes, like I don't know, I'm 10-0, or Cabo is 10-0, or Atlas 10-0, and then the other side of the map is hinting, or stuff like this. Just can't close games because I guess everyone wants to carry in their own way, and yeah, just this.
You mentioned it, you never had such a rough start for a split, but I can imagine you had rough places as a player, so how can you keep your head straight in this situation and just keep smiling?
I think that's subjective, person to person, but for myself, as long as I perform myself, you'll see me with a smile on my face. But for example, my mental, my brain is fine. But for example, the LeBlanc game in the first week that I actually entered for my life, I was like, I couldn't keep a smile because I knew that I was the one that lost the game for the team. But as long as I perform myself, I think I can, my mental strength is fine, and I can just keep going and keep the positivity.
Yeah, I guess mental reset is really important in these situations. And I know Vitality has been working with sports athletes lately. How are they helping you in these situations?
It's really cool, the two worlds colliding, and we are learning a lot right now. So yeah, I hope we can work with them in the future as well.
And when I think about it, you and Excel were both 0-4 before this game. So do you think this victory specifically will be the one setting you guys back on track for the rest?
Well, for sure, if we lost this game, then our confidence will really go down. We will be the last place team, like for sure. So winning now, it's for sure a step for redemption, a step up for redemption. And I hope we can close the week with 2 wins before Rift Travels comes up.
Before heading into the games you will have tomorrow against SK, there's something I noticed. When you had side selection, you only chose red. So how bad do you need to have last pick?
I really don't mind by myself, but I'm not sure if it's about the last pick or whatever. Just I think good teams can just... good teams with good champion pools, like, I don't know, G2, us sometimes. If you flex a pick until last, that's just the strength of red side, while the blue side has others.
That's understandable. We only have a few seconds left. So you were talking about the game tomorrow, facing SK. Any insights how this one will go?
I mean, I think if we play cool like today and just not chaotic, I think we can get a win for sure.
Well, I wish you good luck on Jiizuke, and thank you so much for joining me. As always, we're going to take a short break now, and when we come back, Splyce will take on Rogue. Don't stay tuned, guys.
Those champions will be relevant. They will be terrifying, but not right now. That stun not even remotely going the right way. That's going to be big. Is it going to be enough? However, Tom Kench on the way up. Cabo Short's at the fall. They just barely get him. Varus is here for backup. He's going to grab the kill as well. The sidestep from Jiizuke. Mowgli in the midst of no man's land, and suddenly the fight is starting to turn. Jiizuke, not a lot left. Uses the stolen zero, but Cabo in the midst of everything, and that's a meat grinder.
Mickey, full health.
Available. Taking down Cabo Short. What else can he get? Jiizuke, the stun now comes out. Mickey uses the ultimate. He gets pushed back. No, it's the stolen ultimate coming through. Like Jiizuke moving forward. That's the crescendo trying to delete the Sona, but no, the Seraph's situation is still there. Mowgli taken down. Cabo on the backside. Attila though, free firing into the back line. The Varus is untouched.
Welcome to ProView. Exclusive POV streams for every player in every game let you get closer to the action and get inside their minds. With Multiview, you can create your very own stream, unique to you, with up to 4 feeds. And with our advanced timeline, you can hone in on all the big plays that matter most to you. Watch LEC in a whole new way for €14.99, or get the All Access Pass for $19.99. Prophet will be able to jump down. Prophet throws out the Cataclysm. Repel up, repel down. Prophet in a 4v1 is still surviving. He goes golden, buys enough time. Vitality, how can you mess this up? It's a 4 versus 1. Prophet's not done. The golden ages as Splyce arrives. Larson, I'm waiting to see the follow-up. Prophet and Inspired. There's the Cataclysm. The dunk comes down. Cabo shot. He's not going to be able to do a lot more. He turns the pressure on. It's Moby that's already down. The 5-man stack of Rogue. They're pouring into the base. It's the ARAM style team fight. Jiizuke looking for Prophet. The prowling projectile won't be enough. Here comes Woolite with the save and the heal. Larson's on a killing spree.
Gonna have to see how it works out. Crownshot committing for a little bit more. Inspired is here, however. Crownshot now in trouble. The flash to knock up the Halo Blades. A lot of immediate damage coming out, but there's the Zanya. Self-made here as well. The flash out to safety. The whole team is here. Prov going to the backside. Desperately wants to get something, but he's just not quite fast enough. There it is. Cole the Meek takes down Crownshot. Larson stepping forward. Rogue turning this on its head and hits it with the Vladimir on the backside. Multiple members getting knocked out. Zachary, can he get enough? Damage is there. The cat is healing everybody up. He needs to make it on safety. Just gets out.
Welcome back to the LEC Summer Split. Now with the addition of new talent, Rogue are starting to find some success. Tonight they go up against Splyce. I'm Medic, joined by Froskuren and Ender. Thank you very much for joining me on the caster desk, guys. What a game it is likely to be. Both teams tied at 2-2, and today we'll see who goes up and who goes down.
Yeah, finally we're going to get to see some clarity. Of course, we just saw the Vitality is the 9th place team, Excel is the 10th. Now we get to discover the middle of the pack.
I mean, you guys say clarity, and I know that Rogue are on the rise, but you and I have very different iterations about kind of where we're placing Splyce in these rankings.
It's true.
I still think that they are solidly like the 4th best team in the LEC.
Yeah, I think Splyce sit at 4 in mine too, and I come in with some reservations about Rogue, even though they're clearly better than they performed in spring. They've already matched the amount of wins they got with 2 in 18 games. They did that in 4, so it's already looking much better, but they have to start to take wins off of these teams around them in the standings if we want to push them up our tier list.
And we did talk about their playstyle a bit on EU4 and how it feels like both these teams, Rogue and Splyce, really do kind of lean back on their team fighting prowess when push comes to shove and they need to start making things count. But for me, I just feel that Splyce are the better team fighters.
Yeah, you know, when you look at the bottom lane, you have all-pro AD carry Kave with you. You say, of course, this team is better at the team fight. And as we, hear murmurings about the game shifting more into a bot lane-focused meta, you have to put a lot of faith in towards a player like Kave.
You definitely do, but I think on the other side of things, you have to look at the 2 new rookies that Rogue have brought in. Larson and Inspired have pretty strong performances so far this split. Both of them racking up some good plays for the team, and they kind of, I don't want to say revolutionized, but they've added a little bit of an X factor to this Rogue lineup.
I think it's the idea that with Woolite Vander, you kind of know what the ceiling of Rogue looks like. You've seen it before, you know what to expect. With Inspired and Larson, they can be that next ceiling. However far Rogue decide to climb, I really do think is in kind of the hands of this 2v2 mid-jungle. If they really start to level up, really start to mature in this league, then the sky can be the limit for Rogue, but I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that excites me most about this duo is that I feel they've been relatively consistent coming in. You see a player like Larson in the mid lane, he's not a flashy player. He's not going to solo kill you in lane, but he's going to team fight so well. Inspired, on the other hand, has also looked very good in his early games. Many different consecutive games we've seen him come out and perform. So the issue that usually comes with rookies, which is that inconsistency, isn't present with these two.
I want to move just forward a little bit as we are almost into pick and ban, into how these teams will draft on 9-12, because we have seen some nerf to some of those flex picks. Aurelia's fallen down a bit, Ryze has fallen down a little bit as well, but they're still in priority because we saw Vitality lock in the Silas. Do you guys think that there's going to be too much of a variation in this pick ban compared to some of the others we might see today?
I think something we see a lot when new patches come in is that usually the metas tend to stick around for about a week or 2 after a new patch rolls through because, you put so much time and practice in on these specific champions that we'll still see some things like the Silas. However, I do think that was a very situational pick. We're not going to be seeing it every game, but these teams that have very comfortable picks for themselves, they're going to go for it.
I think the asterisk here is something like the Karma. We already saw it banned. I expect it to be 100% pick and ban today. I just think she's a little bit too overtuned, and especially for these teams, when we have Kave on the stage, when we have an LEC that is stacked with so much marksman bot lane talent, a champion like Karma, who can really empower ADCs, depending on how she's going to build, is going to be very obnoxious and probably get a lot of attention and priority out the gate.
Yeah, looking at some numbers in high elo solo queue, I think her win rate went up by like 5%. She's sitting at 54% win rate. It's insane.
The most played champion. I was peeking in on challenge challenger on EU West in the last 7 days by a very large margin. She is getting spammed by the upper echelons of ELO.
Well, keep our eyes on her. Just so you guys know, there is a delay on stage. League officials are investigating issues with Larsen's account, so we'll make sure we get that sorted out before we get into game. Of course, want everyone in game, want those inspiring rookies to be at their best if they're going to take down a team like Splyce, who, as you say, Frosk, I think in a lot of people's minds are still the 4th best team in Europe.
Yeah, and I think it comes back to, again, the consistency that you always know that you can depend on Splyce. You know that their members are going to step up. I think putting the magnifying glass, if we're looking at Inspired and Larsen, on the other side, I am looking at Jiizuke and Humanoid in particular. Ender, I know you and I have kind of fall on very different fences when it comes to Humanoid, but Jiizuke, I think we're both aligned on that he is everything for this team in the early game.
Yeah, apart from Splyce's one game against G2 where he got completely bullied out and was non-existent, he has had 3 very impressive games. You know, on the Elise, on the Sejuani as well, he's had very good early games where he's just snowballed leads. And it makes me ask questions about this team too, because we haven't seen them, I feel like, get into a mid to late game on even footing with another team, because Jiizuke has 8 kills on Elise, or, you know, he's snowballing on the Sejuani. So it will be interesting to see, I think, this team try to continue and evolve and utilize players like Humanoid, who I feel has not had the biggest impact in the other games.
And I do want to kind of throw out a bit of an abstract observation that I've made of Splyce, and it's this idea that Norskaren is a very, for me, kind of like pop-off player, but very hit and miss and inconsistent. When he gets picks like his Braum or his Rakan, he's not always making the big engages all of the time, which is why it is so important for me when I see a Splyce composition that Odo and Jiizuke get some form of hard CC. They get some way of starting team fights, because I feel that they can more reliably do it for Splyce than someone like Norskaren. So as you start to kind of track how Splyce is putting together their 5v5 compositions, if it's Norskaren who's like the only guy with the CC, I'm like, oh, I'm a little bit worried there, because he hasn't had the cleanest track record of hitting the right place, right time as someone like Odo on like a Kennen.
It's such an easy thing for us to keep track of in the draft as well, so we'll bring that one back up as we are about to get on into the game. I wonder if Larsen was just like, oh, there's no teamfight tactics here. What am I meant to do? How do I warm up for the game? I got 1 game after a 10-hour queue the other day.
I still haven't gotten to log in.
I got kicked out straight afterwards. We won though, 100% win rate.
There you go.
The Medi Drakey teamfight tactics trio. But for now, we're going to talk about League of Legends. Into the pick and ban between Rogue and Splyce. Rogue electing the blue side means that they get that first ban, and we'll see if Karma or even the Lux is taken off the board.
You know, we've seen, you know, with the Lux, especially in other regions rising up, Enchanters seems to be the name of the game in the bottom lane. I think as we move forward, we're going to expect to see a lot more of that.
Does open up questions about what the blue side priority pick is going to be, if Sona's going to slip through the ban stage again, and Wula and Vander are going to try their hands on a classic combination that they pulled off to beautiful success in the last time we saw Rogue.
Is that the Sona Taric?
That's the Sona Taric.
All right, Sona Tom Kench works as well, though. We have seen some variation there.
But Vander can't do the cross-map invulnerability with the Tom Kench.
That's true. That's true. Cross-map Devour could still work. Okay, Karma banned away. There's the Aurelia ban as well. Sona's going to be taken off the board by Splyce, so we're not going to see Wula and Vander piloting that in the bottom lane.
And again, I'm going to make a guess here, and I'm going to lean towards the Sejuani priority pick if she's not picked away here in the ban phase.
It would make a lot of sense, as we say, that in LCK, it's a very high prio pick. Xayah getting removed from the board here means that Kobe won't have one of those sort of easier to pilot AD carries down towards the bottom side. Very good at team fighting, very good in the laning phase, and Splyce with their final ban have a myriad of options to choose from.
Yeah, they're going to have a lot. Now, as we get deeper into this draft, I'm specifically going to be looking, nice call on the Sejuani, by the way, at Larsen and Humanoid, because when I think Larsen, I think control mages, like, you know, maybe the Azir or the Syndra, whereas Humanoid feels much more competent on these melee assassins in the mid lane. I think he loves the Sylas and the Aurelia. The Ryze is one that gets thrown in there, but after some changes, we're not sure if it's going to be seen. But it really differentiates how these teams try to play the game, whereas this Rogue side really likes to look for late game team fights with their control mage.
This is so interesting. So coming into 9-12, I was curious how it was going to shift. If Aatrox was going to move off of the ban bench, sorry there, and into first pick status. That's going to get clipped out.
The ban bench for Aatrox.
The ban bench and into first pick. But I was talking to some coaches, and they felt that it was situational due to the changes that he saw on 9-12.
Right, Yuumi has been locked in here for Splyce. You could hear some cheers from the crowd. Don't always see her getting through the pick ban, but locked in for the bottom lane of Splyce. Alongside that, they'll get Jiizuke, a jungler with some CC and with some early game presence, which is what we wanted to see. It's the Jarvan.
It's going to be hard to be inconsistent here for Norscaron on a pick like the Yuumi, you know? Just go attached to your ally. You're never going to go down.
But the thing is that the Nautilus is still open, and Nautilus is kind of the go-to answer or pick into the likes of Yuumi alongside Sivir. It just denies that they get to pick up the Sivir for Kabe himself because she can deny a lot of what Nautilus wants to do with the spell shield. So I really like the second rotation from Rogue. It feels like they've got the perfect answer to Splyce's bot lane. And Splyce's bot lane is definitely playing from a back foot here.
Definitely, definitely. And I think Rogue also have very strong team fight tools already with the initiation of a Sivir plus Nautilus. The survivability too of an Aatrox as well. It sets up very well for this team. And I think that one thing you can try to do against Yuumi lanes is set up for dives. Nautilus is one of the best champions in the game for doing that because of his multiple CCs and innate tankiness when going for those tower dives.
I think kind of the silver lining for Splyce so far in the first 3 champions of both these compositions is A, Xerxes got the hard engage, so that's exactly what we wanted, unless it does go to Chachi up there into the top side. And B, Jarvan is actually really good against Sivir. He's one of those junglers where he just lands on top of her, and because she doesn't have inbuilt dashes like the likes of Ezreal, she just kind of have to sit with him or burn the flash.
Spell Shield does not work against Cataclysm that effectively.
It can block some damage.
It can block some damage. Doesn't block you getting locked in the Doom room. And now Elise being banned away by Splyce, taking away an early game jungler from Inspired. Shen removed from Chachi up towards that top side. So Rogue trying to stop Splyce from being able to play all over the map.
Yeah, and it's also kind of taking a page from what Bwipo showed. You know, he showed that if you take the Shen into the Aatrox, that it can be a favorable matchup right there. So trying to give Prophet or even Larson, depending on where Aatrox lands, some more favorable matchups there.
I also like seeing Splyce now removing a lot of these early game junglers from Expired. I expect to see him, Inspired rather, I expect to see him go for the Rek'Sai. That's been a champion he's really enjoyed in the past and very good at trying to find roundabout ganks onto someone like an Ezreal.
But they could just grab the Rek'Sai for themselves right here because you have so many jungle bans leverage. I was curious which one it was going to be unless it is a Jarvan jungle in fact.
Could always flex that Jarvan, as you say, up towards the top side. Azir will be the lock for Splyce. Humanoid playing something relatively, you know, utility mage focused in the mid lane. Has a lot of damage, but of course, not known for early aggressive plays.
It's also a great takeaway from Larson. One of his key picks is something like that Azir. He is nasty on it, and it works really well in tandem with Ezreal. Ezreal and Azir can spike at kind of similar points on 2 items, and then Azir can fully outscale. So Ezreal also adds as a good bridge for Azir's late game power spike.
So sometimes those words can be a little bit tricky for us.
I've been tilted since first pick.
Understandable. Okay, so Skarner is the next lock-in here for Rogue. Both teams, we talked about how they want to be able to team fight in comps. I'm seeing that a little bit from both these sides, Ender.
And I really want to see them pick the Corki. Yes, I love this pick up against the Azir. You really start to outscale on this champion 2-3 items. You have that consistent DPS, and I feel like it fits right into Larson's wheelhouse.
We'll see what Splyce decide to lock in last. A lot of different options for them. Not going to be the volley bear. OP in teamfight tactics, but not so strong on Summoner's Rift right now. Nah as well in the top lane will be locked in here for Vizicsacsi, one of his signature picks. So now that we see both the compositions rounded out, I want to talk about how these teams will play. When we came into the game, we said team fight tends to be the way of both these squads. Is that what we see from the draft?
Yeah, I think we're seeing a whole lot of that. You just look at the mid laner and AD carry, right? On the side of Rogue, you have Corki plus Sivir. So much late game DPS on 3 items. Almost nothing can go head to head against that. Whereas on the other hand, you have Splyce, right? With this Azir in the mid lane, you're going to be pumping out the consistent DPS. The thing is, I agree with you, Frost. They spike earlier on that 2 items. I think that's the window they have to seize, which Splyce has historically struggled with.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure that Splyce have a really clean, very strong mid-game here. For their early game, all eyes are on Kabe and Norscaron. How are they going to pilot this Ezreal and Yuumi? We've seen very hit-miss looks at this 2v2. I think the poke is astronomical if it's played correctly, but so far, every chance we get to look at Yuumi in the LEC, it looks very disappointing.
Yeah, whenever a Yuumi lane controls the wave, in other words, they're pushing that wave and they're forcing it underneath the tower, you can't do anything against it. You're going to get hit repeatedly with that Q from Yuumi. You're going to get poked down. You're going to be too low to ever force and engage. Whereas on the other hand, if you're getting pushed in with Yuumi, oh boy, that's trouble.
It definitely can be. Just so you guys know, there was an issue with runes. We'll be remaking Champion Select with the same picks. We'll be onto the Rift in just a couple of minutes. Shouldn't be too much of a delay, thankfully. But so we talked about the 2v2 bot. We said, you know, the Yuumi can get that push in. But let's talk about jungle mid, because that was where...
I really like talking about the 2v2 bot. I'm a bot laner.
We'll get back there. I'm a support main. When we get into game, we can focus on that for ages, Frost. Humor me. give me this favor. We said Inspired and Larssen would be that 2v2 to watch. The rookies coming up big for Rogue. Does this duo allow them to get Rogue ahead in this game?
I mean, the early 2v2, I feel like Skarner is still really reliant on post level 6. Yeah, he can like wiggle out of the jungle and just try to like wiggle on people. Corki does a lot of DPS, but I feel like this is mostly a war of attrition in that mid lane of Corki landing his poke, chipping away at Azir, and Azir not necessarily playing the lane, also chipping away.
I agree. I think mid lane is pretty boring until level 6s come around. That being said, you know, you bring up the Skarner pick. You say pre-6, it is a little bit of a struggle. I think you can mend that by, you know, taking the Predator boots and then going to a lane with CC. So Corki in the mid lane isn't going to set you up. But Nautilus, oh boy, that's a whole lot of CC on every single ability.
It definitely is. You have 4 forms of CC in that kit. Is incredibly impactful for you. Just want to say it's not on the W.
Yeah, it's not on the W. But he's so tanky that he's able to get out more CC.
Tester, you think you'd know that?
The combo is the Q from Nautilus into the auto attack, into the W for the auto reset, into another auto attack to maximize.
And you also press E in there somewhere.
And just spam the E.
Get
and then you just maximize your damage trade.
So we'll have to see how well Norscarin and Kobe can play safe in that lane if that Nautilus is looking for the engage. Ezreal, of course, very easy. You know, you can buffer out the Arcane Shift, jump away, but if the Yuumi is ever caught, you're in for a world of hurt.
Yeah, and it's also the fact that Sivir is able to output a lot of damage very quickly because she also has an auto reset. So normally we say, yeah, Yuumi can get caught because there's not enough CC to keep her down long enough for her to get burst out, that she'll just reattach to Ezreal and walk away. But I actually think with Sivir Nautilus, there is that upfront burst damage available that if the CC does land, she'll be immediately deleted.
Also, let's remember that on patch 9.12, there was a change to me, which means any form of immobilizing CC will interrupt it. Before it had to be a knock-up or a displacement of sort, that would knock it out. But now, even Nautilus's auto attack, that route will stop her while she's in transit towards her ADC.
Right on the money, Ender. Now, guys, if you're just joining us, we do have a delay ahead of Rogue and Splyce due to initial with runes. Picks and bans are already done. We'll be hitting the Rift shortly. For now, we'll keep discussing exactly how we feel these games are going to go.
So I've played a lot of Sivir Nautilus against Ezreal Yuumi. Some of the fun things to look out for is how Nautilus will try to stand and block the Yuumi Qs that comes in and tries to tag his ADC, and he can do it really successfully because he also has an inbuilt shield, so he feels really good to actually take those extra poke damage.
Yeah, when Nautilus's shield is up, he can block it, and then while it's down, Spell Shield comes through from Sivir, and then his shield is back up, so you just constantly can cycle through those abilities to get out of that poke.
Of course, the shield from Yuumi's passive was nerfed a little bit on this patch as well, makes it a lot easier to get
block.
The bop and block.
That's such a good name.
Sure.
It's very accurate.
It is. It's very accurate. You and Me is very accurate as well. Final chapter, not so accurate, but thematically pretty good.
The last ult of the game, though, in theory, would be her final chapter.
It would be. It would be indeed. So I want to just set the stakes for this game for these two teams as we are back into pick and ban, so we'll be running through that just very quickly and we'll get on into the game. Let's set the stakes. Let's have a talk about what this game actually means for these teams, because I think from Splyce's side, losing today would be pretty disappointing. They haven't looked incredibly good so far this split, but a lot of people are still putting them as that 4th best team.
Yeah, right now you have to say they're the 4th best, but think about it this way. The first 3 weeks of the season are split up by Rift Rivals. So we have 1 week off for that, and then we have a break week afterwards. So these first 3 weeks are all about cementing yourself and trying to put your best foot forward and prove where you belong. After these 2 games today, or these 2 games this weekend rather, that's all over. So Splyce want to win these next 2 to solidify themselves as 4.
I mean, obviously everyone wants to win. That said, Splyce last week said that they had some issues with internet outage, so they didn't have necessarily the strongest practice. They said that into interviews. And like, I totally understand, it's right before Rift Rivals, you always want to pick up your wins, but over in the LPL, right before Chinese New Year, where there is an extended break, a lot of teams will kind of coast into it, knowing that the real muscle power happens during the break where you get that extra scrim time, and then on the other side when the games start to mean more as the split goes on longer. So not that Splyce are going to coast here, but I think it is a bit more forgivable if they're not in tip-top form, knowing that their practice was interrupted last week and we are about to go into a long-form break.
It definitely are. You do have that little bit of time to reset, to reevaluate. Rogue will be looking so far at this split and saying they're pretty happy. 2 wins out of 4 games. They've only beaten the bottom teams in Vitality and XL, but so have Splyce. And if Rogue take a win today, that team is looking a lot more promising coming into that mid-split break.
I think it's about shift in discussion. You know, no one really knows what to expect from Rogue, how far they can climb. They've already done better than they did in spring, so is playoffs the goal? Where do we actually set expectations and goalposts for this roster?
That is definitely the question for this lineup. We are just through pick and ban, locking in those final champions right now, so we'll be on to the Rift in just a second, guys. Thank you so much for bearing with us during the brief delay that we had, and we'll be back on into the action in a moment. Where are we looking first, guys? You said mid lane's going to be a Farm Fest to level 6. Where is the action going to happen? Where am I going to get to shout about?
I think if we're looking at, early game ganks or anything, we look at both these junglers, Xerxes definitely has a lot more room to make plays in the early game to try and control the Scuttle Shrines. If you were to find a gank, I would expect it to be maybe up top side. If this Aatrox can get a push going, then maybe, with the consistent slows of Anar, you can find a play. But otherwise, I feel like he's just going to be setting up control for his lanes, maybe give some pressure for his side lanes to be able to push forward. That's going to be his play.
Let's get on to Summoner's Rift. Look at how beautiful it is. It's Summoner's Rift. We've waited long enough for it. And now we see the green meadows, the vibrant bushes, the flowers, the river, ebbing, flowing, ready.
The golden pigeon.
The golden pigeon. Sure, Frost.
That's what it's called in China.
Is it actually?
Yeah, the golden pigeon.
Okay, one of these days we're going to do a cast where we just use the Chinese names for things.
I can do it right now.
Do you know what Yuumi is called?
Book cat?
See, on the playtesting, we just called her Cat Book. That was her name for so long in development.
Salmao?
I think Book Cat is better, personally.
True. I guess if you rate the importance of her book over the cat, then that's fair.
Don't worry, guys. I'll bail us out. So we've placed some early vision, especially in that river, and we seem to be cheating towards the top side. It looks like we're trying to secure, Splyce are trying to secure a good start for Xerxes to hide where he's starting. So you can see the early red Raptor ward that's been placed by Splyce. It's been pinged out there to make sure that they can track if someone moves in to place a ward on his red.
Yeah, Inspired also placed a blue ward on his own blue buff, expecting maybe Xerxes to go straight from red into the enemy blue, perhaps. So looking at Expired, perhaps, to go for a bit slower of a clear down towards his Krugs, get that early level 3, and wait for a gank until he can get a recall off, get those Predator boots, and find something.
Origen maybe a little bit aware that an early Skarner gank could happen down towards the bottom side, have placed the ward in that tri-bush as well. We'll keep our eyes on the Catboy bottom lane, I guess, with the Ezreal and the Yuumi as they just get pushed in a little bit by Woolite and Vander early on.
Yeah, W start as opposed to the Q start for Woolite on the Sivir, so wants full wave control. And gives you nice little trade access with the auto reset as opposed to just trying to tag the boomerang on both sides.
And Vander, you can see there, we talked about him being able to use the Titan's Wrath, the W, to shield up against any damage that comes out from Kobe and Norscoen. That's exactly what he did. Prowling Projectile will hit, and it's Arcane Comet from Norscoen.
Yeah, and early on, that Prowling Projectile is an 11-second cooldown for Yuumi, whereas Vander's shield is a 12-second cooldown. So unless that Q is coming out immediately and also landing immediately, it is super reliable for Vander to be able to block it.
Interesting pathing here from Xerxes. I like the ward set into this tri-brush to know for certain that there was no vision from Rogue set here. So he knows he slipped in undetected.
Slipped in behind enemy lines right now as Vander and Woolite have no knowledge of where Xerxes is. We said he's the one that set Splyce up for success in the early game when he's looking to do it, waiting for that EQ to come back up, and here he goes, stepping forward. Kobe and Norscoen on the chase. Prowling Projectile, E in as well. Woolite exhausted, flashes away. The knockup's only going to land on Vander, and they will just take the summoner spells.
Yeah, he got what he came for, which was getting that flash. Expect to see Xerxes revisit this and see if he can punish Woolite on this Sivir.
And he's not too sad about delaying that gank for so long, too, because now that he's in that bottom side river, it sets up for him to take this crab. You also saw that Vizicsacsi roam down towards that river to place a ward himself, so they will be able to get knowledge of Inspired once he steps out of his jungle for that crab.
Inspired here, as you say, spotted out, going towards the crab, and across the board, pretty even in these lanes, but we are only 3 minutes in. Maybe I'm anticipating a lead a little bit too soon. Xerxes here will stay down towards the bottom side, knowing that Woolite doesn't have his flash, means that he can protect his bottom lane.
And since Inspire did look for a slow clear, there's unfortunately nothing for Xerxes to really grab after getting that summoner flash. You know, using the Squire's Bloom there, if the Krugs had been up, he would have walked there and kind of traded that Krug camp, but because he expended so much time and because Inspired did such a slow clear, Xerxes actually does lose a little bit of time in his jungle efficiency by having to walk all the way back to his wolf camp.
Which means a faster level 6 for Inspired. He's going to be able to recall now, pick up his Predator boots, maybe look for a play down towards that bottom side, which is also pushing up. But it is interesting, you know, that gank towards bottom lane, even though there wasn't a kill, the flash was blown, and now that push is allowed to happen. So you have Kabe and Norscairn being able to poke underneath the tower to step forward, and in the event that Woolite wants to push to disrupt this Yuumi, you're going to be vulnerable with that flash.
Yeah, that's the thing. They want Woolite to push forward because they want Xerxes to have another access at ganking him, because right now the only lane capable for him is that top lane. So you could see Xerxes start to path towards his Krug. If he sees that top lane's push forward, maybe he ganks it, otherwise he'll continue to Raptors.
Vander trying to trade in there with the dredge line, did manage to connect, but really not able to do too much damage. And spell shield blown from Woolite means that Norscairn can just step up and actually use some of these Yuumi auto attacks to get some harassing.
Yeah, I really don't like Vander's decision there to go for the trade on towards Norscairn. He's effectively just wasting a lot of mana onto a health bar that doesn't really exist, because Norscairn can just immediately attach. Any sort of poke onto this Yuumi is really pointless.
Okay, so this is a creative back timer, or back location. The cool thing about when you face Nautilus is that because he has to attach to structures or terrain, if you really want to mess up a Nautilus or you're scared that he can potentially dive you as an ADC sitting under your tower, just literally stand behind the tower. It means that he can't connect his Q with you and disrupt your back and potentially look for a dive on the CC.
And we see one of the benefits of Yuumi as well, being able to attach to Kobe means they get a double teleport back into the lane. You never have to wait for Norscairn to run back into the lane after having a back at the same time as the Ezreal. They're both there. They can push it back up if they want. They can reset.
And importantly, what this means is actually because the lane is sort of pushed towards Splyce's side, because you get two people to return to lane, Woolite can't match the teleport. He has to walk back through lane because he can't step forward without his support there. And that's actually a really big weakness that you have every single time you face against Yuumi.
I mean, as soon as we say it, he teleports back in, but they did know where the Jarvan was. They saw him clearing out a ward, which made it a lot safer for Woolite. He gets back here and expect just to see him pathing down towards the bottom side of this. Doesn't want to get anywhere near Xerxes. Now, looking at the rest of the map, we've looked a lot at bot lane, but level 6 is on its way for Inspired. Larson and Humanoid have already hit it. Xerxes still only at that level 4, expecting to see those level 6s really start to have an impact on the map.
But it is starting to get a little bit frustrating for Xerxes if he wants to make a play. Right now, he's just kind of shadowing his lanes, keeping them safe while they do continue to have pressure there, you know, moving up between Humanoid as well as Kabe and Norscairn. So I do want to credit Rogue, especially their bot lane, of keeping themselves safe and recognizing that they were playing Summoner down and they did have a target on them.
And Xerxes will use the bot side pressure that they have to take away the Cloud Dragon. Teleport burnt by Prophet on that Aatrox. First pick, remember, taking him back up towards the top side. Haven't really got any leads in any of the lanes. Nothing substantial, but kind of to be expected when we said both these teams want to scale towards those two items in team fights.
Level 6, however, has now been picked up for Inspired, so things should start to speed up a little bit here. This is what we were talking about, Xerxes. He was waffling around his lane, so he will be slower to Cataclysm, still level 5. So small window for Inspired to look for the play. He's heading straight towards his CC.
Yeah, and looking at the jungler's experience, it's not like a close level lead where Inspired just ticked over. Xerxes just hit level 5 himself, so it is a sizable difference at the moment. And all this deep vision for Splyce inside of their jungle is not going to spot out this path through the lane from Inspired.
Yeah, the setup there from the control ward. Here we go. This is the play for Rogue. Now, if they don't get this, and he walks away, it's actually really pivotal because then it allows Xerxes to find the time to get to level 6 and then suddenly the ball is back into Splyce's court where they can start playing aggressive.
Now look at this, Inspired now seen on his red buff. Before that, Splyce, their bot lane was backing away. They were considering recalling, but instead they saw Inspired. They can now fully push this minion wave, get it to bounce, and have their safety return. That was a big window of opportunity that Rogue was trying to go for, but because of smart play from Splyce, they missed it.
And the stalemate continues in the early game. It feels like both teams have just sort of dug out their trenches and are very happy sitting on their side of the map for the moment. No one really doing too much, no one really being able to find that impact, but all it takes is one explosive play. All it takes is one bit of lack of vision somewhere for one of these junglers to be able to find an avenue into a lane.
I do like the fact that you bring up lack of vision, because I feel like it was lack of information that really halted Rogue having their window to make a play. You know, it was the fact that Inspired didn't know if Xerxes was actually in that bottom brush behind them, so he didn't want to try to force something when you're competing with heal and exhaust up from Yuumi, as well as the potential of a Xerxes level 6 sitting down bottom.
And Chachi having his teleport up where Prophet does not have his own means that Chachi could join a fight if it erupted down towards that bottom lane. Larson given across his blue buff, and We'll just get back into this lane, clear it out. We talked a little bit about how Corki's a good matchup into Azir in pick and ban. Here, it seems to be pretty even in the end.
Yeah, I mean, early on, you expect to get pushed in just a little bit here on this Corki pick. You really just wait for items. It's literally just a math matchup, I feel like, where you eventually hit this point with Trinity Force plus double crit itemization, where you do more DPS in these auto-to-auto trades, and you can also outrange with things like the rapid fire cannon.
And I feel like it's kind of the difference of how you're getting priority over your lane, similar to how Ezreal and Sivir compete. It's like Azir has the push, is that how he's going to get his priority, whereas Corki wants the trade priority.
Definitely does. And we do have to focus a little bit on Larssen in that mid lane. We talked about how he's one of the rookies standing out for this team across the last couple of weeks of the LEC. He's had a pretty strong performance, kind of rose through the Challenger Series for a long time, was expected to be that next great EU mid, and now we're finally seeing him on the LEC stage.
And it's kind of hard to pinpoint exactly what makes Larssen very good. His CS is super strong. He seems to play the side lanes well. I think it's how he respects side lane pressure, or just pressure in general. He seems to have a lot of map awareness that you don't usually see of someone as a newcomer to the LEC. He's a very smart, stable laner, is how I would explain him.
And speaking of that map presence, right, he has the package, he pushes out mid lane, he starts roaming down towards this bottom side, ends up seeing himself on a control ward, so he clears that and backs away. But I actually think the biggest MVP of this game has been Splyce's vision control. They just know exactly every single play that's going on. If we look at the bottom lane right now, there's actually a very clever ward on the red side near the tri-brush, right? And that's Saw inspired, looking for this lane gank that stopped him in his tracks. There were also the earlier wards inside of his jungle to spot out where he was at all times.
And it's also in response to the fact that Kabe and Norscaron are probably never going to win the push trade against Sivir, so they're never going to be into an opportunity to contest that tri-brush control ward. So this is one of the old school wards back when we used to have sight stones and spam everything, that you would place that ward on the very tip because it wouldn't be spotted by the control ward in that brush.
It's a really good position to have. I remember those good old days. Heart of Stone, Heart of Gold, Philo Stone, that was all I built.
What?
And then 15. Oh, you're so young.
I started in season 3, bro.
So young. Deary me. You remember those days, right, Frost?
I like Rift Herald.
So do I, and Spy is taking it at the moment. Xerxes here will spot it out, but don't really think he can contest. He's on his way across. Inspired will pick it up. Meanwhile, in the top lane, teleport coming in as Chachi uses the Nard to knock Prophet back. Prophet can use the World Ender, though. The Prowling projectile chases on the final chapter. Will not spell demise for the Aatrox. Prophet gets away, and that's a teleport burnt by Corbett.
That was a bad chapter. That was the end of Game of Thrones chapter.
It was Norscaron's first chapter, though, so hopefully it'll get better.
Oh.
But the play itself I did like. I like a good look in that the dragon is spawning. It's going to be a cloud dragon next, so there's more opportunity to play over the top side of the map because there's more opportunity up there. So they make the TP and they swap. We're now in Australian lanes.
Yeah, you would know all about that, Frost. The unfortunate thing for them, of course, is that the Rift Herald was just taken by Inspired. So usually when you make this play, it's try and get some cheap plates up top lane, you know, as you push in that 2v1, and then use your jungler to pick up the Herald. Now, because they went for this trade without the Herald, and because it was already taken by Inspired, Rogue get the tempo advantage, even though Splyce had the free double TP with Yuumi.
Yeah, see, Rogue could pick up a lot of gold out of this Rift Herald.
And again, so important that most of that gold is being funneled into Woollight's hands, where he's the primary beneficiary.
This is not good for Prophet. He doesn't have the World Ender. He does have the flash if he tries to get away. Here's the TP coming in. Kobe not going to tank up the tower. Xerxes takes the shots, but good escape from Prophet. Why are you there? Well, because he can repel the advance from Splyce.
Because he had two people TPing in behind him.
Rogue just got everything. They got bot lane turret with the Herald. They had the Herald before that. Now they get a Cloud Drake on top of that, and they TP up 2 members to try and thwart this push coming in from Splyce. It's just very smart all around from them, and now they have a gold lead.
And they also have the Trinity Force completed on Corki, all of that gold into Woollight's pocket, kind of back to the point that I was starting with. Again, it feels so good on Sivir if you can springboard her ahead of the clock. I expect this to be the Essence Reaver Infinity Edge build, which is so potent and powerful on a single W bounce.
And she's 800 gold ahead now over Kobe. Woollight in a very strong spot. Wasn't penned back in the lane by the Ezreal, by the Yuumi, and they've been able to get through towards this mid game very effectively.
Yeah, I think what happened was that Woollight was able to pick up those solo turret plates in the bottom lane. Inspired drops the Herald and then can back away towards the Dragon. So very good look now for Woollight, who we have seen struggle a bit early on in the split. Now up against Kabe, I feel like he needs that extra presence in the early game to match him toe-to-toe as we move forward.
He does. Rogue opened up the map with that bot lane tower. Take Prophet has teleport and flash. He's down towards the bottom side. A TP coming out from a Humanoid as well. I expect it just to be another war of attrition here. You know, Sivir, Nautilus trying to push in. Both the junglers focused on the top side of the map because bot lane isn't really that exciting.
They do need to be a bit careful here. Splyce should have heads up that Corki is receiving his blue, so they should know there's at least 2 members from Rogue down within their jungle.
Again, also, that vision that we talk about, though.
Spotted out by the vision. They're not playing, they are playing with Chachi's TP. Hold it, though.
Oh, Prophet came up through the river. No vision down towards the bottom side. Wasn't able to connect on a Humanoid who just shuffled away. Meanwhile, in the top lane, the final chapter has been used. Apparently, Projectile comes out as well, and First Blood goes across towards Cobby. Xerxes goes golden, and Spire's going to drag him back. Prophet's here, the world ender pops, and that is 1 down. Rogue answer Prophet on the chase as he looks to go forward.
Yeah, Larson is also on the rotation up here, so the rest of Splyce will be forced to back away. They got the First Blood, but go even in the end.
Yeah, and meanwhile, it is Humanoid who's picking up some free farm and some solo time with this Azir into the mid lane. So while it is a 1-kill pickup there in Kabe's pocket, I feel like it's still a very neutral map.
Definitely is, but Prophet will be happy to have joined in that fight, gets himself an assist, keeps himself even with Chachi, who's now finished his Black Cleaver. And let's have another look at what happened in this top lane.
So it starts off here with Vander sitting in the bush, and I believe he gets a pick on towards Kabe, who steps forward knowing he has Xerxes, but both junglers are here. Unfortunately, Wulite gets taken down very low inside of this Cataclysm. Again, without using the flash, you take so much damage. We talked about this earlier. She doesn't end up using that flash, so trades when there were multiple opportunities to try and flash and escape there.
Could definitely have got away from that true shot barrage.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely could have avoided it. But we talked a little bit about how Wulite has been struggling early on in this split. Maybe another sign indicative of that there, as he just wasn't able to escape in time. Across the rest of the board, do you want to talk about some of these items? Humanoid's gone Nash's Tooth first on the Azir. You've got Iceborne and Manamune stacking up for Kobe. And as we said, the Essence Reaver into Infinity Edge going on for Wulite.
Yeah, and it's just about making sure that you can get that initial W bounce. You have the extra AD by having the Infinity Edge and the Essence Reaver, and it's not about relying on multiple attacks by having the attack speed, but making the most out of stacking AD.
Both these junglers still want to put priority on this top lane, where the duo is at the moment. Kabe is missing his flash, but still, of course, has the arcane shift to try and escape from things. And you keep seeing Larson. We talk about how he tries to play the map. Push mid, start rotating up. Now that he has the Trinity Force, it seems like he can pretty easily walk up to the wave, drop a Q and an E on it, clear that one away, and have, 5 to 10 seconds while Humanoid's trying to clear the wave where he can make this rotation.
Ultimately, though, both teams are pretty fine to kind of sit in this type of position where we're just poking back and forth. Yes, they're both looking for plays if available, but again, you have the scaling option, and it feels like Kabe is still waiting for his stacks to come through for his items.
Yeah, the biggest difference when we look at this map in terms of who can make a play and when, I think is between these two top laners when they're pushing bot lane. Right now, they're just sort of bashing heads and clearing the waves and then backing away. If one of them can build up a wave to get the time that they can move mid and then have their mid laner move up, you create this cascading effect where you bring 4 to 5 members toward the top lane very quickly.
My only concern is that without TPs, it feels like we're not going to have a lot of cross-map pressure, and it's more so on the junglers, Xerxes and Inspired.
Inspired doesn't have flash. He's used the Predator recently as well. I want to just come back as well to our vision game, the discussion that we were having early on. Look at where Splyce's vision line has moved to. It's now back defensively in their own jungle. It's back behind their own lines, whereas before it was pushing forward into the rogue jungle. It's a lot harder to spot Inspired out because he's now in control of this river.
And it's all about the priority that his side lanes are giving him. It's the fact that Larson keeps getting time to cheat forward because he is so strong on this Corki right now with his items. And it's the fact that Ezreal, even with Iceborne Gauntlet, which is going to help his wave clear a little bit, can't compete with Sivir at this point, who could just auto-clear a wave.
We also saw that a lot of this vision came off of very proactive plays from Splyce, whether it was the level 2 gank in the bot lane from Xerxes to get the priority to be able to walk into the enemy jungle and ward, or the double teleport up topside, Kabe and Norskeren coming in that allowed them to again invade that jungle and put down smart vision. Now that we've reached, the 17, 18 minute mark in this game, it feels like there's less opportunities for these teams to make those moves unless there's an objective in their eyes.
Yeah, and there's not a big objective that they really want to take right now. Yeah, it's a cloud, and if you can get it for free, feels good.
Super speedy Scorpion, though.
Otherwise, you're really looking for picks. Someone caught out.
Final chapter coming in. Inspired's going to go golden for the moment. Bandit on the flank. Larson there as well. The suppression comes out.
That's a mega.
Chachi into the team, but he's going to gnaw them aside. Prophet coming in from the side as well. As the flank is on. Prophet is going to end some worlds here. Takes that one. Can't take it anymore. And Splyce actually come out on top in the trade. Last Larssen trying to jump forward with the flash, can't get in close enough.
Yeah, Larssen just wants one more auto attack. Xerxes waiting on the wings, considering trading backwards here. Even though they go down in kills, Rogue still have priority and get a couple of cheap shots on the tower.
And it feels so much easier to teamfight at this point in the game with the likes of Sivir and Corki versus Kobbe on this Ezreal. Yeah, he's connecting with the Qs where he needs to be, but it's not the same type of consistent damage coming out of these two.
I feel like you need very slow fights, not in the sense of, you know, we're fighting head-to-head for a very long time, but Ezreal needs repositioning, where he can land Qs, back away, and have a team fight that moves across the river, instead of just sitting in one place where Sivir can go bap, 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 and get those ricochets.
Which is why a champion like Azir works really well with the likes of Ezreal.
Exactly.
It offers you so much control into a team fight, but when everything really collapses as quickly as it did because Skarner's rushing forward, we're still so early in the game that you don't have QSS on everyone, he doesn't really get the time to position properly.
So now looking one more time at this fight, it is Splyce with 5 members in the area at the start. So they try to find the move, but of course there's a stopwatch on Inspired, and then the rest of Rogue's backline can auto very easily inside this tight corridor. It's not very hard for them to be dove on, and Vander buys the space that even Xerxes, who jumps on towards Woolite still has the protection to try and get some auto attacks down.
Pretty sure Larssen was trying to go across the wall there, couldn't manage it. Prophet spotted out here by Xerxes and Humanoid underneath his own tower. And we'll just be forced away. Now, gold pretty much even between these two teams right now. 600, 700, the max deficit that Splyce find themselves in, but with Humanoid down towards this bottom side, going for the tower, should equalize that pretty soon. We are coming up towards the Baron, 20 minutes in. Both teams take it relatively quickly, especially with an Azir. You can shred through that objective.
For me, I think the bigger thing is actually the Infernal that's going to be spawning. Obviously, if something catastrophic happens, it's very easy to walk towards the Baron, but especially for Splyce's comp, they really want that Infernal. It makes Kobbe feel so much better on the likes of Ezreal.
Especially because itemization-wise, 2 items is where we give them that edge. It would feel very good. Speaking of 2 items, Woolite also has the Infinity Edge and the Essence Reaver too, so the Qs are going to be doing a lot of hurt. Of course, because Woolite has the auto attack reset built into his kit, he values the attack speed a little bit less, especially early on when it's more about quick trades as opposed to the longer fights.
And again, it just feels so good if Azir kind of sets the line of scrimmage where he pushes everyone back. A champion like Sivir doesn't need to rely on the attack speed because she can't actually range to hit anyone. She just wants the bounce back there, which is why the crit feels so much better from the Infinity Edge versus a second item Zeal.
See Rogue once again setting up towards this top side, having taken that tower, they can just push in. Splyce are going to try and get river control, but really only get control of mid and their own jungle. Still, Rogue have entire vision control here. Prophet going in onto Judge is going to pull him back, the Gnar into the wall, but Prophet can go for the chase. Here comes the package. Larssen on the offensive. Chachi running for the hills, retreating, puts up the white flag, but it's not going to save him for long. Larssen takes the kill.
Smart move there from Larssen, using that map pressure with the package to come on in and bait Chachi into that fight. It's a quick kill now for Rogue, and they're able to use that now to move into the mid lane and get some control around the Baron area.
Yeah, it's what do they actually get off of that pick outside of just trying to punish Chachi, pick up some free extra gold, and unfortunately it doesn't feel like a lot. Yeah, they clear around the Baron, but there wasn't a lot of vision to begin with there, and they don't have that mid lane tower. This is kind of the big thorn in both team sides. As long as these mid towers hold, we're going to continue to see this stalled out, slower pace game where it's just a tug of war back and forth.
Exactly, because when the mid lane tower is there, you can step further forward in the lane, which means you're killing the minion wave faster, which means you're clearing the wave faster, which means you can then freely move into the river and contest around vision.
That is a lot of control wards.
So many.
That is
It's great to see. I love it when I see a lot of control wards on the map.
But there's about efficiency of vision control.
Nah, chuck them all down. They're only 70 goals.
No, so legitimately, I think this is intentional now from Splyce putting the deep vision where you say maybe it's a little bit overkill, but we saw Rogue actually move deep into their territory, so they're trying to protect against potential flank teleports from someone like an Aatrox.
The one ward.
Now Xerxes clears that. That's what we call a little back sweeping right there to make sure that they can't get flanked really easily.
It's pretty good reconnaissance. Now we'll see this once again. Chachi on a control ward. They've been hurt by vision before, Frosk. They weren't going to let it happen again.
And he just didn't respect the fact that Larssen could be there in a snap second.
Whoa. That looks cool.
Yeah, it did. I enjoyed that. Thank you, observers. That was pretty sweet. Yeah, and the chase down is the chase down, right? There's no real surprises there. When you're Gnar in that situation, you're not going to get away from it. Now, you can see Rogue have moved the battlefield up to the top side of the map. Splyce are trying to be here to answer. I want to come back to some of the players we said we wanted to see a lot from coming into this game. We talked about Inspired and Larssen and Humanoid and Xerxes. Those were the guys that would set these teams up. How do we feel they've done so far?
Well, look, I've been pretty critical of Humanoid recently because I feel like he has not had huge impacts in these games for his team. I think, you know, lowest in terms of damage per minute, damage per minute difference against his enemy mid laner, damage share, all these things he rates very lowly on, and he's usually playing these split push style champions. Now in a game where he's on a pick like this Azir, he has to output so much damage in these team fights for Splyce to feel good about themselves.
Chachi's gonna get caught out here. Whoa! Pulled back with the Impale, they're looking for the blast cone as well. Vanda's gonna knock him up, and Chachi doesn't really have anywhere to go. CC'd for days, tries to get away, has the flash, rooted over the wall, but Prophet can flash for the chase, and Chachi will not escape.
Oh man, what a terrible series of events there for Chachi. He gets ulted out of his hop, he gets CC'd somehow out of the blast cone away. It's just a brutal time to be alive for Chachi.
But I actually think Splyce are completely fine with this. Yeah, Chachi keeps dying, that doesn't feel great, but it's not transitioning into any sort of objective. In fact, it's Humanoid that actually takes the tower onto the top side of the map. And again, the more items in that Azir pocket, the more that this is on a timer. That's what their comp wants. They need Humanoid to be strong before Splyce feel confident heading into fights.
Yeah, at the same time, I feel like Rogue, they made that play down bottom lane. They've also continued to send multiple members up top side as well. So they're much more focused on getting the side lanes pushed out, which makes it very hard to control anything around the mid lane and set up for objectives.
This is kind of the long-term bleed over from picking out Chachi. It's the fact that Splyce sent the resources up top side, which means that they give Rogue first access to the Infernal. So I guess in the end, I feel a little bit better about that.
It pays off in the end, but you are losing vision control on the top, and you're still only 600 gold ahead as Rogue, right? You're not getting these magnificent advantages.
But you are getting Larson everything that he needs. It's like, where does the gold actually funnel? Yeah, it's not a huge difference between the teams, but it feels very good in Larson's pocket right now on the Corki, who's sitting on 2.5 items and now has an Infernal in his back pocket. For the same reason that it empowers someone like Ezreal, it's just as empowering on someone like Corki.
That being said, Larson is sitting at around 700 gold less than Humanoid at the moment.
It's not about against Humanoid, it's about the team.
Definitely overall in gold, but I was looking at it too because that difference is made up in the top lane for Prophet, a little bit in the jungle too for Inspired, where they have been putting more resources. Remember, Xerxes took a very slow approach to clearing his jungle while Inspired really tried to get through that. So at the moment, the difference is in the top lane split push for Rogue and the mid lane damage dealt over time for Humanoid.
And we're starting to see Rogue almost 1-3-1 at points here. Aatrox in the top 3 players in the mid and Corki down towards the bottom side, just pushing out those waves. Eventually, you feel they'll come up and all fight around this Baron. It might even happen now.
Well, it's also that Inspired has Flash, and no one has a QSS. He's just looking for his Flash.
Here we go. Xerxes the one that's going to go for the engage. The final chapter used as well as the fight erupts in the river. Xerxes falls back, Chachi off towards the top side. Prophet there with the World Ender, but you need to get a kill first, because otherwise you're going to fall. The Mystic Shot not quite able to connect, but the shutdown still comes out, and Splyce take the kill.
Splyce get everything right there. Chachi running into the jungle as well. This could be it. They could finally take the mid lane turret. They could just go to the Baron.
Is that what they're going to do? They clear out the vision on it. They started up. Prowling Projectile used as well, but Inspired still has the flash.
I think it's really important that Humanoid still has his ultimate, which means they can approach this Baron and shove away any contest. Now, Inspired still has flash, like you pointed out, so he can get into the pit, but they turn.
Xerxes so low. Vanda is going to get caught out. He will fall, but the reinforcements have arrived as Larson teleported into the fight. Look at the damage you can get onto Xerxes. He's down to basically no HP. He has to use the smite on the Scuttle Crab, and this means that Rogue get mid lane prior.
Vander going in to die was enough stall now for Rogue to force them off the Baron, and look at this. Mid lane turret is exposed. Splyce went for too much, and they got punished for it.
Yeah, and that's the question now in the long term. Is this where Splyce look back at the VOD and say, we made the wrong macro decision by walking to the Baron and having confidence that Azir could create enough space for us instead of pushing down mid?
Well, looking at this fight one more time, Splyce find this opening because they saw where Larson was. He was zoned away. Now behind this wall, he can't get any auto attacks down, so it's very easy for Humanoid and Kobbe just pump out the DPS because they're not threatened by any frontliners diving onto them. They're forced away, and also the backline from Rogue is doing nothing.
Round 2.
Yeah, you can see Vander gets caught out a little bit, but Xerxes taking so much damage, actually steps back into range of the Baron, meaning that if Larson hit one more missile barrage, if he hit one more shot from that artillery, he would have been able to take out the enemy jungler.
Here we go. Prophet now trying to get the fight.
Kobbe getting chased down, the flash away. Final chapter used as well as Humanoid is down from the bottom side of this fight, but they get the flash out of Kobbe. That is a big summoner spell to be burned, and you can see Rogue say, well, we can go towards the Baron straight away.
Yeah, I wonder how much they want now, because Chachi's pushing down in that bottom lane. Prophet would have to reset and pick that one up, or they could just get the vision down and back up.
What is different in the style of these compositions is that it's so much easier if Splyce are on Baron for them to immediately pull off of the Baron and look for the team fight. They have things like the Azir their sweep and scoop. They have the mobility of Yuumi and Ezreal, and even the Jarvan. Whereas once Rogue's composition is locked onto the Baron, they don't have the same mobility to immediately turn towards a fight. So if they ever cheat towards Baron, it's literally just to place and clear vision. Whereas Splyce can continuously keep poking away at this and starting Baron.
And this gets a little worrisome now for Rogue because they went to focus vision down on towards the Baron. Prophet had to reset too, so they end up losing that mid lane outer turret, which was their safety net when playing around, getting priority in the mid lane and setting up their own vision in the river.
So much healing coming out from Kobe there as Northgaren uses the zoomies to heal him up. He also has building up towards that Bilgewater Cutlass. Expect that to be a Hextech Gunblade, most likely, considering he's already got the Ludens for that bit of AP on the Ezreal. Splyce still controlling the battle up towards this top side. Another skirmish likely to erupt soon.
Yeah, Kobe packs a punch right now. 40% CDR on the Ezreal Sork shoes as well. They're starting this up. It's down to AK. The teleport comes in.
And that's all that Splyce wanted. They just get the teleport out. They burn some of those resources from the enemy, and they can go back and restock and resupply.
There is going to be a bit of a longer reset, however, on Splyce getting back into formation for that exact same play again. They need to reset their side lane, as well as get priority back over the mid lane, which Rogue are taking that window to say, okay, get the Scuttle Crab, put down all of the wards. Again, our composition can't start and turn off of Baron as safely, so they just have to put down the defensive maneuver and back away.
It is interesting, though, because now that we've reached this point, nearing 30 minutes into the game, these teams can just sort of group up as 5 and continue to contest vision and fight over this Baron area, because now after the preseason patch to make it so minions, the cannon minions spawned after every single wave after 25 minutes, those waves are effectively locked in the side lanes. They don't actually push that much against each other unless there is a player there.
So big thing that just happened for Rogue is that Larson finished his Infinity Edge. 3 completed items now on the Corki. Expect Humanoid to be going towards the Rabadons as well, but he's not quite there yet. We have a power trough for Splyce and a power spike for Rogue.
But the thing is can Larson actually output the damage? Because so far he's been zoned out a lot of these fights.
See, here's the things. Larson and Woolite could just stay to the side of this. The Scryer's Bloom, long-range fast-set alteration, so I used that into the pit, but they're still doing this Baron. Xerxes going to have to jump in blind, 6,000 HP on it. Here comes Humanoid from the side. He's going to bring some reinforcements to the fight. True Shot Barrage comes out, but now the Baron's aggroing Xerxes, and Rogue trying to disengage, trying to keep Splyce separated. Flash, Impale, straight in, Xerxes gone, and maybe with that Splyce, there's chances in this game, but they're going to reset. They're pushing forward. Inspired so low. Look at Chachi, jumped on by Northgaren and Kobe, forcing Bandit to the bottom side, but it's all on Larson.
The Rogue have no more tools left to turn and fight, so the poke keeps coming out from Kobe. They don't have a jungler, so they cannot start the Baron, but they should be able to get major control after that fight.
I mean, that said, that's still an oopsie by both teams right there. Rogue for kind of waffling, are they going to start the Baron, are they going to commit to it, and for Xerxes to go into this pit. Baron did so much damage to Splyce's front line that they couldn't then immediately turn onto the Baron once they had won the fight.
And they can, you can see Xerxes jumped on there, and this is where Splyce can just kite back and re-engage at their own leisure.
Yeah, without the ultimate, though, from Vander, without the ultimate from the Skarner as well, there is no turn, and Chachi had just turned over in towards that Mega Gnar, so the team fight was going to look very, very good for Splyce if Rogue had planted their feet and tried to fight back.
Once again, the vision game starts once more. There's the Hextech Gunblade complete on Kobe. Rabadon's death cap on Humanoid as well. We said coming into this game he hasn't had the best of starts to this split, but he's looking strong in this game. He's had some good team fights. He's had some good Azir walls to try and reset these fights.
Yeah, as long as he's pumping out the DPS and keeping his backline safe with that ultimate, he is going to be doing what his team needs him to do in this game. I do want to dissect these team fights a little bit more, though, because we said that at this point, like, nice. At this point, actually, we're going to have to hold that because Xerxes on the flank.
And Kobe's here as well. Teleport coming in from Splyce. They know they want to go for this Baron straight afterwards. Prophet pops the world ender. Kobe coming in. There's Larson as well. The final chapter won't connect. Prophet goes golden. Inspired gets onto the front line here as well. And Xerxes is gone. Prophet managing to survive. And Splyce pay for it with a life.
These fights are a mess. I'm going to do the critical analysis for you. These are just a mess from both teams. It's basically like shooting from the hip, playing moment to moment. I don't think I've seen a Yuumi ult really hit or clean up anyone. Northgaren is constantly on top of Kobe instead of trying to work with his front line. Neither team are really getting in a good position here.
And what's ended up happening is the game is just completely stalling out. No one can take a Baron. They keep trying to jump in here with the last seconds of that Mega Gnar bar and end up giving over control to Rogue.
Rogue once again going back to the Baron. Inspired, caught out just a little bit. There's the true shot barrage. He's down to half HP, and you can't do it. If you get chunked like that, if you get poked out, you cannot go back to the Baron. And that means Rogue have to reset. Splyce do have a gold lead now. It's about 2,000 or so, but it feels like it doesn't matter that much at this point in the game.
Is this going to be the situation where we walk back towards the Baron, or are we actually going to look at the free Ocean Drake that's just been sitting there like, guys, I've been here.
They might give us that without a team fight.
It's just water. Who wants water? Well, I mean, if it's like Coke or something, that'd be much more delicious.
Or Red Bull.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thanks.
Gives you wings.
Sponsored by Red Bull.
Okay, now Splyce set up the Sun Disc in the middle lane. Prophet trying to get behind Kobe here, who has got that arcane shift still to jump across the wall. Prophet is on the flank, looking for the perfect avenue into the fight, doing some reconnaissance behind the team. Chachi now stepping forward, almost has that Mega Gnar. Prophet pops the ult, Xerxes jumps in, the Cataclysm used, but then straight into the Impale. Prophet's already fallen, Xerxes gets out. Gnar's just about to come up and knocks back Inspired. The true shot barrage from Splyce, it's a double. The Humanoid and Splyce come out on top.
You guys are hyped for a TFT game. This is just ARAM all over again.
I feel like by sheer luck, we finally got a good team fight for Splyce right there. The Yumi ultimate connected. They got pulled in by Jarvan and Gnar because Inspired keeps grabbing some of the tanks.
It worked out well for them. Splyce get the team fight, Splyce get the ban, and 34 minutes in, they have a 4,000 gold lead.
But Rogue get the Ocean Drake.
That is true. That is true. We're going to have a look at Humanoid's view in that game, in that fight, because he picked up 2 kills.
Okay, who did Inspired grabbed here?
It's Xerxes every time, I'm pretty sure. Yep. That's the tank front line, so Humanoid's in the back line, dishing out free DPS, moving all those soldiers. Really good job by Chachi, too, to land the CCs onto 2 members to get those consecutive auto attacks down there by Humanoid.
But you can see how easy the team fights are once the line of scrimmage is set there from Splyce, that they got Chachi in front of them, they have the Azir Sand soldiers, the wall comes up, and it's just so easy for Kabe at this point in the game to dish out so much damage, but it's just still been kind of an inconsistent mess for majority of these fights. We have, what, like 10 fights this game, and I think 2 of them have looked clean?
Yeah, I think a really big part of it, too, for Rogue side comes down to whether or not they can get the first kill of a fight. Because if they get that first kill, Prophet then revives with the World Ender. Without it, he drops almost immediately, and they don't have that damage over time from their front line.
And you can say, like, okay, that's Inspired's job, but who is he actually supposed to grab? It's really hard to catch Yumi and Ezreal who don't have the QSS, and the other guy, Azir, does have a QSS. And so he's like, okay, I guess I grab the Mega Gnar. It seems like, no, please don't grab Mega Gnar, or I grab the Jarvan.
Yeah, really not many options for him in this game. Do want to give some credit to Chachi as well in pick and ban. We talked about how he needed to be the primary engage for this team. Sometimes he did that pretty well there. Him and Xerxes teaming up with the Cataclysm into Gnar combo to stop Rogue in their tracks. Now, Splyce pushing in for the inhibitor tower down towards this bottom side.
Yeah, with the Baron minions too, it's so easy to walk up and auto attack. Big damage coming out from Kabe. That'll be the tower.
Chachi doesn't have flash, but they're going to go in with the chase on the hunt. Popped Humanoid there down to half HP, but Vander's already done. And Rogue have to step back. That's the tower, that's the inhibitor. And that is Splyce with a strong foothold in this game.
And now we get a good look at how Splyce's composition is supposed to work for them. Because it is the likes of that AP-esque Ezreal, it's doing so much damage. I feel like it really was a zoning ultimate that just wiped across Rogue.
Have another look at that fight in the top lane. Feels like Vander just oversteps a little bit. As you say, Larson takes half his health, and here, just Inspired once again, dragging
every single time he pulls in the Jarvan, but then Vander's in the front line. He realizes he's not actually all that tanky once the shield from his W goes down, so the front line from Rogue is really stopping their damage dealers from being able to fight back. You know, as soon as one of their frontliners drops, they just have to run.
I just think it's hilarious that Xerxes has the Warmogs and the Gargoyles. He gets pulled every single time. He's like, you can't kill me. I am invulnerable.
You think I'm locked in here with you? You're locked in here with me. And just dunks the Cataclysm on them as he comes out of the Skada ultimate. 6,000 gold lead for Splyce, and you have to think the next steps are closing out this game. Look towards the bottom side, take that next tower, look towards mid, take the tier 2, and Rogue will have to pull a rabbit out of the hat if they're able to get back in this matchup.
I really hope we get another like 5 to 7 minutes of this game right now, because both bot laners on Splyce's side are trying to complete their Rabadon's death caps at the moment. An Ezreal and a Yumi third item is going to be going for that big stacks of AP.
And you can see Northgaren doesn't just have to sit on Kobe anymore as well. He's on Chachi, he's speeding up that front line, he's making Chachi tankier, giving him the heals as well, and opening up the map as well for Splyce. This mid lane tower down to half, Prophet trying to push out top as the super minions push in, and it's very easy for Splyce to pull Rogue around the map.
Yeah, and Humanoid has that wave down bot side too, so that turret should be dropping now with that Baron buff. Larssen does have the package, so in theory can respond to a fight quicker, but Rogue, as we've said before, have no good targets to catch out. This must be such a frustrating game for them, because for the last 10 minutes, they've not been able to do much of anything.
And the unfortunate reality is that while Larssen and Woolite are very strong also at this point in the game, in terms of their items, you cannot fight front to back, because your tank line will just get shredded, because you only have Inspired. He can't grab anyone he wants, otherwise it's just an Aatrox there, whereas you have Gargoyle, Stoneplate, Xerxes, and Chachi who are just sprinting at you.
Yeah, the problem is, theoretically, again, they could have a front line if they have an extra HP bar from their Aatrox, but because of the double stone plates from Chachi and Xerxes, they can't get that initial kill. You can't catch an Ezreal or Nazir either. That doesn't seem like a realistic possibility either here for Rogue, so it becomes very grim for them.
It means that Rogue need to get really creative with how they're executing these fights. If you ever see a situation where both teams are just deathballed running at each other, Splyce are going to win that every single time. You need some sort of flanking maneuver, someone caught out of position, in a realistic world of like Inspired can grab Kabe and punish him.
That's the only option I see right now for them. In all honesty, like, Humanoid has the QSS, any other target isn't going to net you much of anything. I guess you could grab Norscarin, but if you're ever catching a Yuumi in a late game fight, then that Yuumi's trolling.
Good look to catch out Vizicsacsi down here towards the bottom side. Maybe not anticipating all of Rogue waiting in the bush. Guerrilla warfare from them as they try and catch someone out, but Chachi just goes into the Meganar. It's too far pushed up for any of Rogue to really chase this, and with Splyce getting mid lane prio and with the Elder Drake being up soon, you have to expect that's where the next fight will erupt.
Look at what Rogue are doing though. They have a couple members sneaking into this bottom lane trying to catch on the counterplay, but there's 5 members of Splyce here.
Yeah, Woolite has TP. He'll have to join the fight from mid lane if they want to go for it. Predator popped, Prophet tried to force them up towards the top side, but battle lines have been drawn and neither team is willing to step forward.
Yeah, because check out where Woolite is. He's just chilling in that mid lane trying to collect some farm, and now he's responsible for catching that wave. Does have TP.
Where's he going to TP to? There's a ward in the pit. Is that where you're coming in? There's one down towards this bottom side as well, but there's a control ward on that. There's the TP. We're going to see Woolite join the fight, and it's going to start now.
Inspired has to be able to find Kabe. Instead, they get poked out and pushed back. The Elder Dragon is started up again, and it's taken down by Xerxes.
He gets it into a great knob from Vizicsacsi. He pulls all of Rogue back into the team, and there's no escape. Kabe's going to get Prophet up towards the top side. You can see down towards this bottom side of the fight. Chachi's just chasing them. You can't get through the tank. You can't do anything against Splyce, and it's an easy enough win in the fight.
Yeah, Humanoid, meanwhile, teleported on the back half of that fight, and he is just going to walk it in here for Splyce.
That should be it. It's Woolite and Larssen trying to stop a red buff from going down, and Woolite, he can't get back to base. Humanoid's just going to take it all.
Kings of the late game. Splyce once again show us once you hit the 40-minute mark, there's no defeating them. 40 minutes into the game, they'll take the win versus Rogue.
Some creative itemization that came out and how it was going to deal with Rogue's composition. There was just no good target for Inspired to grab hold of. They had a couple of picks, but Splyce just waited them out and rolled them over at 40 minutes.
Yeah, it was a slow game to be sure. Both teams struggled to start up the Baron and find a convincing fight early on in order to try and take that one down. But ultimately, we saw past 3 items here for Kabe's Ezreal. Once he hit that 40% CDR, that he could just poke down and immediately burst the front line of Rogue and ultimately net his team the win.
What a game it was from Splyce. Guys, be sure to vote for your Kia player of the game at LOL Esports on Twitter. This time it's between Chachi, Humanoid, and Kabe, all of whom had very good games, to be sure. I think like that last ultimate from Chachi, the front lining from him, he's always going to be one of my favorites when he lands a 5-man ult.
Look, Kabe probably did like 40k damage in that game. Maybe more. Maybe 50k.
He's playing Ezreal. You just stand back and
he played it good. That's my analysis. He played it good.
He definitely did. Rogue on the other side, I think, will be not too dismayed, right? Like, you look at it, you held Splyce for a long time, your composition didn't really work out as well as you would have wanted it to in the late game, but still, going at 40 minutes against Splyce when last split you were at the bottom of the standings is some big improvement since split.
I think what Rogue will take away from this game is that ultimately I felt they got beaten in vision. Throughout the early game so much, you were wondering, when is Inspired going to make that ultimate play? But Splyce knew where he was at every single moment of that early game. So they'll go back to realize, where were these wards that spotted him out. How can he path around them or clear them or stop them from being placed in the first place? And ultimately, that will be their takeaway, and that will be the area of improvement going forward.
I also think that we saw some good looks from Humanoid this time around. Right place, right time. He was managing his side waves. He was always in position for the team fights. There was never any egregious mispositions from him. He was creating space for Kave. I think this is exactly what you wanted out of the mid laner and where we've had some criticisms of him in the past.
Exactly, because for this team to move forward and break out of that forever fourth place it seems they are in at the moment, they need improvements out of Humanoid. Norscarin too, I thought, played a good game on this cat. Once we got later on, although of course you're just putting down the ultimate, we'd love to see some more there too.
I can see some of these last team fights. This is the one where Inspire drags in Xerxes. Xerxes gets out and Humanoid just rips through Rogue.
Yeah, he basically says, we're winning the team fight, turns around and then just starts to destroy them in tandem with Chachi.
Using the range advantage of the Azir, making it very difficult to trade back.
So here's the thing, as soon as this TP comes down, Rogue can no longer disengage. They have to plant their feet and protect Woolite to get him into the fight, and they actually eat a lot of poke damage in doing that. Once the fight is then done, it stalls out enough time that the Elder Dragon is able to get burned down and picked up by Xerxes, and then immediately Splyce turn on them.
Yeah, I mean, just look how quickly Inspired and Vander evaporated in that fight. There's nothing, so now the bot lane's on the run. They can survive, but they can't very well put down the DPS.
They could not. Overall, I think if I'm a Rogue fan there, I'm saying that's pretty good. Splyce, I think there'll be some things you want to improve, especially since we said their comp is really strong at 2 items. They didn't really do a huge amount at 2 items. They scaled well into the late game, and they had a stronger team fight near the end, but I would have liked to see a little bit more from them.
Yeah, I mean, we could have seen, you know, some more proactive plays, perhaps playing around the side lanes where I felt like Vizicsacsi got punished quite a few times in a row, but ultimately I think they had a good read. You know, 30 minutes into that game, we were like, wait a second, our front line just can't die. We can probably take it a little bit slower in these.
I think another issue is that they lost mid lane priority. It felt like kind of in the mid game where it was Larson that was constantly cheating upwards. So while they could have decided to play around Chachi more, give him some more resources in the 1v1 off into the other side of the map, it felt like Splyce were aware, hey, Larson's continuously up here. We don't have immediate access to Azir, so we need to stall this out.
Well, we are actually going to hear from one of the Splyce frontline. It's Vizicsacsi who played 9 that last game. Law, take it away.
Thank you, Medic, and thank you, Chachi, for joining me. What a tense game for you, and an important one when you think about it, because you both had one against Excel and Vitality. So how did you approach the game today?
Yeah, well, basically, I think every match that you play in the regular split has to be your most important one, because it still gives 1 point, and the regular split counts so much. So we approached it with good scouting and the good plans coming into the game. And I think it went quite well, but we had like a slump in the middle of the game for like 5 minutes or so where I got caught as well, and yeah, we could have done better there.
Yeah, actually tell me about that, because that was not a very action-packed game, if we may say, and it took you a bit of time to actually set up the play. So tell me about the communication in the mid-game to unlock the advantage.
Yeah, well, it basically was a really tense game because it came down to 2 teamfight cons matching each other, and whoever makes a mistake can lose the game instantly. So we had to play very carefully about our range, because our team comp was better with the range and theirs was much better for engaging. So we had to play it carefully, and I think we couldn't really establish control, so that's why it took so long. I think them having up the mid-tier 1 tower helped them a lot to defend against the Nashor, and that should have been our primary objective to take.
Do you think they had an easier comp to play in the late game with the Sivir, the Corki?
Yeah, definitely. Their comp is easier because they just have to press CV route and Nautilus route, and Skarner can just flash in as well. But they kind of need to find man advantage situations, and also when they played through the side and tried to catch me, I think that was smart of them, and that's how they could have snowballed the game further.
Is this because of how tricky their composition was that you made a nice NA cosplay by dancing around the Baron for a good 10 minutes?
Yeah, we said let's group around Nash and just fight them to death.
Well, that was a good game for you guys.
Thank
Congratulations on this one. We'll see you tomorrow, and we're going to take a short break. And coming back, Schalke 04 will take on Origen. Take it away.
The suppression comes out.
That's amazing.
Active Chachi into the team, but he's going to gnaw them aside. Prophet coming in from the side as well, as the flank is on. Prophet is going to end some worlds here.
Keep kiting, keep kiting.
Carry Aatrox, carry Aatrox.
Aatrox no flash, Aatrox no flash.
Con Aatrox.
Focus Aatrox. Just hit con.
We win this, we win this, we win this. Nice, keep changing, keep changing. With
I can stand Baron.
Yeah, it's fine.
No.
Prophet pops the ult, Xerxes jumps in, the Cataclysm used, but then straight into the Impale. Prophet's already fallen, Xerxes gets out. Nars just about to come up and knocks back Inspired. The true shot barrage from Splyce, it's a double. The Humanoid and Splyce come out on top.
The Elder Dragon is started up again, and it's taken down by Xerxes.
Xerxes gets it into a great Gnar from Vizicsacsi. He pulls all of Rogue back into the team, and there's no escape.
Welcome to ProView. Exclusive POV streams for every player in every game let you get closer to the action and get inside their minds. With Multiview, you can create your very own stream, unique to you, with up to 4 feeds. And with our advanced timeline, you can hone in on all the big plays that matter most to you. Watch LEC in a whole new way for €14.99, or get the All Access Pass for $19.99.
Welcome back to the LEC Summer Split. Now, our last game, Kia Player of the Game goes to Vizicsacsi, who won with 40% of the votes.
Rightfully
on that NAR.
so.
Yeah, he was the true MVP of that game. Now, the LEC is stacked with bot lane talent, and we wanted to take a close look at two of the rising stars facing off in Schalke versus Origen, Patrick and Upset.
Yeah, and I want to start with the bikini bottom laner in Patrick first. Now, the thing is we want to kind of give these AD carries unique advantages and unique personalities, because getting a chance to look at them in ProView, they do things differently each time. So Patrick kind of breaks down into three types here. It's his creative champion pool, he's a reliable laner, and he's a pop-off player. Now, starting with the creative champion pool, Patrick is one of those guys that popped off on the likes of Sona, but he doesn't just play Sona. He's brought out the Tahm Kench and the Ashe, he can play the Xayah, the Ezreal. It feels like there's not any weakness in terms of where you can hit him in the draft.
Basically, he can play any different style, and this speaks to Origen as a team too. They can play whatever they want. The large part of it is because he is so flexible on those champions.
And then if you think about what he actually does in the lane phase, speaking of perks, he gave huge credit to Miffy and Patrick here. He says that they're one of the strongest, if not the second strongest duo in the LEC. And you can see it right there in their games against Jack Troll and Achilla. It's not just, it's the fact that they never lose the lane. I don't think I've ever seen Patrick or Miffy down a significant number of CS. I've never seen them just trade random 2v2 kills, and they happen to go toe-to-toe with the best in the LEC.
Yeah, and even in situations like that, you saw starting off the fight too, also flashing out to avoid some of that Jace damage. You know, they play so consistently well, and they also can just avoid any meta, I feel like, because they can play all these different champions. No matter what patch you are on, this player is going to perform.
But it doesn't matter how reliable you are if you can't pop off when it counts, and that's also what I want to underline for Patrick. He is a pop-off player, and he proved it when he went toe-to-toe with G2. That was an excellent back and forth, and Patrick in particular looked slick on Ezreal.
Yeah, look at that. He knows he can hop over the wall. The second he throws out his Q, not even after it lands, he just flashed on it. He's like, yeah, I got that. It's no big deal. But our other player on the opposite side of the rift is Upset, of course, and we also broke him down into three key things. You know, of course, with deep mastery on his comfort picks. You know, this was the guy, Ezreal Kai'Sa, last split in 19 games, including a tiebreaker. He played 17 games of Ezreal and Kai'Sa. That is absolutely absurd.
And just to make it clear that he can play other things, he did say to Dracos, it's also the Draven. Notice that Draven was banned against everyone, but trust me, you ban my Draven.
Yeah, you definitely do. Of course, we also consider him to be more of an independent
Strong independent bot laner.
A strong independent bot laner, of course, and this is because he plays very self-sufficient champions like the Ezreal. We've seen the Sivir 2 very recently. It frees up Ignar to be able to roam around across the map and find plays that he wouldn't be able to with some other AD carry.
That's the key thing for me, and then it kind of ties into the last point, which is his excellent team fighting. And because Upset is so self-sufficient, it's not just about his laning powers and how it unlocks his duo partner, it's also the fact of being so self-sufficient in team fights. It means the team needs to give less resources for Upset to do more damage with.
Yeah, because even if we look back over, you know, a year and a half now, Upset has never been on a team that puts a ton of resources into him in the early game with jungle attention or supports trying to find big plays in that 2 versus 2. He actually sits back on gold early on and then rates second in terms of gold gained and minions absorbed post the 15-minute mark. The team still trusts him to set up for the team fights and absolutely pop off.
Very different power windows for both these ADCs, and again, in a league that is so stacked with so much marksman ADC talent, I am so excited to see Origen go up against Schalke, and more importantly for these two marksmen to really define who is better and how and why they're better.
Yeah, and of course, Upset being that expert team fighter, I love seeing him in these situations where he still has the flash. There's a cannon that jumps on top of him, but he holds onto it. He's able to foresee how much damage he's going to take, and then he's able to hold on to a flash for that big moment where he flashes forward to finish off that kill and ultimately get his team that win.
I mean, that said, you got any other last words?
We got some last words because, of course, you must keep your eyes on the bot lane. Remember, you can watch the game from Upset or Patrick's perspective with ProView and tell us who you think is better. For now, though, are you ready, Frosk?
Aye, aye, Captain.
I can't hear you!
Aye, aye, Captain.
Your favorite casters in the LEC,
Mary, very, they're dashing, they're funny, they're singing for free.
Mary, very. If this
Euphoria isn't your dream.
Very, very. We need your affection, so don't mute the stream. Very, very.
It's very time. Let's go, League of Legends.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Please
It's
don't
Origen
mute the stream.
versus Schalke. We'll stop singing now,
Yeah,
so
we
you
will.
can just focus on the gameplay. But this is going to be an exciting one. We're still trying to figure out where these teams kind of fall in the LEC ecosystem, because we've got a lot of 2-2 teams. Origen so far have only lost to Fnatic and G2, whereas Schalke, they've kind of had a little bit more of a mixed performance. They've struggled against some of the bottom teams. They've had some surprising challenges up against some of the top teams, and I feel like Schalke really wants to kind of prove where they belong on the LEC chain. Meanwhile, Origen want to solidify themselves as a top 3 team in Europe.
I think the thing for Schalke is they have taken wins off teams like Splyce, who a lot of people are still talking about as, you know, the 4th best team in Europe. Origen, on the other hand, as you say, only lost to the best teams, but also only really beaten the worst teams at the moment. So they will prove where they are. Rattling through the picks and bans very rapidly here, though. Vedius with the Draven and Yuumi removed. Rakan taken away by Origen.
So they want to take that one away from Ignar, but also deny the option of the Xayah Rakan priority. Notice how throughout the day we've been seeing a lot of bot lane focused bans. It does feel like range support seem to be the name of the game right now in the current meta. With a lot of the flex picks being nerfed, it means that they're not the biggest priority and being forced to take off the board, and instead it's all about the Karmas, the Yuumis, the Luxes, the Sonas. These kind of champions really want to just be taken away. Now the question is, will we see that Aatrox ban? Will we see an Aurelia ban from the side of Origen to round things out?
Well, we'll have to wait and see, because they still have 13 seconds left before they have to lock in that final ban. It's going to be Sejuani instead. So Aatrox, Aurelia still available. Silas there as well if it wants to be locked in. So many of those flexible picks up for grabs early on.
They could look to prioritize the Lux. It depends if this is something that Ignar feels comfortable and confident playing in. We know that it's a very strong priority support right now in the current meta, but instead it seems to be this Nico flex coming out from the side of Schalke. Now, we have seen from G2 that it can be played top, mid, and bot. Yet to see it jungle. I've heard rumblings that it may be able to be played there, but expectations are solo laners, and it can typically be picked pretty blind to most matchups. So a very safe start from the side of Schalke does give Origen the ability to prioritize a strong early jungler in the likes of Jarvan or Rek'Sai. On top of that, it gives them one of the big flex picks that are still up and available in the Aurelia.
Get that Aurelia early on. Yet to see any Schalke player play the Nico this split, so it is a little bit of a change for them. Alongside that, Origen looking towards the Lux as their second pick. Haven't locked it in yet, so shouldn't talk too much about it, but now they do, and so we can.
So this is something that we were just talking about, how with Karma, Yuumi, and Rakan all kind of taken off the board, Lux then becomes the next big support pick. Origen very quick to grab that one for themselves. Mithy did play it not too long ago, and while they did not find that win, he did actually have a very effective performance on it. He just couldn't quite match Hylissang's roaming power on the Rakan. So I think this is a comfortable pick to the side of Origen. They can still flex the Aurelia to both top and mid. So right now, the draft, very vague, a lot of options available to them.
I think the big thing is talking about that roaming power for Mithy, though, because where Ignar has been so strong in the past is roaming and teaming up with his junglers, teaming up with Trick, and Lux doesn't quite give you that extra impetus to roam around. So we'll see if Ignar is able to free himself from the shackles of bottom lane and roam around, and if he does, can Mithy then follow him?
So Schalke deciding to prioritize a bit of an early game jungler in the form of the Olaf. They also locked themselves the Sivir, one of Upset's signature champions. Well, I say that, I feel like every European AD carry can have
everyone can play
Sivir
Sivir
as their signature champion at some point, but he had a great performance on it last week in their game versus Splyce. He had that very clutch auto reset that actually allowed them to take the Nexus, and I think they're going to be very comfortable with that. So far, Schalke, they still have a lot of options in their composition as well. The Nico can be, of course, flexed either into the mid lane or the top lane. The Olaf gives you a lot of early game jungling options. So the question is, where will Schalke look to play around in the early game? For the time being, Origen are going to answer just with a Jarvan. So both teams, I feel like, kind of keeping their options open for now, not really tunneling into any kind of specific composition for the time being. But Origen looking to limit some of the support champions that could potentially answer the line.
I do really like that from Origen as well. Get rid of some of those champions who can catch you pretty easily with the Dredge line, with the Death Sentence. maybe the Blitzcrank a possibility here for Ignite. He has played it in the past and it's pretty good into the Lux, but with the Kalista band away, Schalke will look for their final ban of the second phase, and we'll get into those picks in a moment. There's the Xayah, so lots of AD carries, lots of supports, lots of bot lane bans that you expected to come out, Vedius.
So I'd love to see Origen now lock in an AD carry. They could go for the Lux Ezreal. A lot of poke, a very safe lane, and a lot of, I think also a very comfortable pick for Patrick. He showcased that great game up against G2, and we know that he's more than happy to play it. So I think this is a very solid bot lane for Origen. Now they can save their final pick to optimize their solo laners as much as possible.
Really nice prediction on that Ezreal pick as well there, Vedius. Schalke rotating through all of the supports that they can think of at the moment. Ivan was in there for a second as well. Promise you it wasn't one of us hiding in a costume, but maybe the Kennen will be their pick at this phase of the pick ban setup. I was about to say pick ban phase. I was going to say phase twice.
Excellently recovered from that.
I got there in the end. I got there in the end.
But now looking at support, what could it be for Schalke? Blitzcrank is something that you mentioned. I think it could be pretty good here. Obviously challenging against the Ezreal, which might be something that puts them off it. But I'm thinking of what other potential matchups could be good into the Lux.
So I'm debating whether the Alistair is okay.
I was thinking about the same.
Getting caught with the light binding is very frustrating, but something like the Braum actually makes a lot of sense. You put up the unbreakable wall, you can eat a lot of the damage that comes out from an Ezreal and a Lux.
Of course, it doesn't. I do believe that the second Q from Lux actually still goes through the Braum shield.
Quite possibly. I haven't seen the interaction enough to tell you definitively.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that definitively. We can track it in game. We'll see whether that or not that is the case. Meanwhile, Origen going to round things out with a scaling mid laner in the form of Victor. I think that's usually one of the best things to do against Nico. In the early laning phase, she likes to push a lot, she likes to poke a lot, and a safe farming mid lane mage can often be a great answer to it. So I quite like the Victor, unless they decide that they actually want the Victor up against the Cannon, which is a slightly safer lane. You don't have the melee into the range, but and then you're going to run the Irelia into the Nico. I think this can be quite a challenging lane for the Irelia. If you get hit by that root, it sets up very nicely for the Olaf to come and look to play around that lane. Of course, Irelia and Jarvan, very strong 2v2 mid jungle. So Origen showcasing a higher priority on that duo, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them moving around the map in the early game to try and find some early advantages.
I find it interesting that Origen put as much faith into Nukeduck as they do. Of course, a legacy player here, but hasn't had the best of performances over the last couple of weeks. Went 1-4-1 when Origen played up against Fnatic on the Aatrox. Struggled a little bit against Misfits and against G2 as well. Obviously, he has a wealth of skill and a wealth of champion pool, but you do wonder whether it would be easier just to give him an easy matchup to get himself back into his stride.
Well, we shall have to wait and see. I'm hoping that we see a lot of calls playing around Nukeduck, trying to get him into a more favorable position. If he goes for early wave clear, the matchup should be a little bit easier, but Schalke, they're going to look to do the same. This Olaf going to be looking for a lot of early game plays. Let's see which jungler comes out on top.
Once more into the breach we stand as we watch Schalke set up their battle lines against Origen here. Looking across the runes and masteries, nothing too intriguing. No Klepto in the top lane is always an important note.
Oh, look at this solo queue level 1 strat though, Medic. Grouping up through the mid lane. They do land the Braum Q, but there's the immediate binding coming out from Mithy. Looks pretty good at countering that, but we do know that Braum can be very obnoxious, which is why in solo queue you should always follow your support. Look for those early invades.
Stand behind Braum.
Yeah, see if you can get a couple of cheeky flashes out. Not able to find anything, but returning back to your point about the runes, you can see the phase rush sitting on top of the cannon, very common in a lot of range matchups, has that extra bit of mobility, can help you close the gap or escape in what could be a dire situation. You also have the Glacial Augment on Nico, very common these days. Usually you see the Hextech GLP.
Super Soaker build.
Yeah, there synergizes very well with her ability to get those slows and then land the follow-up skill shots. And then, of course, the Unsealed Spellbook on the Braum. So just gives you a couple of options, given that your AD carry is running Teleport. You can switch it over to Ignite a little bit later on if you want to try and make an aggressive play, but I'm not really expecting that in this 2 versus 2.
And across the map, I expect lanes probably to be pretty even here. We talked about how Nukeduck can struggle a little bit into Abadage in the mid lane. Cold will spend some time around there to try and even that one out. Top lane, both ranged matchups seems like they can trade pretty effectively into each other. And Civ is so adept at just pushing out waves. Unless Mithy's landing those bindings incredibly effectively, I don't really see too much action without jungler interference.
So I think in the top lane, what you'll notice is that as the lane goes longer and levels start to come through, this matchup only gets better and better for Alphari, mainly because it's very easy for him to harass with the E, and the cannon can't really trade back unless you try to go for the all-in. But then, of course, if you do, the W can come down from the Victor, and unless you have the phase rush, you're going to get locked up.
That makes sense.
So it's only going to get hot, and you can just see how obnoxious that poke is, right? And as long as Alphari positions properly behind the minions, it's difficult for Odoamne to really look for those trade backs. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, it should go slightly more in favor of Abadage. Early on, he's going to look to poke and harass and just utilize his E and his Q to just be obnoxious and get that extra bit of wave clear. His wave clear isn't the strongest early on because the Q only pops when you're actually getting kills or hitting the enemy champion. So you're going to try and do both at once, as you can see just there. So I expect mid to be slightly Schalke favored, top to be slightly OG favored, but in the bot lane, because of Sivir versus Ezreal, normally you always have that extra bit of push. However, I expect it to neutralize a little bit more once Mithy actually gets a couple levels under his belt, once he can start harassing and being more of a threat from range.
You can see Cold spotted out here by Trick in the early jungle pathing. Trick actually did wolves down towards his entire bottom side clear, and now will go up towards his blue after taking the scuttle, but we did see Alphari push forward and try and get some vision down towards that blue.
And notice how it's because of Trick playing where he has pressure. He saw that mid lane had the early prio in mid, pushing the Aurelia underneath the tower. Bot lane has already pushed up, and they're looking for an early game.
Flash in from Abadage looking for the tangle bar, but Trick wasn't able to get there in time as Nukeduck flashed away. Very strong reactions from the mid laner from Origen, and you could see already Ignar roaming up, joining up with his jungler. We said we expected it, but very early on in this matchup. Now Cold has been able to sneak himself into this bush. Abadage still just clearing out the wave and should be safe for the time being.
So yeah, no successful gank in the mid lane. I'm quite surprised that Abadage would actually choose to flash that. Like, very aggressive, trying to get an early start. Want to try and put Nukeduck behind. When Origen played up against Fnatic, one of the things that they did was actually send multiple members to the mid lane and then put Nukeduck behind. And I feel like this is something that slowed Origen down pretty dramatically, largely because they wanted to try and utilize their strong early game where they had kind of winning matchups everywhere. And the moment that kind of fell apart for them is when Origen struggled to be super proactive in the early game. And it kind of looked like Schalke were looking to do a similar thing, try and put Nukeduck behind, try and limit this strong 2 versus 2. I feel like Trick definitely got spotted out.
I mean, he's on a ward.
No, but even before the ward, I feel like the wave was in a place there to spot him out. Either way, he's just going to go back to base, help alleviate some of the pressure from Odoamne. Early on, you can see that Alphari burning through a lot of his mana in trying to harass out the cannon, but it will give him this pretty healthy CS lead. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Alphari look for a back relatively soon. Ideally, he wants to go back at around 1250 gold so that he can just immediately buy his upgrade, and he's very close to that point right now.
We'll have a see. A quick look on the picture-in-picture. Yes, he got spotted out. I bet that's on the ward anyway. So the ward was spotted out.
Right. Okay.
Basically, we proved nothing there.
We proved nothing. You're right.
Apart from the fact Alphari definitely saw him on the ward he was standing on.
Yes, that's for sure. Right, so let's have a look at the rest of the game. You can see that Trick continuing to play around the bot side of the map because he's utilizing where he has early game pressure. Cold can't really look to move anywhere, largely because the only place he has priority is in the top lane. So he's forced to play a little bit more defensively, but the Spidey senses are tingling. OG recognize the ocean is starting, and here comes Cold.
And Patrick's back, picked up a Sheen and teleported into the lane as well, so they have the item advantage. Alphari has his teleport to join this fight. Odoamne has his as well. Cold with a knockback, Trick flashes away, but has the blast gun if he wants to join the fight again. Ignar sitting in the pit, Abadage with the pop blossom. The artillery lands, and Upset can shred through them. First blood over to Odo. They're looking for a little bit more. Nukeduck come forward, Cold down as well. This is a bloodbath. Schalke able to pick up so many kills, double for Odo. Patrick still here, just poking out as much as he can. Ignar needs to get out of the back of the pit. Upset has the flash, so does Ignar. Odo down towards the bottom side, able to get away. Ignar puts up the Unbreakable, and Schalke escape.
Unbelievable fight at only 5 minutes into the game. Origen did not want to let that Ocean Drake go down, so they threw everything and the kitchen sink on top of it to try and deny it from Schalke. But those crucial level 6s had come through from the side of Schalke. So again, look at the minimap. You can see that Abadage gets to move first. Even though the teleport comes through, Origen are actually in a bit of an awkward situation here where they're being collapsed on Abadage. Odoamne comes in, he's going to get level 6 in the fight and then use the Maelstrom following, and it just felt like that Origen was just coming in one at a time, one after the other, and they couldn't sync. They hadn't reached those big power spikes yet to allow them, or level spikes rather, to turn this fight in their favor.
I'll admit, I was expecting a lot more damage to come out at times as well.
I mean, we're level
all
6,
of the ultimates are being used. That should be shredded, but not quite enough damage. 2 kills over to Odo, though. He's got himself a Hextech revolver already picked up, and 2 long swords as well. So it's going to have a lot of damage and poke in that top lane, maybe equalizing the advantage that Alphari has because of the 1v1 matchup.
It's definitely given him the gold advantage, so Odoamne is sitting pretty happy. The important thing to know is that a lot of summoner spells were used in that last exchange, so this is a prime opportunity for both junglers to now look for potential ganks. It could be pretty difficult given how defensive a lot of these lanes are for both sides, but I really think mid lane would be a great opportunity for the side of Origen, or even top lane once Alphari gets his ultimate back up, for them to look for a play, look for a gank. And remember that with Cold having his ulti and Trick not having his yet, it's a very easy opportunity for Origen to swing things back in their favor. So in that light, Schalke have to play defensively. They have to play on the back foot. They recognize that right now it probably isn't the best time for them to fight. Let's wait for cooldowns. Let's buy a little bit more time and just be cautious of what Cold is up to.
That makes a lot of sense. We're only 8 minutes in. Yes, we've had a massive 5v5 team fight, but that doesn't mean you have to keep the game going at a breakneck pace for the next while. Slow it down, reset, wait for those first items, steal away some jungle. And that's exactly what Trick is doing now. Cold is in the right place at the right time as Odoamne has been forced back behind this tower. Nukeduck on his way up as well. Origen pushing up towards this top side of the map. They've drawn a line down the middle, said, okay, you can have bot. We'll let Trick play down there. But for now, we're going to try and force Odoamne away from some of these CS.
This is a great example of how to utilize your pressure.
The Ragnar comes out. There's just nothing you can do. You can't stop an Olaf who's just running you down if you're playing Lux.
Now, I have to assume that Origen didn't have vision of Trick invading onto the blue buff, but with that ward, that suggests to me,
up around the side. They're looking for the dive underneath the tower. Ignar's going to tank it up, but Cold is here in time. The Cataclysm was available if he wanted to go for any further chase. Decides against it.
Yeah, so as we were saying, teleport flank actually coming
Shush,
in from
Betty, the fights are happening.
No, Ignar's coming in.
Ignar's coming up towards the top lane. Odoamne is going to use the Slice and Maelstrom, gets the stun on Alphari, but look at the damage from the Chaos Storm. Now it's all on Ignar. Still has the ultimate for himself. Alphari's going to get locked up. There's the Glacial Fissure. Odo's just going to step forward when this Concussive Blow comes out, but Alphari able to take the 2v1. The teleport used by Ignar, and Alphari survives with so much HP.
Odoamne wanted to join that fight, but he knew that Alphari was just sitting there with his third arm, looking for that death ray. He wanted to electrocute and destroy the little lightning rat, so he was forced to back away. Alphari there, beautiful stuff in the 2 versus 1. Can't say the same for the bot lane though. Mithy face checks the brush, walks into Trick. They were the ones that had priority in the bot side of that. You were just saying it, Medic. They traded sides.
So here's the thing. Trick actually goes all the way around.
There we are.
Vision.
See, so yes, as Mithy didn't have information, he didn't know that Trick was there, and because he has all this river vision, he actually believes that he's safe. So I can understand a lot more of why Mithy actually does his face check. He's heading this way because he actually wants to drop the ward on the blue is what you expect, and then there's the Olaf. Goes for the collapse, and there's nothing that the duo can do. He had the exhaust, but he may not have at the time, but either way, it wouldn't have made a difference. So it was an easy pickup for the side of Trick.
And now we see Origen actually going for these reverse lanes, bringing Patrick and Mithy up towards the top side, trying to relieve some of that pressure, forcing Odoamne into a 2v1 lane, whereas Ignar and Upset going for the plates, pick up 2 down towards this bottom lane. And they'll be happy backing off from this. It's a 1,000 gold lead for Schalke 10 minutes in, and they're in a pretty good spot against Origen.
It actually makes a lot of sense from the side of Origen because Alphari's in a great position. Not only has he already got his first upgrade of the Hex Core, but he's also got the Lost Chapter. So he's got a lot of mana, he's got some AP, and he's got his upgraded E, which means in a 2 versus 1, he can wave clear very safely, and his W, the Gravity Field, actually helps a lot when the enemy is trying to dive. Now, that doesn't help very much against an Olaf, admittedly. Yeah. However, if the Braum and the Sivir try anything funny, it's a lot harder to dive this Victor. So this means that while Schalke can continue to play through bot, Alphari will feel safe, whereas Origen now have a couple more options trying to play through the top side of the map.
And Trick and Schalke playing down towards this bottom side as the Inferno Drake comes up. Origen, I think they're going to go for the Rift Herald instead. They've got Mithy and Patrick up towards top lane, so their numbers advantage is on the top side of the map. Infernal for Rift Herald. It's an interesting trade, not one we see too often. Usually people want to fight around that fiery Drake, but Schalke will get it pretty easily. And do want to commend Trick. His early game jungling has been pretty effective this game.
Yeah, Trick so far playing around his pressure very well. I like that he's utilized his bot lane to invade and get a lot of steals away from the enemy camp. Alfari does have flash, so he should be safe in this situation. But talking about that trade that you were just saying, Infernal for Rift Herald. Yes, this just means that you can utilize the trade up towards top side. That's where your duo is, and hopefully you can try and secure the first tower of the game. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it in time though.
With the Rift Herald charging in, I think Schalke are going to lose this battle. It's 3v2. The Rift Herald's going to get a swipe up here as well, and down towards the bottom side, there's some bulwark plates on that tower. It's very close. Origen will get the first tower. The second one will go down to Schalke. But look at that gold lead, 600 gold lead, a 4 upset over Patrick now because of those extra plates.
You can see why Origen decided to make this play. You know, yes, they had to lose the Infernal, but it would have been worse given that they were guaranteed to lose that bot tower anyway. So now you kind of keep the map stay even. You can both push out the wave, you can both back at the same time, you can reset out on the map, and overall the objectives are very even, and so is the gold. The biggest differences right now, as you already alluded to, are down towards the bot side of the map. And we actually see, well, it's pretty much all on the bot side of the map. Support and AD carry for the side of Schalke are the ones that have that advantage. So first items now coming through for both teams.
Yeah, you've got the Essence Reaver completed onto Upset. Expect Essence into Infinity Edge, Sheen and Manamune on Patrick. It's the standard build that we see on Ezreal most days. Super Soko on Abadage, the GLP 800, and it's going to be the Hextech Gunblade on Odo. So strong in the lane, but he's been pinned back so much by Alfari, who's having a stellar performance on this Victor.
We can now see OG starting to split up the map a little bit more. Teleports are available for all 3 Origin members. Meanwhile, for Schalke, they only have Odos available. Fortunately for Schalke, no objective to really play around right now. They just have to be cautious of getting baited into a fight. But for Origen, it's a little bit harder for them to do that because their next objective is to try and pressure this mid-tier 1, and in an ideal will actually secure this bot tier 1.
Is that the intention for Origen? Is that their game plan for the rest of this match? 1-3-1, get the Victor in a side lane, get the Aurelio in a side lane, and really try and pull Schalke around the map, who seem to be more teamfight focused?
So I think both comps actually have a lot of teamfight elements. I think that it's very reminiscent of what we saw from Splyce, where Origen's composition works better the longer the fight plays out, because you actually have a lot of poke with this comp, and then once you chip the target down enough, that's when you commit to the all-in with the Aurelia and the Jarvan. But Lux, Ezreal, and Victor, all very good at just sitting back, waiting, biding their time. Whereas Schalke, they just kind of have to commit. They have to go in for the fight. And one of the things that we saw in that game earlier in the day is if you kind of half-heartedly go in for the fight and then you disengage, the obnoxious thing about an Ezreal is he doesn't let you escape. So if you're not committing to the fight, it could actually hurt you ultimately more than it helps you, which means that you have to be very confident in going for the fights that you go for.
You have to be decisive with your decisions. Make those decisive calls, as we say. Final Spark used by Mithy in the top lane, but 2 of those players that we talked about in those team fights that I want to highlight are Patrick and Upset, the Ezreal and the Sybil players. These 2 guys have had pretty good starts to the split. Odo is actually going to use the Slicing Mouse from here, flash away. He's going to escape. Let's talk about these 2 carries, because both of them have had very good starts to the split.
I mean, you want me to talk about them. The game doesn't want us to talk about them.
It's slowed down, but let's talk about Patrick and Upset.
Cole not going to find that kill. Let's talk a little bit about them. Patrick last split, he was a player that didn't really stand out that much on Origen. He was there. He had some solid performances. He was pretty reliable, but he wasn't really the namesake of the team. But so far this split, he's really grown into his own. He's becoming one of the big superstars, whereas Upset, he's always been one of those reliable AD carries that consistently outputs a high amount of damage and is a reliable carry for his team. However, due to the mixed success of Schalke, I don't think he's been able to showcase his full capabilities as of yet, even though his individual performances have been very solid so far.
There are times that, especially in 2019 in spring and now so far through summer, he reminds me of Patrick on H2K. Like, some of his team calls and some of the plays that his team make are kind of holding him back, and he needs to be released a little bit more, but I trust Schalke to make some of these plays.
Well, let's see if Schalke can make any of these plays happen on the map. As again, we're now approaching the mid game. 16 minutes is when I start to think that like those first items are completed, objectives are respawning, everyone's kind of looking for things on the map. We can see the Ocean is actually spawning soon, and Schalke are investing resources up towards the top side of the map. The jungler's been sent up there. They have 2 members mid, whereas Origen, they're only keeping the Irelia up there with the teleport. Meanwhile, they're spending a couple more members down towards the bot side, so they want to guarantee vision control over the river, but as a result of that, they can't gain mid prio. So Schalke will be able to walk in, clear out a lot of this vision, and now, because the cannon is on the bot side, one of the strong members for Schalke, Origen are going to be forced out.
Let's see if Nukeduck decides to teleport into this. You say Origen forced away. That's exactly how it's going for the moment. Cold and Alfari will jump in. Remember, Cannon, Odo doesn't have the slicing master. He's caught down towards the bottom side. Now, Ocean Drake taken out, but Odo is sacrificed by the team. Abadage trying to get onto Patrick, but he's separated. Cataclysm comes out. Abadage coming down to join his team now. There's the Pop Blossom just trying to escape. With the shield will be enough for now. The Glacial Fissure as well disengaging.
So Schalke secure themselves the Drake, meanwhile Origen secure themselves a kill. Schalke will be forced to base, and because Nukeduck didn't use his teleport, he's been able to push in top, push in mid, and Origen are in a better position across the map in their entirety. But Schalke not choosing to reset just yet. Still feeling pretty healthy, have a decent amount of mana, and they want to clear out some of these waves, but that's only delaying. Remember, there's a lot of unspent gold right now on Origen. The longer they delay this back, the more it's going to hurt them overall, because Origen can just use this time to reset, then come back out on the map first, and actually start gaining vision control around areas like the Baron, like the River.
Let's have another look at this, because it's kind of split into 2 separate points. You can see Odo tries to join his team, but Cold and Alfari are ready for him.
Yeah, they've decided that they're not going to fight for the Drake. The cannon is way closer. The time it takes for the teleport to arrive means that Schalke are going to have a numbers advantage. So instead, they just go for the kill, and they want to try and get a couple more. In the meantime, as you can see on your minimap, Nukeduck was just pushing these waves, trying to generate more pressure elsewhere on the map. And he's now started to build up a little bit more of a CS advantage. He's getting an experienced lead over his opposition. And speaking of a lead, Alfari is looking
Yeah, that's dangerous from Odo. Slicing Maelstrom comes out the stun onto Alfari. Now, Alfari still has the flash if he wants to chase, but just gets the ultimate out from the cannon and forces him away. As much as you'd say Nukeduck's getting a lead in mid, look at the lead for Upset down towards that bottom lane. About 40 farm ahead on average. A lot of this gold and a lot of the CS in the mid game is being funneled onto him, because we always talk about the 400 CS severe win condition. If he can get there, he's going to be incredibly strong.
Yeah, he had that advantage in the early game where he was constantly pushing Patrick underneath the tower. And on top of that, as you rightly said, he's been the main focal point for Schalke to invest their resources. They're not moving Upset around the map, they're moving everyone else around the map. So the farm is being sacrificed in the sides, but Upset is always guaranteeing that he's getting this farm. And you can already see Odoamne versus Alfari, the big discrepancy that's starting to build. In the mid lane, not as much of a discrepancy, but it is there as Origen trying to invest more into their side laners and hoping that Patrick can still offer value, even if he is a little bit behind Upset.
Ignar did get caught with a binding there. Didn't see it go through for the connection. Trick coming up here towards the top side. Ignar on his way up as well. And once again, Odo just forced away down towards that bottom lane. He's a team fight bot now, looking for that slicing Maelstrom, looking for flank positions. He's not going to ever be able to 1v1 Alfari in a side lane.
But you can see very clearly how the victor, as the longer the game goes on, gets only stronger and stronger up against this cannon matchup, and why many pros in Europe consider it a strong counter. And Alfari now has full control over this side wave. Nukeduck, by going for the Tiamat, has a little bit more wave clear and can also pressure Abadage. So OG actually have control over the sides. The problem is they can't gain mid control because of this Sivir, because of the amount of wave clear and the protection that Ignar provides. Origen can't quite converse this pressure on sides into very much elsewhere on the map.
But that's what they're trying to do. They've seen that Schalke are playing around that top side of the map for the last while. They know they don't really have too much vision in the river. So Alfari pushes out bot, he comes up, joins his team, and maybe looks to surprise Schalke in a 4v5 situation. Oh. It's not going to happen. I wanted action, Vedius. I like fights.
Problem is, mate, it's Origen versus Schalke, and very rarely are you going to get a bunch of fights in this kind of a matchup. Both these teams are a lot more controlled, a lot more reserved.
True.
They tend to not take gambles or risks. That's why I was so surprised by the fight at 5 minutes and 30. But unfortunately, it was just kind of a trick. It was like, ooh, look, we're going to fight a lot this game, and then they don't. So like in terms of next steps where we could potentially see a fight, Baron becomes like the next big point of contention. But remember that for Origen, they don't necessarily just want to force a fight, right? They want to chip away at you, they want to poke you down, they want drawn-out fights. Whereas Schalke, they have so many big AoEs, right? Sivir ultimate into Nico ultimate into Cannon ultimate. You just kind of want to hit as many people as possible. But again, it's really hard. It's always hard when you're playing against the likes of an Ezreal and when you're playing up against a Victor who can drop his gravity field and actually split teams apart if it's in between the front line and the back line. So there's so much disruption on the side of Origen, you really have to pick your moments, which is why I'm concerned this is going to be a little bit more of a drawn-out game medic, because both teams will wait for that opportune moment before really pulling the trigger, or someone will make a mistake, which the other will look to capitalize.
I think if I'm looking at it from a Schalke perspective, though, I'm pretty happy with that generally. Like, in spring, they were known to make a few mistakes. They were known to sometimes be a little bit over-eager to take fights, especially around Barons and stuff. Here, they seem a lot more methodical, they seem a lot more measured, and they're kind of playing Origen at their own game.
Now look at the map state, though. 5 members of Origen are around the dragon. They know that it's going to be spawning soon, but Abadage is making his way down through the river. They don't know where Cold is. Well, they probably would have spotted him now.
Odo has definitely spotted him now. Cold forced down towards the bottom side of this as Schalke push into the river. Meanwhile, Nukeduck in the bottom lane is just getting that wave towards the tower, and Schalke try and get some vision control, but it's very superficial in the river right now.
So you can see again, Origen have the numbers disadvantage in mid lane, so they can't gain control over the mid lane, which means that Schalke always get to move first into the river, and Origen are just losing a lot of farm up towards top side, but Origen are not stupid. They are doing the same thing on the bot side of the map. They're creating pressure, and they're making sure that if we're losing resources, you also lose resources, and they can't really move to that bot side because then they lose control of a mid and potentially control of a dragon.
It's a big level discrepancy between the AD carries, actually, as Patrick pings 12, 13 on upset. Nukeduck a level ahead of his lane opponent, as well as now the Mountain Drake has been started. Schalke going for Cold has the flank, straight into the Cataclysm, straight into their demise. Schalke lose 2, and Origen come out on top.
Beautifully played by Origen. They landed so much good poke before the fight started, and then Cold finds that perfect flank to allow Origen to find 2 kills and make their way towards the Baron.
Good delay there, man. To get it right. Make the way towards the next objective. It's going to be the Baron for Origen. They should secure this pretty easily. Trick is still alive, has the flash if he wants to go for a fight.
Wow.
Teleport coming in. Here we go. Oh, Odo, 8 seconds away with his TP as well. The bases come out, but maybe Schalke could just go straight for it if they want to. That was my solo queue brain speaking there. Schalke should never go for the dragon right now. Patrick's going to teleport back into the fight, and Origen able to make the right call and not force the dragon.
That was very smart. I respect that a lot from Origen. They realize the death time is very low, but let's have a look at this. They have no idea that Cold is just sitting in this fog of war point. They can see where the rest of Origen is coming from, but again, great ultimate from the side of Patrick to start the chip. Then Nukeduck lands his ultimate, then Alfari lands his E, and then Cold comes in for the engage. At this point, Origen are like, all right, we've had the setup, we just need to start the fight, and they play their composition beautifully. Slow and patient, very well done. Schalke very limited in their options to kind of answer back.
And now you've got a Trinity Force Titanic Hydra finished on Nukeduck in that side lane. Abadage is not going to be able to deal with him, nor's Odo Wamne. So many power spikes hit here for the Origen team, even though the gold is still pretty much even. Origen definitely the team on the front foot, definitely the team advancing their line in towards the Schalke jungle.
And I love to track levels in games like this, because when Origen have had so much time and focus to invest in their side lanes, it's important to know how strong their side lanes are. And both Nukeduck and Alfari level 14 right now versus the 14 of Abadage, but to the 12 of Odo. He's really struggled in the matchup against Alfari, but on top of that, he's been joining his team a lot. Abadage has been the one soaking up a lot of this side lane farm, so he's now in a position where he started off 2-0-0 and was very strong, but he's not getting those same resources, and now he's fallen further and further behind. So these team fights are only going to get harder, because what was a very strong point for Schalke is now arguably one of the weaker points given the state of Cannon in the game right now.
Now Schalke do get pushed in mid here. They could take the tower. They're actually looking to collapse. Trick up suddenly on their way. Teleport coming in behind. There's a blast cone there for them as well, but Abadage might just go all the way around.
Look at how they kite back. They're just slowly chipping away at Schalke. Can they find the fight?
Odo, he's in the right position. True Shot Barrage comes out. Trick down to below half HP. Origen using the push in the top lane. Could just go for the tower here, and Schalke have to disengage, burn both their teleports.
But again, props to Schalke. Props to Origen, rather. We said it earlier on in the game where if you're going for a fight, you have to commit. You have to make sure it's the right one because sometimes it can hurt you more than it can help you. And that was a perfect situation where Schalke, it looked like they had the perfect setup, but they couldn't quite find the pieces. They couldn't quite get things to connect. So they lost the teleport. And while they secured the mid-tier 1, they end up trading it for a tier 2 in the top lane.
I obviously didn't get enough sleep right there because I was like, how on earth did Trick just turn into upset? I'm so confused.
That's happened way too often to me. Nico literally traps me all of the time. Yeah. I saw an Olaf running down the river earlier and I'm like, that's a Nico, that's a Nico, that's a Nico. Don't
I had to tell you something quite a few times. 1,000 goal lead here for Origen. They are a Mountain Drake to double Ocean and Inferno on the side of Schalke. 3 completed items on both of our AD carries now. They're going to be hitting like trucks when this next team fight comes out. But as you say, Origen will just kite back, and choose the moment to engage. Whereas Schalke just have to go hell for leather, all guns blazing into the firing line if they want to take the fight to Origen.
So Origen now making their way back towards the Baron. Notice how they've got all 5 members here. Even though they have teleport on Alfari, by grouping up as 5, you can brute force your way towards an objective. And knowing that the Sivir has just gone back to base, wants to spend a little bit more gold, Origen can force this play and gain some vision control around the river. But now they've moved back out to mid and top, which has allowed Schalke to get a little bit more vision control around the Baron area. So both teams just trading back and forth for the time being. What makes this really difficult for Origen right now is they haven't taken this mid-tier 1. Yep. And they're not going to as long as Sivir is alive. So they need to create as much pressure on the side lanes so that they can create a numbers advantage mid. And that's the only way they're going to force upset off this tower, because if he stays, then there's the risk of him getting dived.
And definitely, as Origen is still playing the vision game around this Baron, I want to look at the wider picture, the bigger picture, the story of the LEC right now. A few people were asking if Origen are still our 3rd best team in the league coming into today, because we've only seen them lose, only seen them beat teams lower than them, haven't seen them beat G2 or Fnatic. I think this game sort of proves that when Origen find their style, when they find their stride, they are definitely one of the best teams in the LEC.
Well, they still have to win, Medic.
That's true.
And Schalke's still in a perfect
I think Schalke
position.
are a very good team as well. I'm looking at Schalke as a playoffs
This
contender.
is the thing that I am ultimately debating. Where do both these teams fall in the grand scheme of things? Everyone's sitting at 2-2, you're right. Origen have only lost to Fnatic and G2, but if they now lose to Schalke, what does that say about this team, right? Is it just an early game, early split, slow start like it was last split, and they eventually ramp up towards the end? Or perhaps they're not as strong as they once were? The debate is always there, whereas for Schalke, they had a big change in Trick coming in, and hopefully that it was only an improvement based on what we saw last split. Now, of course, Schalke went 7-2 in their first half, so it's always going to be difficult to kind of impress upon that, but I think more fans are focusing on the second half as Odoamne.
He didn't really get to play League of Legends there.
No, he ends up dying, and yeah, so this is a great pickup from the side of Origen. They're able to find a kill onto Odoamne. We talked a lot about how they need to play towards their sides, and now what I'd like to see them do is actually start rotating towards the mid lane so they can start pressuring this mid-tier 1, because with the mid-tier 1 down, then they can finally set up vision towards the top side of the map and start actually threatening the Baron.
You can see how much vision is still there for Schalke in their own jungle. Nukeduck's pushing down towards the bottom side. They're chasing onto Patrick. Upset looking for the damage. Can't quite land the boomerang. Patrick took a couple of crits, but couldn't get enough out of that Ezreal. Ignar's pushing over towards Cold and Alfari. He'll just clear out a little bit more vision. Nukeduck gets the tower in the bottom lane. Now Origen are just slowly bleeding out Schalke, you have to feel.
But Schalke do keep their mid-tier 1 alive, which in their eyes is still very important.
At some point, Vedi, they're losing every other tower on the map.
Yeah.
The mid-tier 1 is important, but if you lose everything else, that can't be
But as long as they're not losing their Nexus towers,
that's true.
They're fine.
You are right.
And the inhibitor ones, as long as they're still up, then Schalke still have a solid line of defense. So I think ultimately they made the decision here to say, fine, we'll sack the bot tier 2, but as long as it keeps mid alive, then that means Upset is still getting safe farm, he can keep pushing up in the wave, and we can always be in a position to gain priority over the river so that we can contest this ultimate objective that will decide the game. So here we have a cool look at Odoamne getting collapsed upon.
I promise you he took some damage there.
Yep, yes he did.
That he did. 15 CS away from Upset's 400 CS win condition. He's gone for a Hex Drinker. Expect that to be built into a more of Malmortius for that lifeline passive and for the extra shield against someone like Mithy or Alfari trying to nuke him from long range. Vision control still there for Schalke. They've got a couple of wards in the pit here, but Cold and Origen will try and set up that 4-man push down mid. It's what we wanted to see, Vedius. Use the pressure you have in the side lane and get 4 of your teammates around you so you can try and take that mid lane
So
tower.
what we should see now is Nukeduck, he's pushed at bot, now he wants to move up towards the mid lane. By generating 5 members mid, you can look to threaten this mid tier 1, but Schalke's like, well, we're fine, because we've got top pushing, and we're catching bot wave. Are you really going to dive as 4v5 when Kennen, he doesn't quite have his TP yet, but he potentially has his TP? Origen going to sit there and go, well, no. But what we will do is gain vision control around Baron. What are you going to do about that? So Schalke's like, well, okay, we can't see that objective right now, but we know you're not on it because you haven't pushed out top or mid. So Schalke's like, okay, we're fine for now. We'll just stay grouped up. Let's let Sivir actually go back to base and maybe look for a pick bot. Now, if Upset reveals himself, Origen can immediately go to Baron and start threatening it. Because remember, Upset is the main source of priority that Schalke have right now. He's their big carry player.
Oh, Ignor's been caught out a little bit here. The final spark comes out. Patrick jumping across the wall, but there's the teleport behind them. That's going to be Odo1. They join in the back of the fight. Cold goes in, but goes golden. And Odo gets in with a slicing maelstrom straight onto the backline. Pop Blossom not going to catch up Patrick. Cold already down. Mithy flashing the wall, but Abadage is waiting with open arms. He uses his stopwatch to try and survive. Nukeduck jumps in with the Vanguard's edge. Alfari's on a rampage. That's 2. And Origen turned the fight around. Odo in the wrong place at the wrong time. A double for Patrick.
What looked like a great fight for Schalke to start off ends up going in Origen's favor. Chaos erupts on Summoner's Rift as both teams trade blow for blow. Origen, though, walk away as the victors.
And they might get the mid lane tower out of it as well, Vedius. We'll have another look at this fight because I thought when we saw this TP coming in, Schalke had it in the bag.
So I feel like committing to killing a Braum is very dangerous, especially when this teleport comes in through the cannon. At this point, Origen need to disengage because Upset's in a prime position, Odoamne dives onto the backline, and they can just slowly start working their way through the Origen roster. But notice how Origen have now split up. Abadage's in a bit of an awkward spot. Meanwhile, Nukeduck is sitting on the flank and looking at these low health members saying, I can kill them. Nukeduck single-handedly zones Upset away. Meanwhile, 2 members are dying to the likes of Patrick and Alfari. So while a lot of the support staff from the side of Origen end up dying, the carries still remain alive. So the longer the fight goes on, as we said, the better it is for Origen. Schalke couldn't disengage, they end up losing the fight, and importantly, they lose that mid tier 1.
Patrick did such a good job in that fight. Caught in the slicing maelstrom, Arcane shifts across the wall, immediately flashes to get away from the Pop Blossom. His positioning was darn right perfect. Now, Origen with the mid lane tower down can push in for some more of this vision. They clear out the river, and the Baron has to be on the cards. Nukeduck still has his teleport. He's down towards the bottom lane. Highest level in the game, tied with Alfari. It's going to be very difficult to deal with that Aurelia.
So now Origen want to regain mid priority. Notice how they're keeping pressure bot. They're using Alfari to just clear out the wave top. And notice how much harder it is now for Schalke to be able to move up to the wave and actually clear with the Sivir. There's a lot more darkness, there's a lot more risk associated with it. So now Origen will push their vision a little bit deeper. They want to try and force Schalke to be as uncomfortable as possible. And Schalke, they have very little information, so Origen are going to kick this one off. What will Schalke do? Will they try to fight? Or will they just give this one away?
Feel they have to fight, otherwise it's going to be a slow burn as that Baron goes down into 1-3-1 lanes. Trick stepping forward, no vision still. The Baron's gone, Mithy gets it. And Schalke unable to fight in time.
Thank you so much, observers, for highlighting what Schalke could see, because it was just darkness. Their options were limited. They had no idea how low the Baron was. It took them too long to be able to control the rest of the map for them to properly go and take this objective. And this is why we said that mid-tier 1 was so important. This is why Schalke were willing to sacrifice tier 2s to keep it alive. And the moment that they lost it, the Baron immediately goes in favor of Origen, and now they'll look to split up the map. Now they'll look to utilize their poke to siege onto Schalke's base and look to try and end the game.
It's so difficult now for Schalke to do anything. You've got Nukeduck in the side lane, you've got Alfari in the side lane. No one on your team can match them in the 1v1. You kind of have to force a 5v5 or a 5v3 in the mid lane, but how are you going to do that? On the hunt, run at them with the Sivir and try and get the chase in. You don't even have your flash on Kennen. You're not going to be able to chase down an Ezreal.
We saw Schalke try a couple of opportunities to flank Origen, but every time it didn't really work out. Unfortunately, now they don't have the vision except for that one ward in the mid lane. If Odoamne could find, or Abadage find that TP flank onto a pushing Origen, maybe that can be the fight that can swing the game back into the control of Schalke. But without it, Schalke are just going to slowly but surely lose their base.
Chip away at this tower, already down. A turret will fall in the mid lane. 5,000 gold lead for Origen. Nukeduck pushing top. trying to get those waves to crash at the same time if possible. With the cannon minions coming in as well, it's so hard to fight against this Baron buff.
Notice how Alfari is staying with the team, not actually going off onto a side lane, playing much more of a 1-4 style and utilizing Nukeduck to be the primary split pusher, with Alfari and Patrick actually staying together to poke the opposition away.
Ricochet's coming out here, Trick's going to chase in, Alfari uses the stopwatch, Redemption coming out as well, Upset already down to half HP, but Alfari's so low, almost taking out the shields, he is huge, the pop blossom onto the backline though, this is what Schalke wanted, the flank position as Cole just about escapes, Odo's going to fall, Origen get 2 and now they can fight back. But they don't need to. Schalke have retreated to their base, and Origen just wait for the next wave.
Schalke successfully hold the line, but they've only got 3 members left. Upset alone, trying to defend the tower against 4 members of Origen.
Nukeduck still has his ultimate as well, can just jump in. That tower's going to fall. Inhibitor turret down. Patrick almost kills Abadage with a jump forward. The final spark, not enough to take out the Nico, but the inhibitor will fall, and Origen have broken the base of Schalke.
So again, what looked like a good fight for Schalke does not go in their favor. Alfari survived for so long on the front line. He didn't have his flash available. We can see here, great utilization of the Ezreal ultimate to actually... Oh, never mind. We'll ignore that one. Thank you, observers.
So we got faded. Thank you, observers. That was amazing.
Look at how long the survive comes out from Alfari for. He gets the redemption. He has the shield from his Q. He eventually drops, but he takes Trick with him. This makes it a 4 versus 4. And then Odoamne trying to threaten the backline. Unfortunately, he gets left by himself, as the rest of Schalke are too low to really follow up. So Origen, they end up getting 2 kills for 1, and they end up finally breaking into the base of Schalke.
That they do, and I think if you look at Upset scoreline, you can see playing the James Bond tactic at the moment, 007, he has a license to kill, but I'm sure Schalke would have hoped he picked up a few more throughout this game. It only took me 5 minutes to think of that one.
I love how he has a GA.
Yeah.
Like, you haven't been at risk this whole game.
But the one time he dies, he's coming back.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, that's a lot of damage coming out from Alfari with the Void Staff, the Ludens, and the Zhonya's. Oh!
Good sidestep there from
Great
Odoamne.
sidestep.
But props to... Oh,
that's
Redemption.
Not enough. That's nowhere near enough.
Oh,
Redemption does like 300
wow,
damage.
I feel like Origen is just throwing skill shots at the wall now.
They can waste them. Right? They're so far ahead now in this game. They've broken through mid. They've got this big wave pushing in bot, and they just need to get the inhibitor tower. Upset takes a chunk, puts some damage back onto Patrick as well, but Upset looking to use that GA as soon as possible, it might seem.
Props to Alfari this game as well. Not only do we do a great job in the 1 versus 1, but I feel like he's constantly generated pressure in the side lane, and overall, I feel like he's been a massive rock for the team so far this split. And once again, he's having a great performance on the Victor. 5, 1, and 4. Flame Horizon to Odoamne at long last. Meanwhile, Upset doing the same on the other side as Ignar trying to block the poke that is coming out from Schalke. Origen.
Patrick was caught out with the Glacial Augment there for a second. The True Shot Barrage coming out as well. Nukeduck just standing here in the mid lane, already level 18, out-leveling Odo by 2 whole levels. And it's very difficult, you have to think, for Schalke to defend from this position. Yes, perfect team fight, a perfect flank, we talk about it, but it's so hard against a team like Origen who are very good at disengaging, very good at resetting a fight whenever they want to.
Yep, I agree. I think that right now the game is looking very Origen-sided. However, they've spent a long time trying to secure themselves another inhibitor, which means that the Baron is going to be spawning soon. And Elder Drake is also on the card. You would expect that to be spawning in the near future as well. And so the longer this game goes, again, the more options that Schalke have. Level 18 has come through for Upset, for Abadage. Odoamne hit 16, so while he's still behind, he has 2 points in his ultimate. 3 points, rather, in his ultimate. And then once he completes that death cap, then Schalke don't look so weak anymore, you know? So Origen, they need to put their foot on the pedal a little bit more, because Schalke, one big team fight, can swing this game back in their favor.
We saw it almost work for them in the last fight. Trick now has a GA of his own. And if Schalke find that fight, they can definitely get back into this one. Nukeduck still pushing in the side. I do want to come back to that Alfari point. At the start of the split, when we were talking about what we wanted to see from Origen, we talked a lot about seeing another carry really emerge, a guy that could really turn a game for this team. And I think Alfari and Patrick have really stepped into that sort of role this split. We've seen them both make, well, Alfari is much more consistent. Patrick's the guy that can sometimes make that stellar play that really turns a fight for you. So I'm very enthused to see Origen actually developing coming into Summer Split.
Yeah. And we'll see how far they can go, assuming they can win this game. Remember, the Rift Rivals is next week. But definitely a couple of interesting storylines going into that. Sven versus Mithy, and Nukeduck, his first international event since 2013. Now, Baron has been starting off. Trick makes his way in. Fearless.
There's the gravity field though, Baron resetting. Alfaro putting some damage down onto it, Upset stepping forward. Here's Abadage from the bottom line, chased away by Cold. Baron still aggroed onto Mithy. Schalke just trying to find what they can, and the Baron resets. Nukeduck's pushing down towards this bottom lane. Odo trying to deal with him, but chip damage on towards the tower. Double Oceans will help Schalke here, of course, with that regen.
Let's have a look at what ultimates were used. Ulti is gone for Trick. Ulti is also gone for Upset. So one of the big front lines and some of the big engage tools that Schalke want to use are unavailable. But Abadage still has his ulti up, making his way through the jungle, looking for an opportunity, won't be able to find it. So Origen like, you know what? We're going to disengage. We're going to play it safe. We're going to keep Nukeduck in the bot lane, regain priority in the bot side of the map, regain full river control, push out top lane. We can look to start the Baron up once again.
Trick has been super sneaky here. He stood in this top bush for a while and now moved to the tri bush and hasn't been spotted by Origen. They do not know he's there right now, and maybe he can find a good flank position. Yes, it's only an Olaf. Yes, it doesn't have too much, but here comes the on the hunt from Upset, looking to get onto that backline. Straight onto Patrick. The redemption coming out. Mithy's already done. Inhibitor tower falls in the bottom lane as Odo Wamne hasn't been able to hold off Nukeduck's advances. 1-0, but the inhibitor falling in that bottom lane. Abadage does have the Pop Blossom here, has flash as well if he wants to go in. Cold in with the Cataclysm teleport coming in from Odo as well. There's the Pop Blossom. Abadage still alive. Cold's still alive. Patrick chased up, has to jump. Odo's going to flash in the slicing Maelstrom straight through the Ezreal, but Nukeduck's on the Nexus and he's looking for the wave. The teleport coming in as well.
Look at Origen. They're doing what they can to try and end the game. Upset, can he hold the line?
He's there. Trick's there. Abadage's there as well, but Nukeduck trying to do what he can to take down the Nexus. Alfari almost goes down with the stopwatch, keeps himself alive. Nukeduck will fall, but he'll revive with the GA. Alfari's dead. It's all on Nukeduck, but you don't think he can do too much here. Caught out. They take the Nexus towers, but Schalke take the win in the fight.
And Schalke have all 5 members alive and are able to come out on top of the fight. Beautiful stuff from the side of Schalke. They can now make their way towards the Baron and potentially come back into this game.
Oh my goodness, I thought for a moment Origen had it.
Wait.
The hunt, they're just popping
actually just running it down mid right now. No, they're not going to try and end the game,
They are ready, they are. Either that or they're going for at least an inhibitor. They at least want those super minions pushing in. We'll see what they can do. Well, you should be the one predicting this for me here. The inhibitor has been taken. Schalke, they're just going to push it in. 40 seconds gone down to 25 now on Nukeduck and Alfari. They're going for the base. We've seen Upset take a Nexus off the hands of Splyce before. Cold gets rid of the minions, and now those towers are tankier. Abadage chunked out. Patrick up as well. He's slowed down, but he's going to use the QSS. Cold stunned up towards the top side. This concussive blows will proc, but Patrick can now step forward. Has that Iceborne Gauntlet for the slow if they want to go for the chase.
What teleports are available? Nukeduck, he's alive in 2 seconds.
There's super minions at the base as well.
They just want to try and delay the backs from Schalke.
Nukeduck going straight in. Counter teleport could go out from Abadage, but already Nukeduck's in there. Abadage, someone's TPing in here. Nukeduck's just going for the Nexus. It's mid laner versus mid laner. It's the veteran versus the rookie, and Abadage cannot stop Nukeduck. You cannot stop Origen. Odo Omne might have something to say about it. The Vanguard's edge going to slow him up, but Nukeduck is on the Nexus, and Origen take the win.
A much crazier ending than I was expecting, but Schalke definitely put up a fight. That sneaky backline flank from Trick ended up working wonders for Schalke. They found so many big kills off the back of that, and they were able to defend the split pushing Nukeduck. But they decided to go for the end rather than the Baron. And as a result, Origen had enough time to respawn, come back on the map, and get the back door. Is that the action that you wanted?
Yeah, I mean, we got them in the end, okay? They gave us kind of 40 minutes of action condensed into about 4 minutes of gameplay. Schalke shouldn't be too dismayed. I think there's a few things they can work on, of course, coming into the future weeks. But as you say, after this week, we have a bit of a break. They can reevaluate and they can see how they want to play after week 4 of the LEC.
I think it was very difficult for them ultimately to find a lot of the engages that they were looking for. They utilized their early pressure very well. I liked what they were doing in the early game. I liked where Trick was playing around his bot lane, setting up for invades, stealing objectives away from Origen. But in the mid game, it slowed down a lot. Their whole game plan was to keep that mid tower alive, and the moment Origen took it, they ended up winning the game.
That they did. We're getting some high fives here from the Origen lads. Good end to the game, guys. Great fun.
Excellently played. Well, sort of.
It was enjoyable to watch. We'll give them that. It was fun.
An excellent viewing experience.
It was. It was, Vedius.
But Origen, they do find the win. If they find another win, then they could go into Rift Rivals having only lost to G2 and Fnatic. And that would be the ideal situation for Origen. A lot of confidence coming off the back of that, and sets up for some really hype storylines as they go up against the North America.
Oh, it really does. The quality of the top 3 teams in the LEC seems to be rising and rising week after week to
Well, I will say, we got to be honest here, Medic. G2 and Fnatic definitely feel like a cut above everyone else right now, because even though Origen a lot are mainly in the conversation for that 3rd best team, like this kind of performance doesn't invoke a lot of confidence, right? Because we saw a couple of mistakes. We did see Windows get punished. They were a lot slower in their ability to end the game, and you can give credit to Upset in that regard. You can say that Schalke did a great job of stalling, but at the same time, you can't just forgive Origen for all of that, right? That was a much slower game than it arguably needed to be, and I'm sure that they're going to be frustrated with how that game ultimately played out.
They definitely are. Now, remember, guys, these teams are fighting for a spot in the LEC Finals. It's the 7th and 8th of September. It's in Athens. Pre-sale tickets go live next Friday. That's the 28th, so make sure you secure a seat there. I'm definitely going to be sitting there. You're going to be sitting there?
I imagine so.
You might be standing.
I might be standing.
Never know.
I'm definitely hoping to watch the games at least.
I hope to watch them as well. We've got Alfari, Cold, and Nukeduck fighting for Kia Player of the Game. Go and vote on @LolEsports on Twitter. I think there's good choices all round.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to have to give it one way or the other here.
Give it to Alfari. I think you do that.
Well, I said we shouldn't, and then you decided to.
Just give it to Alfari.
I feel there's a bit of discord here between us here, Vedius. I think we agreed that Wonder is the best Pyke in the LEC.
Alfari.
You say Caps, and it's just, I very much disagree with that strategy.
No, in all seriousness.
So you think Nukeduck?
I mean, so I think Nukeduck overall had a very solid game, but I don't think he was influential. Well, I say he was influential in the outcome. He made the backdoor happen, right? So if you want to give it to Nukeduck, I'm not going to be angry at you. I think that's fair.
You wouldn't like him when he's angry. I do see what you mean about Alfari, though. He was very strong in the early game. He got that lead, helped out by Cold a little bit as well, and really shut down Odawamne incredibly effectively.
Yeah, I thought he was very, very solid.
Well, we are actually going to hand it over to an interview with that Victor player from the last game. It's Alfari over with Law.
Thank you, Medic, and thank you, Alfari, for joining me. I'll go straight into it. Tell me about the last move, communication and all. How did you set it up?
I mean, honestly, the last move wasn't set up at all. We actually messed up, like dying, and they could have maybe ended the game. But Jonas, Cold, managed to kill the minions, so they were kind of trolling, not defending the minions. I don't know what's going on. And then we just called, you know, they actually can't fight. If they fight, we have TP and the game ends. Yeah. So they just had to run, and it was really close, but Nukeduck still managed to get the X-Backer.
Yeah, really smart move from you guys, and you didn't have the best early game to begin with. It felt like Schalke were one step ahead of you guys, especially around Drakes at the beginning of the game. So what went wrong in the early game?
I mean, I never felt like we were behind early game in the game, but I know that we took like a bad fight at Dragon at like 6 minutes, something like this. So that's probably just a little bit greedy from our end. Like our comp scales pretty well into mid game with like 2 item Ezreal spike, so it's probably safer to just chill. But yeah, I never really felt like we were behind, so there was no pressure.
Fair do, fair do. One thing that I find interesting enough about OG is the fact that you only lost to the 2 best teams, and even then you were ahead most of the time. So what made it look difficult against Schalke today?
I think it was because they had severe wave clearing mid the whole game, and we couldn't get the mid tower. It was really hard without Herald. So that kind of stalled the game, and we were kind of like unsure exactly how to crack the game open. So yeah, it was just kind of save a wave clearing mid lane and just like think, well, okay.
And you turned it around in the end. Nice victory from you guys, so congratulations on that. But we still have many more things to say about this game, so back to you, Trevor.
Thank you very much, Law. What an insane ending to the game. I actually thought for a moment that Origen could have thrown away 25 minutes of build-up. So without going too much into the rest of the game, I want to just take a look at the base races. Hopefully it starts at what was an Olaf flank at Baron. And you were losing it once Trick started running in.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy because we'd been waiting for like 10 minutes. Like, Schalke, how can you force a fight? You have no tools. And then all of a sudden, Olaf's like, surprise, comes out of the bush with a flash and tries to find it. And it's actually essentially it starts with him up in the tri-brush on the flank here while Nukeduck is pushing ball.
And again, reminder that while you have Nico and Kennen, it is so difficult for them to find the flanks to start the fights because of Origen's vision that it's actually Trick who ends up on the side catching them out.
Yeah, and this whole time, Schalke, they know they must force something. They want to start up the Baron, but they can't because bot lane they're getting pushed in. And then, of course, this happens where they commit the teleport into this to make this a 5 versus 4, while Nukeduck says, no, I'm going to stay bot lane because he thinks he can make the end.
But unfortunately, the scary thing is then you have a wealth of options. You know, what do Schalke do with this current situation? They have to send someone back because they have to stop Nukeduck, but he has the GA, so it takes forever to take him down. And then what do you grab? Do you go for the Baron? Do you go for the Elder? Do you run it straight down mid?
I mean, as this play was happening, I'm like, surely you just have to blitz and take both neutral objectives. But even if Schalke do that, we know they get outscaled in the team fights. They lose all their side lane matchups. So I respect their decision to try and make this Hail Mary play to go for the finish.
But here's the thing. I'm going to echo the sentiment that we just got from, I believe, Alfari right there. They're trolling. There's no way that they were ever going to have the minion wave or the death timer to be able to run it all the way back up mid. So I agree with your former point, Ender. They should have blitzed both objectives, Baron and Elder.
Yeah, even then they would still be in a really, really tough position. And as this happens, you see Schalke are trying to run away, but OG can just keep using their summoner spells to commit forward and stop the recalls, because ultimately Nukeduck in the 1v1 is going to smash Abadage so we can turn to the next.
And you know, maybe this is a different look if you're not dealing with the line damage that someone like Lux can do to clear a minion wave from so far away, because Schalke did the right thing. They were trying to tank for the minion waves to keep them alive so they would get rid of the fortification onto the towers, but you're not counting for the fact that Lux has the ult.
I absolutely love it, by the way. Right now, very respectful in the replay. I appreciate the call from Schalke. I see they're trying to take a win.
He was losing it during the game.
Backstage, Ender was like, they are hard trolling into Lux because of the reasons you just said. But listen, I want to take a look at the picks and bans that's on your screen now, because the very end of that replay was Nico going up against Irelia. Nico was first pick for Schalke. Irelia picked up red side for Origen. And Frosk, you had some strong words about Schalke's decision-making.
This felt like big brain. Okay, so both teams knew what the priority picks were going to be. Now, Nico does have a decent matchup into Irelia, so you can think, as I'm Origen, if I ban Sejuani and I leave Irelia open, there's a possibility that Schalke take it, or they take Nico and they try to win the matchup there. Schalke decided to go for Nico. Now, my concern is I personally think that Irelia is such a strong champion due to her flexibility and due to her gank setup, due to her 2v2 power, that I prioritize Irelia. And to me, this reads that Schalke, yes, you can get an advantageous matchup, but I think Irelia just gives more over time, especially in scaling later on in side lanes. And Origen knew, if they take Irelia, we're not afraid of it. And then they got the more powerful second pick on red side.
Well, it definitely worked out for Origen, and you talked about that scaling in the side lanes. Ender, talk me through the passage of play from about 17 minutes until that, final fight. It felt like Origen were just calm, collected, in control.
Well, that's the thing, right? Origen are never pressured to make a play, because ultimately both side lane matchups, wherever the Irelia goes, she's going to beat what Schalke are bringing to the table. So Origen can just maintain control, use Ezreal to clear away waves while this Irelia is pushing in the bottom lane, because they're super safe. They're never at risk of anything. They can keep pushing because on the other side you have a Kennen, an Olaf, and a Braum. How does that team ever find engage? I think it was a huge mistake for Schalke to go for the Kennen when they have Olaf and Braum, because there's no first engage. Kennen wants to come in second.
Frost before we have to move on.
I feel like it was kind of like their game plan shifted. Like, I think it's really easy to kind of sit back at the end of drafts and be like, Schalke, what were you thinking? But I think initially when they came out, they're like, look at our strong 2v2 between Nico and Olaf. But it was as the second part of the draft shifted that Origen were able to cover more bases and have a more well-rounded composition. So I think in the split second, planning for draft, that Origen just won out.
I think there were two really smart choices from OG. They banned Nautilus and Thresh in the second rotation. Two pick supports, two playmaking supports. And then what is Schalke forced onto? Braum.
And it didn't work out. They had no primary engage. It meant Schalke couldn't make any plays. And that Irelia, that was so controversial here on the desk, ends up winning the key player of the game. Nukeduck winning with 49% of the votes. Now, as Medi and Vedi mentioned on the desk, Origen have only lost to G2 and Fnatic. Now they've picked up their first win against Schalke. These are our three teams going to Rift Rivals next week. We don't have time to talk about it now, but hopefully we will in PGL. Game 5 today, it is our match of the week. The undefeated G2 Esports taking on the undefeated Fnatic. Coming up next, though, Misfits with Maxwell in the jungle take on SK. Don't go anywhere.
Why?
Ignar sitting in the pit. Abadage with the pop blossom. The artillery lands and Upset can shred through them. First blood over to Oda. They're looking for a little bit more. Nukeduck come forward. Cold down as well. This is a bloodbath. Nukeduck a level ahead of his lane opponent as well as now the Mountain Drake has been started. Schalke going for Cold as the flank. Straight into the Cataclysm. Straight into their demise. He uses his stopwatch to try and survive. Nukeduck jumps in with the Vanguard's edge. Alfari's on a rampage. That's 2. And Origen turn the fight around. Uses the stopwatch. Redemption coming out as well. Upset already down to half HP, but Alfari's so low. Almost taking out the shields. He is huge. The pop blossom onto the backline though. This is what Schalke wanted. And Abadage cannot stop Nukeduck. You cannot stop Origen. Oh no, Omne might have something to say about it. The Vanguard's edge going to slow him up, but Nukeduck is on the Nexus, and Origen take the win.
Welcome to ProView. Exclusive POV streams for every player in every game let you get closer to the action and get inside their minds. With Multiview, you can create your very own stream, unique to you, with up to 4 feeds. And with our advanced timeline, you can hone in on all the big plays that matter most to you. Watch LEC in a whole new way for €14.99, or get the All Access Pass for $19.99.
Welcome back to the LEC studio where our wonderful Steadicam operator is rotating it around. We're told to follow it the whole way, Betty.
Follow the camera! Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry, we promised we'd stop, but we didn't. SK versus Misfits. Now, this is an important game for me because I don't know how good either of these teams are.
Okay.
Misfits have actually only lost to the good teams and have beaten the teams at the bottom of the standings, right? So I want to know how good Misfits is because last split, they started off strong, but it was actually around week 3, week 4, where they started to get exploited and they started to go downhill. And ultimately they ended in 8th place, whereas SK, around this time, was actually when they started to pick up pace last split. And I feel like last week, we actually saw a little bit of development from SK, because what I got in my notes about SK is I feel like they actually have a lot of good pieces. They actually have a lot of very strong fundamentals. They just need to work a little bit more on like their teamwork. And if they can grow that, I have a lot of confidence in this team and their development in the future. In particular, PGL, for a rookie, his awareness and his top lane skill is very impressive for what he showcased so far on the LEC stage. So I think there's real growth here. Whereas for Misfits, it still contains a lot of the same pieces. And while we've seen some differences from this Misfits squad, ultimately they want to be a top team in Europe. And while you were talking about earlier how many people believe that Splyce is the 4th best team in Europe, I have an inclination that Misfits actually have a good argument to be that 4th place team. However, I can only really justify that if they win here today.
I totally agree with you, but they have let Karma through pick and bans. First lock straight away there for SK. We've seen it play top lane in the LCK already. It's a very strong support. 9-12, of course, gave her a bunch of buffs. So we'll have to see if Misfits have a good answer for it. At the moment, they say Zyra can't.
And they're also leaving Yuumi through as well. Now, the cool thing about Karma, I've got a lot to say about her, is that she can be flexed into 3 different roles. So SK have a lot of options as to what they want to do with her. So I'd actually love to see them either lock in an early game jungler, perhaps a Lee Sin, maybe an Elise, just something that can give SK a little bit more early game control. But instead, nope, they're not going to do that right now. They're just looking at a Tom. This surprises me. This does surprise me.
It definitely hampers that flexibility of the Karma as well, because we don't usually see Tom Kench outside of that bot lane. So probably going to be top and probably going to be mid as those 2 flexible options. It is important to note before we get anywhere further through the pick and ban, Maxlaw is back in for Misfits this week. Kire subbed out, so we'll see what communication or what champion pool changes Misfits bring into the week.
Yeah, we certainly will. Now, with Sejuani off the board, Jarvan locked it in a little bit earlier than I got to predict it. But I think that it is a very strong jungler still in the meta, very early game focus, thinks it fits in Maxwell's wheelhouse. Right now, Misfits looking like a very bot-focused team. Unsurprisingly, we know that their bot lane is very strong. We know that 9-12 did introduce some changes where we've been seeing fewer flex picks and a lot more control mages. I feel overall, we've been seeing some Victors, we've been seeing a higher priority on Nico, and I feel the Misfits are going to look to prioritize the Azir in the next round, so let's see if SK ban that one off the board.
And Pimin's well known for his Azir as well, so there is the ban straight away, Vedius. Good prediction on that one. Olaf removed by Misfits as well, one of those strong early game junglers that we talked about.
They may be looking to ban away the Lee Sin as well, something that we know Selfmade is very good at. I feel like he had some strong performances on it last week. And it's something that can match pretty well into the Jarvan. Rek'Sai is another option if they just want to try and limit some of the early game junglers that Selfmade likes to play.
Well, there is the Gragas as well, taken away.
Yeah,
A strong early game with those Predator boots can have a lot of impact on the map. SK here, lots of different options for them in terms of this ban.
I often forget about the Gragas, but especially over in the LCK and the LCS, he's been rising in popularity when paired up with things like the Yasuo. And that was clearly something that Misfits didn't want to have to deal with. His disengage power and even his early game clear is very, very strong. So Misfits going to take that one off the board. SK have a couple of options as to what direction they want to go for. Given that the bot lane has already been locked in, they can try and limit some of the matchups up against the Karma, but instead, they're not going to ban anything.
Yeah, for the moment, that is just a missed ban. We'll get confirmation that either they have lost the ban or that they have maybe had some issues getting that ban through. Remember as well, though, looking at the side of Misfits, Jarvan doesn't have to be jungle. Yes, it is a strong early jungler. Yes, it can play around the bot side. But when we've seen it, it's Soaz who takes the Jarvan top and Maxlaw who takes the Elise into the jungle.
Great prediction there, Medic. Now, the jungle pool is very limited for the side of SK. Rek'Sai is kind of the jungler that I would edge towards. Skarner is, of course, another option. A lot of pick power right now coming out from the side of SK. A lot of tools to play towards side lanes, a lot of skirmishing. Not the strongest early game, a little bit more scaling on their side, but a lot of poke, a lot of pick coming out from this draft with SK. Meanwhile, Misfits, very strong dive. To me, this feels very much that they want to leave Sars on an island with the Jarvan, and they want to look for dives, either bot or mid.
Well, we'll see what they round their composition out with. I can confirm SK just missed their ban, so that we won't be remaking the draft for that. There's the Gnar final pick. It means that Pyrion will be taking the Karma into mid, and Misfits, a utility burst mage for Forbidden in the mid lane. This is kind of his meta, and the Syndra suits him to a T.
Yes, I think that, I'll be honest, I'm not super familiar with a lot of Karma matchups. He just suddenly rose into power in 9-12.
We'll learn together, then.
Yeah, but that's the thing, see, you would imagine that Febiven considers this to be a strong matchup, otherwise he wouldn't use his final pick as an answer to it. We do know that Syndra has a lot of early wave clear and can very likely set up for a lot of ganks with her Q and E, so that Syndra plus Elise duo, very strong in the early game, and you would imagine they would look to gain priority, and level 6 for Misfits is what we're looking for. The dive bot is so prevalent, so strong, that that'll be the thing that I think Misfits will look to try and set up in the early game, whereas for SK, a lot of pick power. They'll be looking to utilize the Karma and Ezreal to poke out their opponents, and also that Karma speed up champions like the Skarner, run the enemy down, get those picks, find a kill, and then use your numbers advantage to come out on top.
Well, we'll see if SK are able to find those picks and that poke. On the other side, Misfits going for the level 6, going for the dive, looking for the pressure that they can impact on the map. After having two really good performances with Kirei next week as well, I'm sure Maxwell will have a little bit to prove coming into this game. He's got his Elise, he's got some strong early game. Can he impact the map in the way that he would like? Onto the Summoner's Rift for the 4th time today. One game away from that Fnatic G2 matchup, but for now we have our first Karma of the LEC split. It's being played by Pyrion in the mid lane.
It's a good note there, Minix. So let's talk a little bit about why Karma is so strong right now. So, one of the biggest buffs that she received was actually the movement speed duration on her E. One of the reasons for that is you'll notice that she's actually running Ares. Sometimes you see them running the Kleptomancy, but against the Syndra, it makes a lot of sense to go much more towards the poke option rather than the I want to make a lot of money option. But the extra mobility that it adds means that it's much easier to set up with things like your W, the root, into the E, and you can stick with them, but also it gives you a lot of escape tools as well. So that extra bit of mobility, on top of the fact that you keep it for yourself and can set up for your allies, is very, very valuable. On top of that, the increased slow from her Q just adds a lot more poke and setup for the rest of her team. So even though they look like very small buffs, they actually just added a lot of power, but also just overall power to the rest of her team. Likely going to be rushing the Athenes, getting that out early so that your shields can even heal your allies. It's very easy to stack because of your poke. And then your poke becomes very potent later when you eventually complete things like the Rabadon's Death Cap, and you're actually building a decent amount of AP in your kit. So a lot of utility, a lot of strong poke. Not necessarily the strongest team fighter because she doesn't offer hard crowd control necessarily, but I think that she fits very well in this composition in particular because of how well she synergizes with things like the Skarner and the Ezreal.
Always provides that disengage as well with the Mantrid Inspire if you need it. So if we see Misfits going for a hard engage, expect to see SK trying to get out of that fight. Having your ultimate at level 1, you can see the poke that he puts onto Forbidden there, Pyrion, doing a good job of trying to keep Forbidden pinned back.
Now the one thing I will say is I've been told that Comet is now the go-to rune on Karma because the added slow means that you can almost always land that Comet and it's much easier to set up, so it's an extra bit of damage. So the fact that Pyrion has chosen to go for the Aerie means that he's looking to harass a little bit more with his auto attacks and trying to utilize what poke he can for just slightly less overall damage. But also, of course, the Aerie further enhances your shielding, which is, of course, just a slightly different direction to go rather than lane dome.
It means you can go for things like that Athene's Unholy Grail if you want for the extra heals and shields out of it. Expect to see more of an AP focus build from the mid lane, but we do like to give you all the options that can come out when these games start and when we see new picks. Selfmade going to clear out this vision. Has been spotted. Maxlaw is actually just doing his red buff at the moment. Selfmade's going to spot him out, but Maxlaw secures it. Both buffs going across towards that Elise.
So what we can see is in the top lane, SK have priority. I'm excited to see what Sakurai can do now that he's in a winning matchup with the Gnar. Range advantage over the Jarvan means that he can just continuously harass and generate a lot of pressure. And you can see that already Selfmade playing around the top side of the map to provide him the vision and safety to play as aggressively as he wants. Unfortunately for SK, they can't say the same thing towards the bot side of the map. Zyra Khan, still a very potent duo on 9-12, gives a lot of wave clear, and Tahm Kench Ezreal, you're not going to generate a lot of priority in that lane. It's very much about safety and farming, and they were very aware in the draft, hey, they want to try and dive us, let's get as much dive resistance as possible. So the Tahm Kench, obviously a very difficult champion to dive, on top of all the mobility that Ezreal gets from his E, means that even though Misfits will likely look for a dive bot, it's not going to be as easy as they would like.
But this is Zyra Khan, so early in the draft from Misfits, they need to make it work. They need to be able to play through this bottom side or at least get a substantial lead out of it. Otherwise, you do wonder if that early pick in the draft was worth it. You can see Gorilla's gone Demolish as well, already chipping away at that tower. With the push, should be looking at getting some early plates down towards this bottom lane.
Ooh, you can actually see the ping on the minimap coming down onto the Golems from the side of Misfits. So expectations are that Selfmade is hanging around the bot side of the map, which means that Max are actually looking for a bit of an opportunity up towards top side. Even though that's not where Selfmade was, he is going back to base, so Misfits don't have too much to worry about.
Selfmade goes back early, gets himself the Predator boots alongside that upgraded Stalker's Blade. You can see Skirmisher's Saber on Maxlaw, so both those junglers with their first backs have picked up the start of those items, but across the board, neither of them having the impact yet they would have liked. However, we are getting towards those level 6 marks, Vedis. We talked about it, you know, Syndra level 6, Hans Summer, Gorilla, both on their way there as well. That's when we see Misfits having a little bit more impetus to make a play, a few more tools in their toolkit.
So you'll notice that Maxwell now making his way towards the bottom side of the map. Soaz, he also will position himself in a way where he can look for a dive. The river vision has already been set up, so Misfits, to me, indicating that they're looking for a play bot already. The base into the teleport. Gorilla trying to interrupt the back as much as possible. Dream's going to stand in his way. But you got to keep your eyes on this Elise. Where is Maxwell looking to go? Will they try and go for the dive? Because again, it is risky, it's dangerous against a Tahm Kench Ezreal.
And especially when you don't quite know where Selfmade is on the map as well. He just popped the Scryer's Bloom, which means now tons of pings coming out on that Skarner. They're like, okay, he's bot side. Be a little bit cautious for Bivin. Maybe play a little bit further back in that lane. And Selfmade now pathing up towards top. Ocean Drake is the first dragon on the menu for Svedius. Both teams happy to have it in the laning phase, of course, but not a dragon you have to fight too much over. Sakurai caught out here with the Cataclysm, but Soaz has already burned his EQ combo. Selfmade on his way in, doesn't have the Impale, doesn't have that 6. Soaz does have the flash and dodges away from the fracture.
Really good flash there from Soaz to avoid the E, which means that he doesn't get stunned up, but notice how he caught that level 6 first and decides to go for the all-in onto Sakurai. So even though Sakurai had that early advantage, generated a lot of pressure in the 1 versus 1. In that mini Gnar, you're still very squishy, so Soaz utilized that window to try and go for a fight, and he actually gets the flash out from Sakurai. So good stuff there from Soaz.
13 CS lead as well in a matchup we said was a little bit of a counter matchup in favor of Sakurai up towards that top lane. Yes, Sakurai has a wave pushing in, so he'll be able to get some of that CS back, but it's encouraging to say the least for Soaz after he has been camped so many times in the past that he is able to play this matchup pretty well.
Yeah, playing very, very safe, and it is one of his go-to matchups. You know, we haven't seen any dives just yet. They were able to secure the bot Drake, which I think is still a fine trade from the side of Misfits. Getting that early Ocean, always a very valuable thing. And given where they saw Selfmade play, they knew that it was a safe objective to take as well. Meanwhile, Maxwell actually pivoting his way up towards top lane. No flash on Sakurai, remember. So Maxwell trying to utilize the early strength of Elise to see if he can set something up with Soaz. He knows there's no vision.
Sitting in camouflage in the bush right now, Sakurai is going to play pretty safe around this. As the boomerang pops in the control ward, not able to land the cocoon, but that's the counter-offensive you can make. After you've seen Sakurai burn his flash, you can look for those plays up towards topside as Misfits.
So this is also something that we talked about at the very beginning of the draft, which for a rookie, Sakurai has great awareness. He doesn't just make these silly mistakes where he walks up to a lane where it feels like he doesn't have control. You can see how hesitant he was, and it's just big props to him for being a new player to the LEC, but honestly showcasing a lot of positive positive things, which is great to see because it showcases a lot of potential growth for him in the future
definitely.
of the LEC.
Definitely, especially like, a lot of people who are quite concerned with him replacing Werlib after that team had grown together from Mad Lions into the SK lineup, but he's having a very strong performance, very strong start to the split, definitely in the running for Rookie of the Split, you'd have to say.
Still only a couple weeks in, we'll see how the rest of the split goes as we see a bit of trading down towards bot. Rest of the map still looks very even. While Maxlor has been looking for a couple of gank attempts, Selfmade has focused on farming. So he's now level 7, has a slight advantage over Maxlor. And I'm not going to say that the pressure is mounting for Misfits. I still think they have plenty of time, but I do want to see some early proactivity from them. They need to be the team that has an early lead because you look at this scaling from the side of SK and Karma and Ezra in the late game, very, very obnoxious to deal with. And if you think you can just engage a fight onto this duo, I'm afraid you're very mistaken.
I think the pressure's mounting a little bit on the scoreboard as well. You can see there's about 800 gold between these two teams. The extra CS on the Skarner, the Kleptomancy on Crownshot as well, just giving them these incremental advantages that can start to take over the game. You know, you hit your item spike a couple of minutes earlier because of that extra gold, as we see Misfits actually getting in, stealing away this blue buff.
Dreams making a roam up towards the rest of his team because he knows that Ezreal is just based and Hansama has done the same. So both supports on the roam. Neither of them level 6 just yet. Not much going to happen off the back of it, though.
So I actually have a tiny Rakan point here, and it's something that I really like to do in melee matchups, is you take the Frostfang and you actually max Gleaming Quill, or you put at least 3 points into it. It means if you're taking trades down towards that bottom lane, your healing is incredibly impactful. You can see how in that last trade, we actually saw Gorilla and Hansama take a negative trade and get a lot of extra healing out of the Gleaming Quill coming back. Now, Pyrion's caught out here as the Cataclysm comes down, but the flash away from the Karma will get her to safety.
Now I can confirm for you that Gorilla has put 3 points in his
I'll be honest, I did check before I made the point, just to make sure I
thought you were
incorrect.
so confident in your analysis of Rakan. You didn't even have to say that. Like, you could look like a god, Medic.
No, but I like to be honest with the fans, you know?
I mean, all right, fair enough, but you are Rakan one trick, so your knowledge is to be expected. Meanwhile, we see Selfmade looking for a play up towards the top side of the map. Could he secure first blood for his team? Because so far, SK is very happy with how the game is going. They did have a great early game against G2 last week, where they actually tracked the enemy jungler extremely well. And it feels like Selfmade hasn't really focused on the bot side of the map. He spent a lot more time up towards the top lane, making sure that Sakurai's okay. And I don't think his intent is to just make sure that he's keeping tabs on where Maxlor is. I think he just wants to enable Sakurai as much as possible, because honestly, his duo is playing very well in this matchup. They are ahead in farm. They've utilized the Kleptomancy very well to give Ezreal that slight lead. And a lot of praise has been kind of lightly been thrown towards the bot lane of SK in a very subtle way. Yeah, it's been peppered, exactly, where people have been giving props to Dreams and Crownshot and their development throughout the split. And Perks, that's the one that's always referenced. Oh, Perks said that Dreams is a pretty good support. And
he said that Crownshot tries.
Yeah, and he did say that. But I honestly think that the duo has shown a lot of growth compared to last split, and that's exactly what you want to see from this SK team. They qualified for playoffs, and they obviously ultimately want more. So winning against Misfits would already start separating them from a lot of the pack. But Misfits are obviously looking to do the same. And in order to do that, they need to find this early game play. So far, we haven't found it out from Maxlor.
Dreams is going to gobble up Crownshot there. Hansama trying to put as many feathers in the ground as possible, but unable to find any connections with the Blade Callers. Both junglers looking at opposite sides of the map. Maxlor was spotted on Vision, whereas I don't believe Selfmade was. He immediately goes across towards this Ocean Dragon, knowing that the enemy Elise is up towards topside, and SK should be able to secure this one pretty soundly.
Yep, but Hansama and Gorilla will quickly push in this bot wave. Meanwhile, Featherman freely farming up in mid. Won't be able to gain much priority, but he will provide an extra bit of safety for Maxlor as he secures the Rift Herald in top. You can see a couple plates coming through. The duo going to go back to base from the side of Hansama and Gorilla. So they're going to be pretty happy. And so this was I was going to say that you can notice the swap coming out from the duo as well. Very common thing that we see from many supports when the jungler decides to take Rift Herald, because you can very quickly secure a tower on the top side. And if you want to invest your plates anywhere, usually it's into your duo.
Maxlor's not in the best of places. The cocoon comes out. He's going to have to flash the wall, actually stunning up Selfmade, who was like a laser-guided missile. Looking for that impale, but Maxlor does escape, gets the Rift Hold, so all in all, Misfits do manage to find the objective that they wanted.
Interestingly, Hansama actually goes back towards bot. They decide not to go for the swap. It's all right, so they're going to keep playing standard lane matchups for the time being. Wonder what Maxwell decides to do with the Rift Herald. Maybe they look to try and utilize it mid, or maybe they'll look to finally make that bot lane play. Regardless, again, want to reinforce. SK very happy in the situation they're in. Their composition scales very well. Something that we've been seeing a lot today is the mobility that Ezreal has in these team fights, and the longer these battles go on, the better. You kind of want to play a war of attrition if you're Ezreal, you know, the constant poking, the constant chip damage. And Akama only reinforces that because he provides massive AoE shields. Once you get a couple points in them, the cooldown gets very, very low. You provide a lot of sustain, a lot of poke, and you really enable champions like Skarner as well. So for the time being, SK, they're not worried. Misfits are the ones that need to make this play.
Late game, that artillery, basically, Ezreal basically becomes just a barrage of artillery shots with those Mystic shots, continuing to pound down on your defenses, on your fortifications. Maxwell's down towards the bottom side of the map, but he's actually been really well tracked by Vision here from SK. They continually know where he is. Even now, he's been spotted on a ward, walks onto a control ward, and Misfits. This early pick, Zio Rakan, hasn't really worked out too well for them in the lane. They're about 10 CS down, haven't really been able to get any of those dives off, and haven't even taken more than that first plate.
Yeah, I completely agree. And now Selfmade down towards the bot lane, level 9.
Has Predator.
Yep, you can also see Nart in the base, teleport available. That control ward is there for TP if they want. The problem is, SK are aware that Febiven is missing. They know that he has TP up. The pings have come down from Pyrion, so SK just being very cautious. They gotta wait.
Gorilla takes half his HP. Importantly, no wards left on Gorilla's Spellthief's Edge. The upgraded totem means that he wouldn't have been able to spot out Selfmade if he waited there. This ward goes down. Selfmade's still trying to dodge around Vision.
Oh, now he's been spotted.
Yeah, now he's definitely been spotted. And there's this ward in the tri-bush as well, so I think that might have caught him as he went up. Maxwell coming down here. Misfits maybe looking for a fight as Selfmade has to retreat. The Scuttlecrab goes across towards the Elise, and Misfits find a small semblance of victory in the river.
That was because Pyrion had just gone back to base. He'd only just now returned to the lane. Are they going to look for the play? Look at Syndra still in the river. Nope, they're not going to do it. They just want to provide vision. Extra bit of security. Yeah, this early game vision from SK, very, very good. Admittedly, SK would prefer a larger advantage up towards the top side, but props to Soaz and how he's been playing the matchup. Very safe. The Tiamat for that extra bit of wave clear has been helping him in the early game, but now we reach 15 minutes in. The gold slightly in favor of SK, and both these teams just kind of dancing around the Baron. Selfmade doing what he can to make sure that his bot lane can push out this wave and I would assume go back to base.
Talk about Misfits wanting to play around bot lane. They're definitely doing it at the moment. They have that Rift Herald. They were looking to try and take some plates, unable to get it down in time. So now those, well, it's actually been a minute since the plates expired, but you can see how much pressure they're trying to put into getting Hunsummer ahead. He's gone back, got an Essence Reaver, but Crownshot is in a very pretty position here. And I know we wanted to discover some of these matchups as the game went on, especially the Syndra Karma one. I haven't seen enough in laning phase to be sure that this Syndra is a great pick into the Karma yet.
Well, so you'll never kill a Karma, right? She's one of those champions where I think she's just very safe overall. And I think the point of Syndra is that she can farm very easily. She doesn't get forced out of lane by the Karma, which is very easy to do. And I think you have potential gank setup with your Q and E. So I think it's a solid pick. I wouldn't necessarily say that it's a counter, but I don't think it's a bad pick.
Yeah. So it's getting chased out here by Sakurai in the top lane. Sakurai has just gone out of Mega, so Gorilla might look for the chase. The quickness is on if he wants it. Jumps in, there's the quickness, chasing onto Sakurai with the knock-up. Soaz still holding the Cataclysm, waiting for the flash. Unable to get into range though, and Sakurai will escape.
So Ignite and Flash used from 2 Misfits members in exchange for Sakurai's Flash. He's able to buy a little bit more time, while Crownshot is actually the one playing extremely aggressively down on the bot side of the map, continuing to maintain pressure. Hansama can't even approach the wave. And this will actually allow Pyrion and Dreams to gain priority over the mid lane, move into the river first, and actually force Maxlaw out. That means that when Selfmade finally arrives, it's SK who have priority over the river and the spawning Infernal Drake.
17 minutes in, we have guaranteed ourselves the latest first blood of the year in the LEC Vedius. Previously held by Rogue at 14 minutes 59. Selfmade looking for the Infernal here. Gorilla, of course, doesn't have the ultimate. Infernal goes down. It's got to be it, you say, but I don't think it's got to be it. The teams disagree with us right now. Dreams even gobbles up the Scuttlecraft to take it. Now, guess who has the longest first blood ever in European history?
Tell me.
It's Misfits.
Oh, really?
Do you want to guess at the time? Because we seem to have some.
28.5 minutes.
28-22. That was very impressive, Vedius. You're very good at obscure facts that really don't mean much.
Thanks, Medic. I try really hard to know those things.
You have approximate knowledge of many things.
Yeah, I do. That actually sums me up perfectly. So, speaking of what knowledge I do have, what I can see is that SK have actually set up a lot of vision towards the bot side of the map, obviously, because they just secured that dragon. Now they're looking for a bit of a play towards bot. I think they wanted to try and force Hansama and Gorilla back to allow Crownshot to clear out the minion wave and start getting priority. But we got to criticize Misfits now, because when they're running this kind of a composition, they've made nothing happen in the early game. They didn't try a swap. They didn't try and set up any dives or any plays, and they've not been able to crack any of the early towers. And I don't even think they even took that many plates. So what I feel was a great early game setup from the side of Misfits has been poorly utilized. Now, that's not to say that they don't have any power come the late game. They have pretty solid pick themselves, right? You have a Rakan and Elise, very good, especially when combined with the Syndra as well. However, I just get concerned because I think about when you're setting up for things like a Baron, how well Ezreal and Karma work together to just poke out your enemies and the amount of mobility that it gives, that I think it's going to be difficult for Misfits to be able to execute upon this composition compared to what SK have.
And we are seeing the Athene's Unholy Grail come out from Origen as well. We talked about that as a possibility in the build. Gives you a little bit more utility, a bit more healing. Crownshot going for a lot of damage down on this bottom lane tower, whereas Misfits eventually have gone for the swap. They have 5 players on the top side of the map and should be able to take that top tower pretty easily. But Crownshot will get the first tower of the game. 19 minutes, 9 seconds. And with it, SK have about a 3,000 gold lead.
Feels like a very late swap from the side of Misfits.
I agree.
Yeah, and they're now like 3,000 gold behind. Definitely not what you want to see from this Misfits squad. And it's fascinating because like it feels like they're always second on the play. SK Gaming seem to be the more proactive team on the map as to where they're moving, where they're setting up their vision, they're thinking ahead. And this is actually quite a large contrast from what we saw from them last week, where I felt like they were skipping steps and they were trying to force fights that they couldn't win. We're seeing a lot of patience. We're seeing Selfmade do what he can in the early game to protect his laners, and overall, I'm pleasantly surprised by what I'm seeing from SK.
I think that's understandable. Misfits haven't really put them to the sword too much this game either. It's quite easy to play defensively when no one's really attacking you, but you are right, they are doing what they need to do. Trinity force on Crownshot as well, not going for the Iceborne Gauntlet here.
Okay.
So maybe relying on the Tarm Kench for the peel, but Pyrian caught out, flashes away. We still don't have our first blood.
Maxlor did expend his flash, and he will exchange it for Pyrian. So the game's slowing down right now. This is where map movements become quite interesting to me. You'll notice how SK have got a bit of a 2-2-1 setup where they've got their duo up towards the top side. The Skarner is playing around mid because he wants to provide a little bit more safety for Pyrian, and there's so much pressure being generated towards the bot side of the map with this Gnar, but he still feels very safe even with no vision, and it's because they have vision on where Maxwell is. So that's another tower secured. Look at Crownshot go in.
Selfmade's on his way. Hansama already so low. Maxwell chunked out. First blood, 20 minutes, 50 seconds it took, but looks like SK want to follow it up with a little bit more. Hansama has to flash away, and SK are on the board.
Great stuff coming out from the side of SK. Crownshot is playing phenomenally. They're generating a lot of pressure on the map, and Misfits, they have all these deep wards, but they're not valuable to them. They're not getting them anything. And instead, SK are just setting up proper vision, utilizing it well, and Misfits are just being run around the map.
Great stuff all around by SK. Crownshot, very aggressive. Knows that on these 2 items, basically no one can take him on, and with the shields and the heals and the devours coming out, it's almost an unstoppable Ezreal early on in this game. You can see how aggressive he can be. I do want to come back to us discussing Misfits and the fact that they really haven't had the impetus here in the early game, but I'm going to wait on that for a second because it looks like Hansama might be caught out. Crownshot can just go for this. No flash, no ultimate. Teleport in behind Hansama as well, and maybe the AD carry from Misfits is overstepped. In fact, I'm pretty sure he has. Sucre coming in behind enemy lines, and Pyrian gets the kill.
And this is something that we actually see a lot of from Misfits. When they reset on the map, they always send 1 person top, 3 people mid, and 1 person bot. So all you need to do is send an extra member, and and you can very easily collapse. Beautifully done by SK. They had the vision to set up the TP flank as well. Was it necessary? Well, that's debatable, but ultimately it secures them another kill, and now they can look to set up a siege onto either the tier 1 mid or the tier 2 top.
Looks like they're going top. That's where Crownshot is, and he is their main source of damage right now. Already the tower's down to half HP, so it's down towards the bottom lane trying to do what he can. He'll get a tower. Misfits will get their second Ocean Dragon of the game, but it is small solace for them as their inner tier 2 falls in the top lane.
Now, a lot of wave clear is coming out from the side of Feathervim, which is making it difficult for SK to secure this mid tier 1. And in the same vein as last game, SK would like to take that off the board so they can more consistently set up deep vision to then set up around Baron. But we get to see a replay of that first blood. Notice how on the map, 4 members of Misfits try to collapse up towards the top side of the map, but it doesn't matter because Crownshot got so much good early damage onto Hansama, the Misfits were permanently in retreat. Then we get to see the collapse. Again, look at the mini-map. You've got a couple members mid from the side of Misfits. Hansama is extremely overextended in top side. He doesn't have any vision to help support him, and he ends up just dying. So the bot lane that Misfits were looking to play around based on what we saw in the draft were unable to do so. And SK have found advantage after advantage. 4,500 gold is now the lead they sit on.
Misfits now grouping up as 4 in the mid lane. Gorilla on the flank here, trying to find a position where he can get onto the back line of SK, but it's such a hard job to do. Almost needs to scout out, get reconnaissance in beforehand. Selfmade going in, the Impale lands only onto Soaz. That's a quickness, 3-man knockup, but Gorilla's already so low. Sakre on his way to join the fight. Soaz low, down to half HP, he's done. And Gorilla's now the next target. You have to feel the flash in from Crownshot, can't quite find the connection, but Misfits are retreating. Crownshot caught out, it might be enough damage to take him down. They can't even kill the AD carry when he's caught out, when he's out of position. Misfits do not have the damage. True Shot Barrage coming in as SK look to push down mid.
I don't know if they're going to be able to secure this tower. They did take a little bit too much damage, but close stuff there, but they're looking for the kill anyway.
Sin with the gnaw! Oh, indeed! Forbidden TPs, and that's the story of Misfits right now. Not coordinated, not alive, and they're not winning this game.
Sakre comes up massively by gnawing 3 members of Misfits into the wall. That's going to be the kills they need to allow them to secure the Baron. SK, a phenomenal game up against Misfits.
Just incredible stuff all around by SK. Sakre going in, thought they were just going for the least, but they wanted a little bit more than that. 5-0 now in their favor, 8,000 gold ahead.
So we get to see the power of Karma in this next exchange. Notice how both teams are just grouped up in the mid lane. In this Alienware replay, look at how fast Selfmade is. He just drags the target back super quickly after he's already popped the Righteous Glory. Then the shields, the shields, the shield. There's just too much utility. So even though Misfits tried to go for the re-engage, they just don't have enough damage. That should be a dead AD carry. But no, he gets away once again. The power of Karma. She has so much utility, and as long as you've got damage elsewhere, you're really in a good position. So here we see good poke landing onto Maxwell, the poke from the Karma Q into Crownshot Q, and then Sakre, he does what I didn't expect. He just goes in, gets a 4-man Gnar ultimate, and then, oh no, the teleport from Feathervim. You hate to see it.
You do, and Savage like, sure.
Sad
You're
face
gonna feed me a kill on a platter, I'll take that one. Now mid lane tower goes down, SK forcing in this poke pick comp that they have developed. Is working out very well for them. Sakre clears the minions, I'm sure that's what he was aiming for in that bottom lane, but Misfits well and truly on the ropes. And you do have to ask yourself the question, when you look for an early game jungler, you had one last week. What's Maxlord doing it?
Well, we'll leave that to the Misfits camp to decide. In any case, they were not able to find any early game leads, and honestly, they've done very little this game. It's just been the SK show. They scaled up nicely, they weren't over-aggressive, and right now they're playing on 2 lanes, but they have a pushing lane top. It's only a matter of time before they break into the base of Misfits. And this shows to me very clear growth from the side of SK. Last week, they were very over-eager. They tried to force a lot of fights that they honestly couldn't win. But this week, they feel a lot more reserved. They feel a lot more patient. And they're playing around their spikes very, very well. Now, they're going to break this base, and they're going to look for that first in-hit.
Going for the in-hit, Crownshot dishing out the DPS. Hextech Gunblade finished on him as well. I think the Trinity Force was a good idea. They played around that spike in power so well, and now they're going to go down towards the bottom lane. 10,000 gold lead, 27 minutes in. SK are speedrunning the end of this game.
One of the fastest games of the day, as they now siege up towards the tower while Misfits look for an engage.
Fastest game of the day with the latest first blood of the year from SK. How quickly this game has snowballed in their favor. From a kill at 20 minutes to 5-0 up at 27 and a 10,000 gold lead. They are in such a good position. Top wave is pushing in. They still have the Baron for 50 seconds. The inhibitor tower their target. So as looking for the engagement, Selfmade just runs straight at them. The inhibitor tower will fall and SK are going to continue to push forward.
Beautiful stuff from SK. Slow and steady wins the race. Misfits are just watching their base fall to pieces. They don't feel strong enough to even win a potential fight right now.
When will they be strong enough, though? Because they're 10,000 gold behind. You're not getting any gold at the moment.
Well, Misfits have made the decision to not go for these fights. Apparently, they're waiting for the perfect moment, and that perfect moment may never come. 2 inhibitors are now down. This could be it.
Oh, you can see Dream's caught out a little bit, but he just flashes across the wall. Now there's minions pushing in towards that inhibitor tower. Crownshot just needs to chip away at it with those auto attacks and with the Essence Flux. The tower goes down, Nexus tower falling to a super minion as well. The suppression lands, Soa's trying to jump on the backline. They're all in on Crownshot, but he's devoured just in time and he gets away. Sakura kills Maxlaw, Gorilla down as well, and Sakura somehow still alive. Forbidden will kill him in the end, but that's the double across towards the Gnar, and SK are just looking for the win.
Only 2 members alive on the side of Misfits. Fortunately for them, it's a lot of their wave clear, but with 4 members of SK, I don't think it's going to be enough to stop this final siege. SK, they want to move to 3-2 in Week 3 of the LEC. They're going after Hansama.
An incredibly strong performance here by SK. Never in doubt, really, for them. They solidify their position as a playoff team as they take down Misfits.
Great game from SK.
Yeah.
Very little to criticize, honestly.
Super clean.
But very, very well done. Whereas for Misfits, we just didn't see anything. I feel like this gave us a lot more insight, which is what we were looking for. Where does Misfits fall on the ladder? And one of the things I said was, you know, I think they're in contention for that 4th place spot.
I don't think they are.
Based on this performance, it's tough to justify that argument, whereas SK, they're only continuing to grow. And it's funny because we said last split, and Week 3 is when we started to see the downfall of Misfits and the uprise of SK, and now we're seeing a similar trend. Very big win for SK. They'll move up towards the top half of the bracket now with a big win. And it's exciting to see their growth throughout the rest of the split.
Yeah, very excited to see how they develop from here. Especially Sakura had a very good performance once again. That 4-man Gnar or 3-man Gnar underneath the tower. Saw a lot coming out from Selfmade as well, and Crownshot as well. They all played well. Everyone on that team had a good game.
What I actually love about this Karma pick as well is that one of my notes had Pyrion plays too much for the team. When I saw him last week, he wasn't selfish enough. He wasn't playing for his lane, and I actually put him in too many deficits where his value just slowly diminished over time. A pick like Karma,
you could play for the team.
It's just really all about playing for the team, and you could see how well he enabled his team, set up for that ultimately massive mid lane fight that secured them the Baron, and I felt like he was much more solid in the mid lane. So really good stuff for SK. Obviously, many, I imagine, fans at home are going to have that debate now, Maxlaw versus Kirei. Ultimately, the team has committed to utilizing both junglers throughout the split. They have talked about that 10-man roster, and they want to try and maximize on this dual jungle performance. But when we look at early game junglers so far this split, we have definitely seen a stronger performance from Kirei in the early game.
Definitely agree with you there. We're going to have another look at probably the deciding moment of this game. It's Sakura in the mid lane. They catch out the kill straight away onto Soaz, and you can see Misfits just unable to really get ahead in this fight.
They just can't kill Selfmade. It's just shield after shield. It's on such a low cooldown, and Crownshot, knowing that he has this utility behind him, feels he can play aggressively. He gets locked up again, gets that extra bit of sustain. Another still lands on the Sakura. Shield healed up once again, and it's just rinse and repeat for SK. They just slowly chip away, chip away, chip away until this big ultimate comes in from Sakura. Boom! Beautifully done from the side of SK. And I didn't notice it in the initial replay. Thank you for pointing it out, Medic. That teleport from Febiven.
Yeah.
Big blunder from him.
Definitely a big blunder all around from Forbidden, but with blunders all around from Misfits, I think you can say SK looked like a very strong team. Look at how quickly they snowballed that lead as well. It was about 1,000, 2,000 at the 20-minute mark to 12K when the game did end. And Sakura, Pyrion, and Crownshot are looking to become key player of the game, but if you guys want to vote, you have to head on over to Outlaw Esports on Twitter and make sure you put in your votes. I think all of them had strong performances. Personally, I'm thinking Crownshot, as Ezreal was very on point. He was aggressive when he needed to be, but I think it was more of a team effort making him strong.
Well, Sakurai also landed the ultimate that resulted in the Baron, right? So it depends on what you ultimately value the most. I think that you could give it to any one of them, and overall it would be warranted. I was just very impressed with SK. I definitely have higher opinion of them now after this game. But again, like, you then have to put everything, you constantly put things into perspective, right? Because what this suggests is, okay, perhaps SK is stronger than Misfits, but now if SK is moving up, where do they stack among the teams above the halfway line, right? Like, how do they compare to the likes of Splyce, the likes of Schalke? Like, where do they fall in the pecking order? And we'll continue to evaluate that, but what we can definitely say for sure is SK are looking good.
That they are. You can see Nemesis getting ready on stage, all ready for our next game of the day. After the break, it's time for the match of the week. It's the undefeated G2 Esports and the undefeated Fnatic as they clash on the Rift in this highly anticipated matchup. Don't you miss it.
Don't miss it. Tell your friends. Get them in.
It's the best game ever. Selfmade's on his way, Hunsama already so low, Maxwell chunked out, first blood, 20 minutes, 50 seconds it took.
It's fine, we can still do it. Okay, nice. Come to me, I can give a share. Wait, nice, Ganesh.
Nice one.
Sacre, what the
fuck?
The tower goes down, Nexus tower falling to a super minion as well. The suppression lands, Soa's trying to jump on the back line. They're all in on Crown Shot, but he's devoured just in time and he gets away. Sacre kills Maxlaw, Gorilla down as well, and Sacre is somehow still alive. An incredibly strong performance here by SK, never in doubt really for them. They solidify their position as a playoff team as they take down Misfits.
Ready for the finals?
Experience the LEC finals in Athens with Shell V-Power.
Fnatic and G2 Esports are facing each other undefeated so far. The stage couldn't be set more beautifully and more perfectly for this Week 3 matchup. Last time we saw Fnatic play G2 was in what we dubbed the match of the century, and it delivered.
Like they get reckless, they catch him out with the cataclysm. A great flank, G2, the perfect team fight. Oh, Reckless dodged the petrifying gaze for Perks. G2 are looking for the win. Can they pull it off? Oh, the Nexus. No way, no way.
Winning those type of games feels nice, but winning those type of games against G2 feels amazing.
I don't really have anything personal with Fnatic anymore. I feel like all the burden kind of goes away, whereas they really want to win against us. They want the trophy back and they want the title back.
Fnatic is looking unstoppable so far, but how much does it really mean if they can't manage to beat G2?
They are looking a level above other teams. Granted, they haven't played us yet.
Projectile, that was an invisible Pyke. Trying to break him out. Now Jiizuke will be locked down, stunned up. Death from below. Perks gets the kill.
We might see Pyke bot again.
That's fine, we can turn this, Ready? Okay.
He's turning around, Cap's going back in!
Oh my word! With the help of Wonder, the solo Raiders!
Oh, the Shine rookie. It's for your highlights, guys. It's for your highlights.
I would definitely feel bad losing to Fnatic. They are the #1 team along with us right now. It would be the first time since we made a team that we were not first in LEC.
There's the Destiny and the gate down the gold card.
There is no escape. There is no surviving. Fnatic, clean sweep Origen.
It's really important for me to actually step it up, have a really good game now against G2 and prove to ourselves and to everyone else that we're actually a really strong team and that we should be feared by everyone.
Zoas tries to turn it back around. Brox are there, forcing Soaz away. Sonic Wave connects.
There's a lot of stuff on the line, history and narratives, and there's gonna be bloody fighting, and you don't wanna miss that.
We are going for the 18-0 split. That's just another win in the book.
We just went to the world final, G2 won MSI, and the rivalry is just getting bigger and bigger, and it's getting way more exciting every time.
It's the world finalists of last year versus the current MSI champions. Fnatic versus G2 Esports is happening here in Berlin, but the entire world is watching.
And welcome back to the biggest match of the summer split. G2 Esports taking on Fnatic, the two best teams in Europe going head-to-head to break the unbroken 4-0 streak. It's an exciting match, and just before we get to the action, I do need to announce the key player of the game from Schalke versus Misfits, and SK versus Misfits, and of course it is Sakre. He picked up 50% of the votes.
Look, no big surprise there. It was a slow game with ultimately one big team fight, but it was Sakre's Meganar that absolutely won SK the game.
It was indeed. Congratulations, Sakre and SK Gaming. Now let's turn our attention to the match at hand. The two teams are in their prime. Fnatic and G2 Esports have been battling over the past few years, but in their battles, there's always been one team that has been better than the other. Either Fnatic dominated, like 2018, or now G2's dominating, like 2019. This feels like the first time the teams are on form and they're going head-to-head.
Yeah, it looks really good from both sides. You have a Fnatic team that's finally has full faith in Nemesis, playing through him in the mid lane. And then G2, as you mentioned, coming back after MSI, looking like on top form.
Now, there is a lot on the line here for Fnatic because Fnatic's legacy and history in Europe was the most successful, the most popular, the most famous, the biggest brand in European League of Legends. And we're on the tipping point of G2 Esports taking that away from them.
I mean, it seems like it's already tipped, right? Fnatic, they used to have the best mid laner in EU. G2 just snapped that away from them. Fnatic were the first Western team to make a Worlds final in modern League of Legends history. Well, G2 go out and they win in MSI, so the time for G2 is now. This is their year.
It's unbelievable. 13 domestic titles have been completed here in Europe, and these two teams hold 12 of them. Now, the question I have for you when we take a look at some of the stats, Fnatic seem to have the stronger early game, G2 seem to have a stronger mid game. Can Fnatic take them down?
I mean, if you look at the first 15 minutes, absolutely yes. You have a Broxa that's looking very, very strong in the moment, finding early game ganks, and he can play through any lane. That's where Fnatic show a lot of versatility in their early game and their ability to put faith in any one of their star players. But G2, it's different. It's not about just smashing you in lane anymore for this team. It's the period between 15 and 20 minutes where they just fight you fast and hard. They don't give you room to think. And while you're still trying to look at the map and figure out what's going on and then try to figure out the plan of what to do, G2 just fight you like 3 times and you just reset that thought process. You don't give them room to figure out anything.
But I felt like Reckless and this Fnatic squad in the last few games have shown elements of that play style. Decisiveness, proactive play. It feels like if it were to happen, it would be today.
Look, if Fnatic are going to try to win this game, they have to shut down Caps. They need to have stellar performances in the first 15 minutes like we've seen already. They need to get Nemesis ahead. They need to shut down G2's playmaking that starts from the mid lane. If they can't do that, I don't give them very good chances.
Can Fnatic shut down Caps? Earlier today in Ready Check, you guys at home said Fnatic would win this game with 51% of the vote. The last time these teams met, it was dubbed the match of the century. We can only hope today delivers and more.
Thank you very much, Quickshot, and thank you, crowd, as well. Oh, just soak that in.
The battle lines have been drawn in Berlin. Quickshot called this the tipping point. It seems like a 50-50 spread between G2 and Fnatic fans here.
If the Fnatic fans give the G2 fans a chance.
Can't just hear them. It sounds like they're saying EU.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into draft. G2 Esports versus Fnatic. This is the game we've all wanted. Both teams playing at their peak. Let's see what the priority is.
I mean, this is the main course. We slogged through today. There were a couple of bangers. We started with Thrift Rivals. We're now to our 2 top teams, and someone is taking the L today.
The big thing for me coming into this game is we saw G2 and Fnatic play at the end of last split. It was an epic game. It ended with Reckless backdooring with Hylissang, but it was not full strength G2. Promise Q was in. Now we have Mickey. Now we have the full MSI champions, and we'll see if Fnatic can take them on.
Well, G2 already showcasing that respect towards Hylissang. 2 of the best Rakan players that we have here in Europe. And G2 say, you know what, we don't want to make that our priority right now. So unlikely that we're going to see the Zyrakan. Pyke still up and available.
Yeah,
you always debate if it's going to be a ban, but it looks like it's not going to be the case.
I would be very curious to see if Wonder would actually lock in this Yuumi for G2. Yuumi is actually quite rare on blue side. G2 are one of the only teams to lock it in on blue side. It's only been done a couple of times. Usually you get Yuumi in second rotation red.
But what's still available? Karma's still on the boards. We've seen that pick ban 100% today as well. Irelia there. Silas, if teams want it, although it has been nerfed just that little bit, looks like Fnatic are going towards the Karma.
So G2 happy to give this one up in exchange for having a strong 2v2 bot. I'm curious as to what they're going to pair up with this Yuumi, because I'll be honest, it's probably not conventional. We are playing on a brand new patch. Fnatic! They're going to do the Pyke Karma bot lane. This was something the Reckless was playing on stream yesterday. And this suggests that Reckless will be in support, and Hylissang's actually going to be the carry.
Before you do get excited, I understand.
I've been excited the whole time.
There's a potential for Karma Pyke, but it is technically still a flex pick. That Karma can still be in the mid and the top lane position, so we'll wait to see what Fnatic rounded out. I am very excited for Karma Pyke bot.
Oh, lock it in. Oh, lock it in, please.
Yes. Akali as well.
The best thing about this was Caps on stream the other day was saying, I'm practicing my Akali to play it against Fnatic. And everyone, of course, thought he was joking, and then he locks it in.
Oh, this is amazing. TF comes in for Nemesis as well. Okay. I think we're going to be excited by every single pick. What I want you guys to do is talk to me about this team's mentality coming into the second ban phase. Where are we looking?
I mean, before we even look at the bans, I want to say how much pick potential is already there from Fnatic. The fact that you have 2 champions like Twisted Fate and Pyke, if G2, like, we talked about how quickly they play the mid game, how they are so skirmish and scrappy. With Twisted Fate and Pyke, if these guys are on clock, their ability to match that, to match the skirmish, to constantly be everywhere looking for picks is astronomical for Fnatic. I really like how these 2 picks work together.
I completely agree. Right now, the one thing that I'm missing from Fnatic is that engage tool. Things like the Jarvan, the Sejuani are all being banned away, and I wonder what direction Fnatic will look to go towards next. because things like the Skarner are still up and available. If they want to try and keep the theme of pick-style champions, then I think that would fit very nicely. And we already saw last game how well it synergizes with things like the Karma.
I just think it's really hard to pick Skarner into Akali, Ezreal, Yuumi. Like, you don't really have a great target to hit there. While it does fill out the engage principles that they need, it would be really difficult for Broxah to play around.
Definitely agree with that. We see the Rek'Sai banned away by Fnatic. G2 holding on to this final ban, deciding exactly where they want to put it. It will be Broxah's Lee Sin.
They might force him onto it.
As you say, could be forced onto the Skarner here.
So I'm personally quite a big fan of it, largely because as someone that loves to play Akali, one of the things that Skarner often does is it forces you to stay in the Shroud a lot longer, because the moment that you reveal, you instantly get locked down by the Skarner. So I think that it just adds pressure, but it depends on like what direction they want to take, because it's a little bit more scaling. We have seen him bring out the Gragas before, and honestly, I think this pick just makes a lot more sense into the likes of an Akali because of how easy it is to knock her out of the Shroud with this set.
But it feels like they need to kind of round out their damage profile a little bit. For me, they're a bit AP heavy, depending on what Nemesis build path is going to be.
Yeah, could be the Trinity Force that we do see out of that mid lane TF, so still a bit of option for AD there. There's the Aurelia as well, locked in for G2. So powerful in the solo lanes. Akali and Aurelia will see what their jungle pick is. I mean, knowing G2, it could be the Yuumi for all we know. Expect it to be this pick now.
And we've been so Fnatic focused, kind of looking through their lens for this draft, but taking another look at G2, like Akali Aurelia. Most times when you see G2 pick up those champions, like, okay, book, case closed, it's over, guys. They got two of their best champions on two of the best players of Akali and Aurelia in the world.
And Jankos locks in that early game jungler in Olaf, so the ability for them to trade in these early 2 versus 2s, very, very strong. I love the drafts that G2 have gotten themselves. It feels like massive comfort picks. And Fnatic, they will go for the Pyke Karma bot lane. I am excited. Expectations are that Reckless will be on the Karma, Helasang will be on the Pyke. He's going to be the main resource-focused player, and we'll see how well this team can utilize it. Fnatic adopting some G2-style philosophy.
And on the other side, it's actually quite standard as far as G2 compositions go. You have the incredible potential to run a 1-3-1 to play out those side lanes with both the Aurelia and the Akali. I'm curious if Perks and Mickey are going to make that Yuumi count more for that Ezreal Yuumi bot lane than other LEC bots.
I will say, I think the Fnatic have a winning match up top with the Renekton, especially early against the Aurelia. I think the Twisted Fate versus Akali matchup I honestly haven't seen very often. But I can imagine that early game, Twisted Fate can actually be very obnoxious, especially with this just ranged harass up against the likes of Akali. And then the bot lane, I would argue that it's slightly more G2 favored, but when we talk about these solo laners for G2, I actually think that Fnatic are the ones that have a little bit more priority around those lanes.
What a game this is shaping up to be. Karma Pyke bot, caps on Akali, Wonder on Aurelia. Just give it to me all. Give me a smorgasbord of deliciousness, because this game is likely to live up to the hype. And I don't know what's better here, Vedius. I don't know if it's better that they're both undefeated. I don't know if it's better that the unofficial World Championship is on the line. I don't know what delicious morsel to pick out of all of the goodness.
The only thing I know is we're in for a fantastic game of League of Legends. It's G2 versus Fnatic. The crowd is hype, we're hype. Let's get into some League.
Battle lines have been drawn. Fnatic and G2 on Summoner's Rift once again. This will not be a minor fight. This will not be a boxing match. This is war, and G2 are setting up down towards the bottom lane.
We've got to talk about the level 1s, especially when it comes to Fnatic and G2. G2, they showcased it in the finals of LEC Spring. They showcased it in the finals of MSI. They are creative in what they like to do, but Fnatic is no slouch either. Both teams just grouping up in these areas of the map, looking for potential picks.
Yeah, it feels like some scrims, maybe some communication back and forth, because both teams kind of expected something to happen, 5-man stacks on both top and bot side. But ultimately, where are we going to secure our jungle starts, and how are we going to hide information?
Take a quick breath. Let's have a look down towards the bottom lane. Reckless on the Karma has a 100% win rate on it in the European, the LEC, or the EU LCS. Played it against Schalke in summer 2018, but this is a very different beast.
Yeah, and to talk a little bit more about this duo in the bot lane, what I love about it is that the Karma adds that extra bit of wave clear. One of the things that Pyke can often struggle with is during the early laning phase, he naturally gets harassed. However, by having a Karma there, you just add that extra bit of pressure, but also that extra bit of mobility that just complements the Pyke that exceptionally well.
There's also the nice fact that in poke lanes like in Ezreal and Yuumi, Pyke can utilize his gray health mechanic, and he can actually stay relatively healthy and relatively up for battle in these lanes.
Interesting to see as well, Wunder playing mid lane here against Nemesis. We saw Fnatic pull out a mid-top switch last week. This time it's G2 doing it. Cap's trying to trade into Whippo, but Whippo's level 2 already. The Ruthless Predator, that's a lot of damage on Cap. Whippo does not have the Ignite, but Caps is just forced away. Caps has the flash, the trace! Whippo with first blood!
You're not mid lane anymore, buddy. That's top lane, and that's where Whippo thrives. He's like, mid lane, top, I've seen it all.
Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Mickey has been ignited. Hittersang in the middle of that fight. Mickey goes in towards Perks with that you and me. Forces Reckless and Hittersang back. There's the prowling projectile, but action all over the map already.
Fnatic coming out the gate swinging just like they did the last time that these two teams met. Finding that kill up into the top side of the map. Whippo continuing to play forward in the lane. Just a massive mistake on the side of Caps. Not getting that level 2 was crucial, enabling Whippo to find that kill. And now, in a matchup that's supposed to be easier for Caps, that's why they moved the Aurelia to mid. That's why they tried to avoid it, is now being snowballed on by Fnatic.
And Broxa hunting here, has access to the flash. Remember, it's just a flash body slam to CC duration, and you'll pop Caps like a balloon.
Caps shows that against the kill, but Broxa's here. Against his former teammate, Broxa will get the second kill for Fnatic. Caps able to trade.
Bloodshed already continues to rain upon Summoner's Rift. Beautiful stuff from Caps there, punishing the over-aggression from Whippo, but Broxa was there to pick up the kill.
But the key thing is the fact that Caps didn't have access to the teleport, so he'll be late back to the lane. It was a minion wave that crashed into him. This is now an EXP or a potential EXP advantage for Renekton.
Take a breath, take a breather, because we're not going to have many of them in this game. Jankos trying to get into the mid lane. Broxah there in time, already aware that the counter gank might occur. Wunder forced underneath the tower. CS, of course, quite hard to tell from the scoreboard. It's 24-26 in that mid lane, 20-12 in favor of Whippo up towards the top side, and Hittersang's doing his thing once again.
Now, some fans might be surprised that Jankos chose not to take that 1 versus 1. The biggest thing is look at Wunder's health and mana, and look at Hittersang.
Broxah still has flash, Hittersang on his way. Wunder has a flash of his own, dodging around, but there's the body slam. The CC chain! Lock him down, take him out, and Fnatic now have 4 players around the mid lane. Jankos chasing Broxah up towards the top side, but there's not much he can do in a 1v4.
And it's just so clean, and like you said, it was the fact that Broxah still had access to flash, and he didn't even have to use it right there, so the potential for even more gank setup. Meanwhile, top.
Caps just on the chase here. Whippo trying to get away, but the auto attack is enough. Caps looking for the 5-point strike into the back of the alligator. Underneath the tower is not enough damage. And Whippo escapes.
MVP
Jankos is crashing the wall. What is this game, Jankos? Whippo just absorbing all the pressure at the top lane. This is personal, Benny, as you can tell. These teams have a vendetta against each other.
All I can imagine Jankos there was just going, no, immediately running away. Oh, God.
Okay. 5 minutes into this game, I want to bring up a very important stat. We've had a lot of bloodshed already. Fnatic got 1,000 gold ahead. Fnatic, on average, get further ahead than G2 before the 15-minute mark. It's between 15 and 20 minutes that G2 explode their lead.
It's about understanding that G2 are not the early game team. They are the mid-game team. Fnatic are the early game team. Their ability to play creative level 1s, then how they control the map off of it, is why they've been so successful. Whereas, as the analyst desk, and as Betty loves to talk about, G2's mid-game is insane.
Caps caught out once again, doesn't have the flash, no escape for him. He tries to dodge away with a shuriken, gets the movement speed, but Whippo is on the chase. Nemesis still has the ultimate if he wants to join this fight. Caps just dodging around as much as he can, surviving for as long as he can, but you have to think Whippo will get there with the chase. The Shroud use, Caps still dodging away, the belly bot comes out, and eventually Caps will fall, gifted over to Whippo. 4-1 on the scoreboard, and we've only had 6 minutes of play. Hittersang looking for something in the bot lane as Perks dodges around. The hook does not connect, but Hittersang just forced away. Can use That passive just to regen some of the health as he dodges in towards the bush.
Great patience coming out from Broxah, going over the wall into the Baron pit and just waiting as Wonder goes in.
Broxah's in the perfect position every moment. Wonder tries to turn it back onto Nemesis, but Nemesis flashes away. Broxah brings down the cask onto the head of Wonder, and there's nothing G2 can do.
And once again, Fnatic find another early game kill. This early game is so heavily in their control that G2 are faltering at every turn. Beautiful stuff from the Fnatic squad.
I mean, frankly, I can't keep up with it. Broxah is everywhere.
Incredible stuff from the jungler from Fnatic. Has had a split that many people would aspire to have so far. Whipper already level 6 as he forces Caps back into his Twilight Shroud, but the Ruthless Predator stun will connect. It's a war of attrition, and at the moment, Fnatic are winning.
This is not a war of attrition. This is guerrilla warfare. Both these guys are just non-stop attacking each other right now, and it is Fnatic that are constantly coming out on top.
I'm just kind of curious what it'll mean in the long run. Like, yes, they've picked up all of these kills, but, you know, nothing has broken quite yet. This is still able to swing back and forth. I think this lane is very scary. Caps are definitely playing with fire right now because Whippo has ult.
Jankos is on his way up. Broxah's here as well. Waiting in the wings, has the flash. There's the ultimate. Caps looking for the chase, but is Jankos going to be able to do enough? Whippo heals up, flashes away, and Caps is down. This is personal from Fnatic. Once again, Caps is dead. 4 times. Another kill to Fnatic. 7-1 the scoreline.
And Wonder's now rushing up, but he realizes he's too late. G2 are playing on a knife's edge with this Renekton, and they are getting cut to pieces by it. 3-1-2 right now for Whippo.
Broxah is just such a monster. This guy is having an amazing game so far. We already said that he's in the right place at the right time, but it feels like that he is just, he's having like premonitions as to where Jankos is going to be. And even if he's not, he knows where he is, so he can just make a play on the other side of
You know what it is? He sees Caps in the game, he's like, I know what to do. I cap Caps. That's what I do, I just show up in his lane.
Well, this one looks personal for sure.
Oh, Wonder. Caps actually taking out Nemesis there in the mid lane. 3,000 gold lead for Fnatic, but Caps now on the board.
All right, so the Swift swap comes right back around. Caps immediately back into the mid lane, says, you know what, I've had enough fun in games. I'm tired of fighting alligators. I want one-on-one. I want Trickster versus Trickster. And Caps comes out on top.
Whew. That's all I can say right now. It's just, you need to take a moment, you need to take a breather. Vedius, you need to give me your point because I'm going to run out of things to say.
So, if our observers could be so kind as to swap over to the gold so that we can see where the big difference is. Thank you very much, observers. Notice how the Akali right now is extremely far behind anyone. It is a whole 1,000 gold behind Nemesis. Finding that solo kill helped a lot, but the solo laners, who we talked up so much in the draft, right now are faltering, and their swap did not pan out in the early game.
And unfortunately, it's really hard to just kind of break these lanes and turn the game on its head. Normally, if you were really struggling, you could start to swap your bot lane around, but swapping into Karma Pyke is going to hurt, and it's also an Infernal, so they don't want to lose control over the bottom side of the map. So it feels like G2 are still kind of stuck in these lanes where they're playing 1-1-2.
Oof. Honestly, that was greedy from Nemesis. He should have just backed off the moment he saw the Akali. He did not think that this Akali could 1v1 him, but even after all the nerfs, you've got to respect Caps' Akali.
That you have. You can see what Cap sees. And so far this game, he's seen mostly a grey screen. Most deaths for him pre-15 minutes now. Whipper up towards the top lane is going to get ganked by Jankos. Wonder on the chase here. Stun will land with a flawless duet. You can see Whippo's just going to fall. This is great stuff from G2. Whippo's still alive, and here comes Nemesis. Trying to catch on to Wonder, but Wonder goes into the bush, out of vision, and here comes Cap.
Oh,
all the way from mid-lane. You can take my position, but I will take your life.
Caps, that was awesome! He lands the E just as Nemesis teleports in, and you just have Caps literally running across the map to follow him.
These are our 2 best teams in the league, and we are seeing a showcase of mechanical League of Legends. It is incredible to watch, and the question now becomes who is going to come out on top, because G2 have moved Perks and Mickey into the mid lane. They're going to get some plates. They're actually evening out that gold differential as well.
I just really hope our observers follow Akali's little legs as she runs all the way across the map to keep up with Nemesis, but finally G2 answering back on the board. The goal gap is starting to close, and this is the thing. This was the big debate. Can Fnatic get an early game lead? Turns out Yes, they can. Can they hold it against the Titans of G2? That's the ultimate question that will determine this game.
Well, they still have plenty of playmaking opportunity. Like, now you have Hilly, who's unlocked. The fact that they got moved into the mid lane. Again, it just takes one pick. One Twisted Fate ult, one Hylissang ultimate, and Fnatic can really start to snowball this. So I feel like G2, at least for the last few minutes, will be playing slightly from the back.
Oh, here we go. We get the ProView, so he knows it's coming. He lands the E, and then we get to see the Akali. Oh! Look at him go! Immediately shows up in the top lane and says, where do you think you're going?
Get back over here, kid. Pulls him back into the fight. Bot lane has been quite quiet throughout this game, and we haven't had to talk about it because there hasn't been too much action going on. You can see Rekkles and Hylissang getting chased out by Caps and Jankos. The undertow will connect as Jankos looks for the chase. Hylissang trying to dodge away, can't land the stun because of the Ragnarok. Caps still jumping in. Teleport behind them, though, as Fnatic wants to take the fight. Teleport was cancelled out as Whippo stunned up with a flawless duet in the top lane. But that means Broxah can look for the gank. Wonder underneath the tower trying to dodge away. Flashes early. Broxah's still there. The slice and dice from Whippo will chase him under the tower. There's another kill for Fnatic. Hylissang missed the death from below as the X didn't mark the spot of Jankos' demise. But Fnatic are still putting their foot on the accelerator.
But this is Renekton still getting so many of these plates in the top lane. Whippo is very strong right now, has completed Black Cleaver, and now he's going to be unlocked as he takes down this turret.
Fnatic don't slow down, even though G2 are trying to answer the aggression, and Wonder, he's got to be regretting that interrupt of the teleport right now, but ultimately in this situation it allowed the duo to get away with their lives. You talked about it earlier for us. You talked about, does it make sense to go for the swap? They're now moving Caps around the map a lot, deciding that it's better to put him in this 1 versus 2. But the safety that he has from the Shroud and his mobility, he should be safe and allowing Perks to actually get a lot of these plates in the middle lane, but it's not actually allowing G2 to gain any...
Oh my God! There's no way you should be able to hit that. Cap still able to get away, but Hylissang on the chase couldn't quite land the Tiamat. Hylissang, he's vying for the best Pyke in Europe. Cap's trying
no way!
No way! Through the heart of our Spring Split MVP. He's died 5 times already this game. Wonder now looking for the flawless duet, lands it on 2, but doesn't want to jump the ball. The Vanguard's edge comes out. Perks on the chase as well. Hylissang maybe gonna go down. Here's the hook. Does not connect. Rekkles gonna flash the wall. Wonder unable to chase so far. Has the blade surge, but won't go in. And Fnatic get out alive.
Hilly's insane.
Hilly is too good.
No one the argument. Hylissang's the best part. Hylissang is the best part.
Oh man, that was insane.
Also,
what a great game.
The escape to allow Karma to get over the wall, the fact that he stayed using the E, making sure that they couldn't get him, just, oh.
Rift Herald here, used by Broxah in the mid lane. He has had such a good early game. Took the Infernal. Looking for this as well. The final chapter comes out from Mickey, but just to force Fnatic off. The mid lane tower does not fall. Always so important.
So we've got to take stock. Ultimately, Fnatic still in control of the game. They have a very healthy gold lead. Wonder, no flash. He's going to die.
Oh, the stun card lands. The X comes down. And Hylissang, second kill of the game.
And this is it. Fnatic pretty much have control over the majority of the map. They're the ones that get to move first. They're the ones that get to make plays because of all this extra gold that they have. With the top tower down, Renekton is now moving around, and now they've found Jankos.
Yeah, Hylissang has to, Jankos has to burn his out, but Hylissang, his life is forfeit. Jankos takes the kill, Mickey dodging around as much as possible. That's a bit of an overstep from Hylissang.
And G2 not taking any steps back, showing that they're still there to fight. I think that Broxah held the ultimate a little bit too long there. I think he might have been able to disengage, but obviously trying to play around the Ragnarok. I need another look at it.
Honestly, I just think that Hylissang wouldn't be Hylissang if he didn't make the best and worst play within a single game. You know what I mean? So I definitely think Hylissang killed himself a little bit there. But you know what? It's fine. It's Hylissang. He's still a great Pyke player.
Is it fine giving any sort of gold back to G2?
I mean, that's the debate, right?
I want to talk about that though, because we are getting to that 15-minute mark. Fnatic 3,000 gold ahead, but this is where G2 tend to accelerate their games.
This is when a switch evokes in G2 and it says level 2 has been activated. Can it shut down Whippo?
Whippo's gone very deep there, still able to get away. The flawless direct to stun him up. Here's Pyke. Hylissang gonna land the skewer onto Jankos, but takes a bit of damage in return. Not enough damage to follow that up there, as Rekkles will just get his Sightstone activation as they run away.
I know that G2 are keen and they are lucky that this is a Cloud Dragon, but I do think that they need to be a bit more patient here. They're still waiting for some key items to come around, so they need to wait for the perfect moments to look for these picks. Just give yourself, 5 minutes, and then you can start running at Fnatic again.
I don't know if G2 like to wait, bro.
I know, but they need to. Look at the itemization complete on Fnatic's side versus what Ezreal's pulling right now.
And I want to draw attention once again to the goal because it is the solo laners from G2 that are so far behind. Just notice the difference between Whippo and Nemesis and Wonder and Caps. Props to Jankos for actually staying relatively even with Broxah, even throughout this entire chaos. And the bot lane is kind of the saving grace right now for G2 because they've been free farming and they've been picking up a lot of plates. So it's still not over yet for G2. We always have to bear that in mind. Even though Fnatic have full control and they're the ones that get to dictate a lot of the plays around the map, what's important for G2 is, as you say, Frost, they buy time and get their solo laners back and relevant in the game.
And it is a perfect example of that right there. The fact that they were able to trade objectives. You know, Wonder getting all of that free time up into the top lane does take down that top lane tower. Bot, though, is dead.
Yeah, Whippo just kills Caps in the bot lane. That was Broxah lending a helping hand, and Caps has died 6 times this game. There's the final chapter used in the mid lane, trying to stun up. Hylissang gets the hook onto Wonder, pulls him back underneath the tower. Death marks the spot, but it's not enough damage as Hylissang just has to run away. Nemesis now caught out by Jankos, has to flash the wall. Hylissang trying to clear out the wave as much as he can, because here's Broxah, the knockback on Wonder, but Wonder dodging around with the Vanguard's edge and back in. 2 kills to Fnatic. Whippo on the chase here as well as the battle rages in the Fnatic jungle. Whippo coming in, Jankos trying to get onto Nemesis Perks, almost dying off towards the top side as he will go down. Wonder dies, Jankos dies, Perks dies, Mickey dies, and G2 lose 4.
And Fnatic get themselves the delayed ace. This was just pure greed from the side of G2 because of this play. Caps dies in the bot lane. Fnatic can move from bot up towards mid, and G2 are just staying way too long.
But it's also the fact that G2 thought that they could burst quick enough that they could make the most of the fact that Fnatic sent those resources bottom. But here's where the greed gets real.
Yeah, they just stick around way too long. They don't respect the rotation from Broxah and Whippo, and just all 4 members, they can't get out of this situation. Beautiful ultimate from the side of Broxah. And G2, they just collapse under the sheer weight of Fnatic.
Also, credit to Fnatic's ward line. If you go ahead and take a look at the minimap, you can see that line, that straight path from bottom to mid lane has been completely lit up by Fnatic. Chances are that G2 might have assumed that they went for the reset in the back and didn't know exactly where they were when they were transversing from bot to mid.
Okay, let's take a breath. 18 minutes in, 6,000 gold lead for Fnatic. You've got Duskblade already finished on towards Pyke. Hylissang in such a strong position. Nemesis has his Trinity Pulse, has a Wit's End to back that up, so that's a bit more AD. We worried about the ability power damage coming out from Fnatic. They have some physical as well. Hylissang jumps across the wall. That's greedy. The final chapter comes out. Will boot him up, but he's invisible at the moment. Gets taken out by Caps. Broxah now in the front line as Caps just dodges forward. Mickey healing him up, but he tries to dodge away. He's rooted in place. Stunned up by Whippo. Broxah jumps the wall now, knocks Perks back, but they can't quite find the connection. And Fnatic's just pushing forward their line here. Wonder slowed up with the red card.
Ultimately, a 1-for-1 between the 2 teams, but Fnatic are the ones that have priority right now. They have a minion wave alive. That tower is very low. Can be a little difficult to see.
Whippo just flashes in and takes out Perks! Kills him with the Ruthless Predator, and Fnatic are hungry for blood. They're on the hunt. Destiny comes out from Nemesis, chasing onto Caps. He took his spot. He'll take his life. Fnatic are destroying G2.
It is a solo queue game. That Renekton is 9-2-2. At 19 minutes in this game, he has Black Cleaver and Spear of Shojin complete. His ability to 5v5, when he pops his ultimate and gets into the middle of it, he's going to get multiple stuns off. This guy does ridiculous damage.
The crowd is erupting right now as Fnatic are truly obliterating G2. The mid game is fully in their control. This is what a snowball looks like. And this is a little aggressive from Hylissang. He dives in without any vision. He gets collapsed on by G2. But this is when the misplay comes out. Mickey jumps off as Caps goes out. This leaves Mickey in an awkward position as he then gets stunned up by Whippo, and that interrupts the dash. Wonder then can't get into the fight, and then we start to see some of the poke come out from Nemesis, from Reckless, and then Whippo just dives underneath the tower, takes the remaining health bar from Perks, and there's just nothing he can do about it.
Also key there that he got the Summoner, so Perks only relying on E.
Flawless duet as well. Like, that is absolutely beautiful play by Whippo, and the chase down onto Caps in the end is incredible. It almost feels like G2 are shell-shocked. They're not used to being this far behind at this point in the game, so they're making plays they usually would, but Fnatic are just answering.
You say that, this is a mirror of what happened the last time they met. And the moment with which G2 turned the game around was their base defense.
That's true.
Fnatic dived the tower. Their siege is ultimately what faltered the last time around. And you look at this comp again, their siege is not the best. You're kind of relying on a Baron and splitting up the map to be able to successfully break into the base of G2. And so G2 are kind of relying on that fact. They're relying on the fact that Fnatic can still make mistakes in this game.
And in short, it is full steam ahead for Fnatic is what it feels like. Whereas G2, again, have to pick their moments perfectly or it's game over.
Second Infernal of the game. Hylissang straight onto Perks, gets the slow. Perks will try and jump away. Hylissang almost out. There's the Destiny in and the teleport as well. Fnatic won the fight. Perks is dunked. Second kill as well. Follows up. Reckless takes down Mickey. Jankos trying to get away, but the gold card is locked in. And there's laser sights on Jankos. Fnatic get 3. Caps on the backside of this Baron, maybe trying to play spoiler as Fnatic look for the objective.
With the jungler dead, that should be a free Baron, and the objective we were just talking about that Fnatic would want gets delivered to them on a silver platter. G2 falter, Fnatic continue to stop.
I mean, barring some miracle, I think that this might be it. Fnatic just ripped G2 apart in this best of 1.
G2 have been miraculous in the past, but at the moment, Fnatic have 3 times as many kills as them. They have an 11,000 gold lead. They've got double Infernal, they've got Cloud, and they have the Baron. I want to tell everyone watching at home and everyone here in the studio after this game, Caps and Reckless will be joining Quickshot and Endo on post-game lobby, but let's have a look at this replay.
So, Hylissang catches out Perks and then a Nemesis ultimate along with the TP are very quick to follow. Fnatic collapse as a unit almost immediately, and with the Ragnarok disappearing from Jankos, it was easy for Fnatic to know, take the jungler out, there's no smite, that's a free Baron, that means that the game is pretty much ours for the taking.
I think it is about then shaking expectations. Fnatic as a playstyle in the community are talked about being kind of this lumbering team that they hit you with a team fight, then they roll you over. This Fnatic is matching tit for tat against G2's style. They are playing that creative, aggressive, quick tempo game.
And the only team that could do this against G2 was SKT. Whenever they found an early game lead at MSI, those were the games where G2 were losing. In order to beat this team, it showcased that not only do you have to get an early lead, but you have to hold it, you have to retain it, or G2 find a way back in, and Fnatic have done that flawlessly. Yes, they still have to take the Nexus, but the way they're playing this early game is phenomenal.
And a lot of that falls on the back of Broxah as well. There were question marks in the offseason as to whether he would be the starting jungler with Dan coming into the team, but he has shown us across the last 3 splits that he is still one of the best, if not the best jungler in the LEC right now. He set his team up for success so well. He was all over the map in the early game, and he's pushed G2 back so well.
And now we see the classic Hylissang split push with the Baron. He does this when he's on support. Now he's one of the big carries. He's generating so much pressure as Fnatic split up the map.
He's got the Tiamat, he has the mobility, he has the Baron buff, like you said, he can sit there and then very quickly collapse to his team if need be.
Inhibitor tower going to fall here in the bottom lane. 23 minutes in, G2's base is broken. The inhibitor short to follow, you have to feel, and G2 unaware of how to defend here. They're looking at keeping their players around mid. Fnatic take down the inhibitor 24 minutes in. They have broken open all of G2's base, and now G2 have to find a way to defend.
I mean, I guess the nice thing is that if Fnatic don't end it here, I'll hold it, because maybe they do.
There comes the Destiny, Perks flashing away, but caught in the stun card and the follow-up! Just deliver the kills to Fnatic. Caps trying to dodge around here, but Hylissang's on the chase. The stun card connects, and now Mickey is fed to the wolves. Fnatic take a 3rd kill.
They basically opened up their mouth and Broxah said, here comes the airplane, and just spoon-fed it in.
Fnatic dominated the early game. They ripped through the solo laners of G2, and they are looking to establish themselves as the current best team in the LEC.
Caps said G2 wanted the 18-0. Fnatic said not today. The Nexus tower falls. Wonder trying to do what he can to defend. He's down now. It's only Jankos left alive, and no one can survive versus this Fnatic team. They're on to the Nexus. Jankos and Perks trying to defend.
Perks still alive. They get the kill.
Whippo down. It's all on Perks. Needs to get the damage in. It's Nemesis and Reckless. Teleport coming behind them now as Perks goes in. Mickey stepping forward. Reckless so low. The Nexus not going to fall, and Caps has the flank. G2, the base defense holds once more, but Caps almost gets clapped by his former teammate. He's almost going down to the minions. Perks dodging around. Broxah goes golden for the moment. Can't quite get the kill on Perks. G2 able to survive for the time being.
But that said, they lose their mid. It's just the last mid inhib standing. No Nexus towers, 2 open lanes, and a Mountain Dragon about to spawn.
Surely there is no way G2 can come back into this game. They have an exposed Nexus. They have 2 inhibs down. Fnatic have a Twisted Fate, and he's an AD Twisted Fate who's just gonna melt through that Nexus if he gets an opportunity.
They have Hilly on Pyke.
They have Hilly on Pyke, but yes, this was a great last-ditch defense from the side of G2. Jankos just runs in. Great burst damage coming out from Perks as they obliterate the front line, and with little mana left on the side of Fnatic and low health bars, they've clearly overcommitted here. So their Baron goes down, Cass gets a good flank off, and G2 get to buy a little bit more time.
I think the only thing that can be said is that surely there's no way Fnatic lose this, but G2 will make them work for it.
Oh man, what a great game. But what made the last game so monumental was the way in which G2 came back into the game.
Just do it, that would be amazing.
Fnatic are making this game so much more one-sided.
So I do want to point out the vision that G2 have actually placed down here. They, like Vedius and I, are talking about Twisted Fate and Hylissang. They need to make sure that they have vision that not only protects them to get access to their immediate waves, because let's be honest, they cannot leave their base, but it's also then checking so that no one slips in underneath them to get into a backdoor for the Nexus.
Well, Hylissang's going for it.
Gold lead. Hylissang going for it, as you say. The Destiny comes in as well, and Nemesis is on the Nexus, looking for the win here. Fnatic do to G2 what G2 have done so many times before. They obliterate them.
Fnatic with a dominating performance over G2 Esports. What a great game from them. They didn't throw it this time. They found themselves the Baron. They won in 26 minutes. What a great game.
And no, it's not a best of 5. It doesn't automatically make Fnatic the best team in the world, but the absolute certainty here is you must respect them. You have to be afraid. G2 can bleed, and Fnatic are back.
But also, Frosk, Europe has some pretty amazing teams.
Dear God,
We're the best region in the world, Vedius.
Oh man, this only builds more hype for Rift Rivals. Both of these teams will be going next week. It was excellent to watch. Broxah 9-1-11 scoreline by the end of that game. His early game was just amazing. It was truly amazing.
It was beautiful to watch because he was everywhere at the same time.
Hey, and supports, they don't get enough recognition. Reckless, you were a really great support this game. You really enabled your carries.
Speaking of Reckless, he is actually joining us on PGL after this. He's going to be there with Caps, so we get both sides of the discussion as to how that game went down. But it does mean we only have one undefeated team left in the LEC, and that team is Fnatic, the 7-time champions looking for their 8th crown.
But you can see it on G2's faces. There's a lot of smiles. I'm sure it stings. They could say it doesn't. It'll always sting. But they know next time we get another shot at this. We get to see them face twice.
Give me that 5 times. I don't care who wins at the end of it. I just want more of that sort of action.
But there are so many things to say about Fnatic as well, in the sense of Bwipo. He was one of the biggest point of criticisms last split, and so far this split he has been insanely dominant. Nemesis, a player that this team could not play through last split, is now being one of the biggest carries of the split and has to be in the conversation of where does he rank among EU mids. Yeah. Broxah is having a phenomenal split. Hylissang is trying to make a name for himself as the best Pyke in Europe. And Reckless, the typical superstar, is not the player that we've been talking about at all.
Not every championship is created equal. I want the final that we were cheated last time. I want the Fnatic G2 final. I know it's only week 3. We have so much time to go. But I'm just like, the adrenaline is injected into my veins. I am ready. I want as many games of that as possible.
Trust me, I'm feeling that. This matchup put the best of Europe's players up against each other, but who stood above the rest? Was it Bwipo, Broxah, or Hylissang for your key player of the game? At Esports on Twitter. Yes, it was Broxah. Anyone who doesn't vote Broxah is a troll. But I know sometimes people like Vedius have dissenting opinions.
No, I think Broxah was, I mean, at the beginning of the day, what I said on ReadyCheck, along with Ender, was that the supporting staff of both these teams is ultimately what makes them so great. Mickey and Jankos versus Broxah and Hylissang was going to be one of the biggest discussions for me, and I felt like today we showcased what Broxah and Hylissang can do in the early game, and honestly, come the mid-game, we never got to see what the power of Mickey and Jankos could do because of how well Fnatic snowballed.
I mean, that's one of those games where you get to go back and watch the VOD, and as you get to slow it down, you get to see all the incredible things that both teams did. But because of how quickly it's going, as an analyst, you're literally just like hanging on, like, I can't.
And I mean, there was even a moment with Jankos that game where he was screaming as he flashed over the wall.
It's beautiful to watch. But for more on Fnatic's win, here's Law with their coach and their jungler.
Thank you very much, Medic. What a game. I mean, you did not just won against G2, you smashed G2. How does it feel, Broxa?
It feels really, really good, not only beating Jiizuke, but beating them in this fashion. And well, for me personally, it means a lot as well, because I had a really, really good game. And
You did.
Just makes it, I don't know, it is just amazing. It's a really nice feeling.
We'll get back to your game later, but you, Young Buck, I mean, first things first, the draft was crazy as a whole. So tell me through the Karma Pyke bot lane. Why did you go this way? I think we saw this one on stream this week.
So truthfully, we have never ever played this team composition, but when we were having a draft review, we knew they were going to put bans on Sivir and on either Xayah, Origen and Aatrox, so it was they were very predictable. And eventually we said, okay, if we trade Yuumi for Karma, that's fine and dandy, but the team with Pyke is probably going to win the trade side, because we didn't want them to have Yuumi and Pyke again. So eventually we said, well, if we pick Karma and Pyke, and they pick Ezreal away, which is a really good AD carry for our team composition, then we're just going to put the Karma bot and secure stronger solo laners. And so we just first timed it on stage.
Very first move and smart move and very effective when you think about it. What did you tell your players before heading backstage?
It was more a mantra throughout the week to fight fire with fire and not try to play a slow control style. The entire week I was kind of looking forward to Broxa playing Elise, but in the moment the Gragas was just a bit better.
Broxa, what was your mindset going into this game today against G2?
I don't know, for me it was pretty weird actually, because often you would expect to have a bit of a different mindset going into a game against, you know, the strongest opponent in the league, but I don't know, I just had the same mindset as always. Like, I came in really wanting to win, but it wasn't super extra necessarily. I knew we were going up against Jiizuke, and I wanted to win because, you know, I want to be first in the standings and all, but it was first when we actually got into the game and the game began that I realized that we really have to win this one. Like, we just can't lose.
You put on a show, per se, in the early game. You were basically in Jankos' head. I mean, talk me through the decision-making you had to get Fnatic the lead in the early game.
I feel like Weibo started it off really well. Weibo got a solo kill pretty early in the game, and throughout the game I just had really, really good communication with Weibo especially, and we managed to punish top really, really hard. And then both of us started snowballing and kind of took over the game, and then the rest of the team started getting really confident, and we just all started playing really aggressive, and everything just really snowballed off this first kill, and then, yeah, eventually we were really strong and just going crazy and kind of one-shotting everyone.
I was intrigued backstage because we saw this scenario multiple times, like teams getting ahead, G2 coming back afterwards. So were you worried at some point that they would come back in the game?
Not really. It was something we were discussing a bit in-game, that we had to make sure that we were not playing too slow and that we actually put on the pressure as much as possible, never giving them a chance to come back, while obviously still not going too crazy. So we were aware that if we slow down too much, then maybe we're going to give them time to catch up. So we just try to put on the pressure as much as possible and not give them a chance to actually come back this time around.
Did you hear the fans yelling during the game for you guys?
I think, there we go. This was probably the loudest crowd I've ever heard here at the studio. Like, it was actually insane.
Do you want to say something to them, actually, because they're here anyway, waiting for you afterwards? Let him speak, guys.
We've been having a lot of support here today, and yeah, even though we can barely hear anything throughout the headsets normally today, sometimes when fighting, we couldn't even hear each other. It was like sitting in a big stadium or something. So we got a lot of support. We heard a lot of Fnatic chants, and we really appreciate all the support. Thanks, guys.
Before heading to PGL, we're going to do a Kia player of the game very soon. Who should get it?
It has to be Broxa. It has to be.
But it is Broxa, so congratulations, dude.
Thanks.
And thank you for... Thanks for the interview, both of you. Congrats on the victory, obviously. We still have many more things to say about this day, so let's send it over to PGL. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, and welcome to the LEC post-game lobby. I'm Quickshot, joined by Ender, Caps, and Reckless. And the thing that I love the most is the moment Reckless and Caps sat down next to each other, the first thing you start doing is discussing the game, the decision-making, the considerations that went into it. Reckless, how was playing it? What was communication like? Because it looked hella chaotic from our side.
It felt that way to me as well, because I wasn't really a part of the action. So I was chilling in the bot lane, trying to learn how to play Karma. So it was kind of, I guess, it was a fun game, yeah.
You were just along for the ride while Broxah smashed.
Yeah, well, basically, like, we were thinking that if we don't take these specific champions, then enemy team draft is just too good. So we just had to kind of play them. And I was trying to practice it today in solo queue, but I didn't get that many games in. So it was a bit hard to learn on the fly, but my team was doing really well. So I guess I was just chilling in the bot lane. It was pretty nice.
Caps, how was it for you up in the top lane? It felt like you're playing 1v2 for a little while. A number of ganks coming your way. Now, we've got a lot of replays here.
That was so sick.
It's just going to be a whole string of kill after kill after kill.
He told me he thought you were going to E, not flash.
I don't think I had.
So he was lucky.
Just pretend like he had it planned all along, Reckless, okay?
This one was good, though. This one was good. I wouldn't have hit that.
So, Caps, what was it like playing when, you know, obviously Fnatic and Reckless and his squad got so many advantages so early?
I mean, so it was pretty difficult. I think like, going into the game, I was like a bit nervous because obviously I was like playing top lane, and I didn't really like maybe like take in consideration that I should not be like too far up in top lane because it's a really long lane and you get chased down. So I ended up doing like a huge mistake, and I feel like Fnatic kind of snowballed from that pretty well. I think sure I TP'd back and got him as well, but then like I died to Broxah, and while it was like a 1v1, my wave was not that good. And honestly, like after that, it was just like so chaotic that I mean, I didn't really have a good overview of the game.
How surprised were you guys that Fnatic pulled this off with this draft?
Well, I played against him in solo queue this morning with Karma Pyke, so I don't think they're that surprised because they banned Shen as well, so they knew for sure. But I guess we kind of figured that if we want to beat G2, we have to beat G2 in their own game, rather than just like bring our own game to them.
Yeah.
Because they're so crazy that if you don't meet them halfway at least, then they're just gonna beat you at it, right?
I think we actually looked at it for G2 stats, and between 15 and 20 minutes, they like triple their gold leads on average. But they usually don't get off to that big of an early game lead, whereas like Fnatic, you guys like really try to pop off. So I liked the idea of this composition where it was just like run at them over and over. You have TF, Karma to like speed up and try to make plays. On the other hand, if you guys didn't get an early lead, I think you guys get blasted.
You think we get outscaled this
I mean, you don't have an ADC, right?
No, we do. TF.
Oh, right. ADTF. Actually, though.
We were actually talking a little bit about it in the game, and we were thinking that we were going to outscale. So we weren't worried about laking.
No. ADTF totally makes sense.
We were worried about maybe map splits or just solo lanes not going well, but I don't know what happened. It's just going down.
Explain to me where this performance comes from, Reckless. Now, obviously, Summer Split has been fantastic from both of your squads, but now undefeated 5-0. There seems to be an energy, there seems to be a fire that is not quite easy to see. So where does the strength come from?
I think everyone was just really sad after Spring Split, because after winning both splits, going to World Finals, it was kind of hard, I guess, to finish third. Usually teams are pretty happy about finishing third, but for us, it's like the world is going under, so we were kind of motivated, I guess, for summer to prove that we're actually better than what we showcased in spring. So I think everyone just came in with a lot of motivation. And after the first week where all the jitters were being shown, I think everyone realized that we're actually a good team, and we can do this and actually take down G2 as well.
Yeah, I feel like a big transformation for you guys has been actually putting a lot of resources into Nemesis in the mid lane. Like, this is your second or third game where there have been consistent ganks towards mid early on. You have tower dives in that too. Whereas like last split, he was just the roam god. He would go top bot whenever a wave is crashing and get a kill.
I'm trying to repay him the favor now by walking around after him and shielding him.
Double TP's bot lane every single game, But he's looking really, really good now.
Yeah, he's great. He's always been great. I think he was playing well last split as well. It's just hard to 1v9, I guess, on the Sandra or whatever else he was playing.
Now, Caps, what was the feeling like after the Nexus went down? Because when everybody was giving high fives and congratulations after the game, it was smiles across the board. I mean, even you guys. But like, how does it feel and how do you react?
Well, I mean, it's like pretty sad, right? Like you want to win every game, especially against, Fnatic obviously 4 as well before this game, so it was like an important game for us. But I think just like the way of the game, it just felt like so so weird, you know. It felt like so many fights, so many stuff going on, and especially I felt like, I mean, like if I don't laugh at this, then I will cry at it, you know. And
so you've obviously seen how G2 Esports beats teams, right? You've watched your own games and VODs. How did it feel to be on the receiving end?
I mean, yeah, I realized pretty early on that it was like going a bit the opposite side of how it usually goes. So it did feel pretty bad, and it felt like also kind of like hopeless in a way as well, because we are usually really good at problem solving, but it just felt like there's not really any solution in this case. I mean, for sure, there's like some things we could have done better, like once we fell behind, but I think it became like pretty difficult. And I mean, obviously, like Pyke TF is like Pyke Karma is really hard to engage on, and TF has like the global, he's like basically everywhere. So it was like kind of only when Renningson we could really go on, and even he was like so strong that. Yeah, it's not going to be a good fight.
Well, look, when you're playing Akali into TF, you can also just go everywhere. We actually did quite your point of view replay following the TF ultimate.
Oh,
wait, you did?
Yeah.
So you probably didn't see it, but literally Nemesis was using Destiny from Raptor Camp to go top lane, and Caps tagged him with everything.
It was a blind E, by the way. You didn't even see him. Blind E.
I've just heard from production that we're going to get it up on screen so we can take a look. But like, did you know, how far ahead did you know you were going to pull this off?
Well, I mean, basically, I mean, we already know it here, right? Because we were fighting top, and TF started moving towards top. And we actually had this like kind of situation. And
this is such a stupid interaction.
We had this situation like scrims like a week ago. So we just went for it again, you know.
What do you think when you see that? What did Nemesis think when he got taken out? Like,
I think that was the moment where Weaver was almost 1v2 in top, right?
I mean, I didn't see the fight really, but I guess
I'm pretty sure. He was alone earlier, and then Nemesis was hesitating a little bit, and then he went in, and then he realized that he was gonna die as well a little bit after. So. I think they were actually confident that they could fight topside. I don't think they were scared. I think they were just not on the same page.
They probably didn't predict the Akali following that.
How can you possibly do that? I've got an interesting communication and in-game conversation question, because obviously for Fnatic, this is a new look, at least for us on stage, and seeing you guys win in this chaotic style. For G2 being under that much pressure, also new look. So how much does your team comms change in a game like this when you're both 4-0, it's G2 Fnatic, like all the stakes, all the pressure?
For us, it wasn't that different. Maybe it was a little bit different for me and Helio specifically, because we're kind of role swapping in this one. So I had to take over the vision game and maybe more to like remind him of doing waves and stuff, because there was a moment I think this game where we pushed in bot and then we went mid, and then he kind of forgot that he has to lane as well. So I was trying to tell him that he has to go catch the farm, because I can't do it, right? So I ended up getting my item pretty late because we weren't really laning together, but otherwise it was kind of fine. I think everyone was just having a good time actually, so I don't know how it was for you guys, but...
I did notice your karma looks like it's improved since you played it last. I think that was over a year ago too.
To be fair, I haven't played much of karma, but I feel like it's an easier combo to play when you pair it with a Pyke than with, I think I played with maybe a Morgana back then or something, so it was a little bit harder to lane.
Yeah, also
Pyke is actually like a really
the win rate goes up by 5% in solo, the champion might feel a little easier to play. I don't know.
Just a little bit.
So, Caps, I got a question for you now. Is this style of gameplay the direction that the meta and the league is going to be going? This crazy, chaotic, always go, go, go?
I mean, it looked like that for like a long time, basically like all spring and also Worlds. But actually, like I feel like a lot of the games have been a lot slower. Like today, I was watching basically all the EU games, and basically every game was 0-0 at like 10 minutes, 0-0 at like 20 minutes, and we were joking around saying like, okay, we're gonna have at least 10 kills at 10 minutes, like both teams, right? And I mean, I think we had like in total 9 kills at 10 minutes, so we like almost hit the goal, but we were still like 1 kill off.
I love the fact that G2 is saying we're going to have 10 kills a team as like a mini game going into one of the biggest matchups. But then when you look at some of the other teams, like can the Origen style or the Splyce style of that really controlled gameplay, can it contain both of you guys?
I mean, I'm not worried. Are you worried?
I mean, I'm pretty confident going up against everyone, but I was also pretty confident going up today, and I like really ended it and feel like I kind of ruined the game because, well, I just went top and ended, right? So I think we still have a lot to work on, and we still have to reach back to like a state in the meta where we're confident in both the picks and like how to play it out, and then I'm pretty sure that we can beat.
It's definitely going to make the rematch between G2 and Fnatic a little more exciting. Let's quickly take a look at the league standings. Fnatic alone in first place at 5-0. Now the conversation switches back to Fnatic. Will there be another 18-0 run since you've now shut Caps and G2 up after the...
Yeah, they look pretty easy today. I don't know.
You know?
Well, we've done most of the hard schedules so far, so round 1 should be okay. But then obviously, as you said earlier, there's the G2 matchup again. Origen's looking good. SK is looking pretty good as well. So
how good is the rest of the field? Because it feels like G2 and Fnatic are very clearly a step above. Then it kind of feels like Origen, and then you drop more tiers. Is that fair?
I'd say it's pretty fair, yeah.
Caps
similar to last split, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure. I think we are in a weird position right now because it feels like we have maybe a lot of sketchy early games on both on stage and scrims, but we usually come back. I mean, today we didn't, but usually we just make it like a really good comeback. And our game's also very fiesta like this game. So maybe we have to turn it down a bit, or maybe we just have to go all in on this, right? But I feel pretty confident going up against all the teams under us.
Okay, I like this. Now let's turn our attention looking forward. Next week, Rift Rivals. Obviously, Origen and the two of you guys are going to be going. Caps, I want you to tell me if Fnatic will drop any games to the LCS teams.
It's like one game against each team, right? And then a best of 5 or something?
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I have no idea. I guess it depends on how serious they take it. I think that they can go undefeated, but again, it's best of 1s, and they play around 4 or 5 best of 1s. I mean, I will say that they lose one game.
Lose one game. Have you watched a lot of LCS this summer?
Not really.
Not a huge amount. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. So
then you're losing one game as well.
MSI finals.
You're losing one game as well then.
Okay.
Okay, so 2-1. So you're confident G2's going to drop a game?
Yeah, well, they have to if we have to.
Maybe 2.
Otherwise, not fair.
Maybe 2.
No, just one. I'll give you one.
And we lost one game last year, right?
Well, I wasn't playing, but I remember you had a casting game.
Yeah, that's true. We lost that one.
You had a casting in Wait, no. Yeah, Vlad, right?
We had
Vlad in the same team, didn't you?
Yeah, I remember Doublelift had 3 Emma items or something.
Yeah.
On Kaiser.
How well will Origen do against the LCS teams?
2 losses.
Gang mentality. And obviously, I think you've watched a few more LCS games, so how do you think EU reps are going to stack up against
They
NA?
just have way too little confidence in EU. They're not. No EU's team is going to lose a game. Come on, guys. It's easy.
Sure.
Did you not see the finals? G2 versus Team Liquid? It was like a 70-minute series, I think. 3-0.
Yeah, that's true.
And Fnatic just beat you, which makes them better than G2, I think is how that works, So they should beat TL in less than 70 minutes? I don't know.
That's true. But
I mean the math adds up.
But then again, we also lost to Buffalo twice.
Yeah, but they're
and
not in Rift Rivals.
TL in groups. We lost to TL in groups.
Yeah, but best of 1s don't count unless it's Fnatic versus OG.
What I love is...
But this is best of 1s.
Ender's trying to tell you you're the best and not going to drop anything, and you're trying to say, no, we're actually going to lose stuff. So we've entered a bizarro world. Look, let's turn our attention to tomorrow. We got a couple more games coming up. Significantly easier strength of schedule here, shall we say. G2, you guys are going to be playing up against Rogue, and of course Fnatic coming up against XL. XL's roster changes. Do you want to chime in? What do you make of Jiizuke and Mystique's coming in?
I think they are probably more keen to do stuff in the laning phase, but lack in other areas, maybe. I'm honestly not so sure. I feel like it's fine either way.
Yeah. Obviously, Fnatic, huge favorites here, right?
They played Sona Taric, so it's really hard to judge them in terms of comparing them to other bot lanes right now. I don't have amazing hopes for this team even after the roster changes. We're just going to have to see them play more games.
Now, for Caps, I've just read that and heard that Misfits will be substituting Maxlaw and Febiven out. Kirei and Leader will be coming in. Do you know much about Leader at all? Have you played against him solo queue?
Yeah, I mean, I've played against him a lot in solo queue, right? And I also watched a bit of EU Masters, so I know he's I really accept these kind of champions. So that's gonna be fun to watch. They're playing against Schalke, and yeah, I mean, I don't know if he's better than Febiven. I think maybe they just ban out maybe even ban Zed, and then maybe he doesn't have the best champion left.
Do you think this could be a solution to the Misfits' problems that they've been having in terms of the success?
Well, it's a way of trying something new, I guess. They probably want to aim for more than they're reaching right now. Right now, it looks like they'll at best finish top 4 maybe. So it's definitely worth a shot. And maybe Leader is actually really good, and he managed to pop off on the big stage, and then suddenly they have a challenge for the throne, right?
Yeah, I mean, so looking at their game today, I think Maxler was way too... He just didn't do anything in the early game, honestly. And I think when we say Kire and Leader are coming in, we expect to see Misfits play more for early game. Around those melee champions is what Leader was really known for at U Masters. But like the Zed you mentioned, he was first picking that, blind picking that champion, just like still popping off. But also Yasuo was in there. The only champion I think he lost to in lane was like a Renekton mid counter pick. So this is a player that's super, I want to say feast or famine in a way, where he goes for the pop-off picks, the pop-off plays, and all that sort of stuff. So I think it's an exciting look now for Misfits, but ultimately very hard to judge whether or not it will be a positive or a negative one.
Okay, we'll have to see how well they perform tomorrow up against Schalke. I've only got one more set of questions for the two of you. It's very early in the split, and it's very unfair, but I'm going to do it anyway. Let's assume that the three Rift Rivals teams in Fnatic, G2, and OG are going to make playoffs. I think that's a safe bet. Which are the next three teams that you believe will be in playoffs and have a shot to make it to Athens? I'm going to give the players some time to think, and Ender, make you have the honors of telling me first.
Oh boy. Okay, this is actually a difficult one, I think. I think I would put Splyce in there for sure. I think they've shown like the consistency to definitely be a 4-6 team with potential, you know, be like up towards the top end of that. I think SK is another good bet with the way they've been playing. And I think Crownshot in particular has had some very good performances with Sakurai coming in too. I think they are definitely a playoff team in my eyes if we were to go to playoffs now, let's say. The last one gets really, really difficult because I want to say Misfits, but with the changes they've been doing in their roster, they just lost a game to SK as well, that I think I would lean towards them. But ultimately that 6th spot is the one I'm least confident on.
Caps?
I think just go with something like Splyce, SK, Schalke.
I'll go for the same.
What specifically about the three teams or individuals makes them stand out amongst the rest? Reckless?
I think the other teams are just not as good. It's not even like those three teams specifically are great. It's just other teams aren't as good. So they kind of just get in there. Sort of how we got in there last split. At least that's how it felt to me.
I mean, you guys won like 9 of your last 10 games or something.
It felt to us like we were preying on everyone else not being good.
You're at a position, I think, where you had to have other teams lose, even though you were doing so well because the start was really rough.
How is it like scrimming and playing in EU where you have such a stark level gap? We've had so many years of competing at this level and different regional strengths, right? But now it's so clear that the top teams are so far above the rest. Like, does it hurt you in terms of practice when you go to international events? And is it something you guys think about and talk about?
I mean, it's hard to judge if it hurts us because we don't know like what if we actually had like better scrims, like how that would impact us going into international tournaments. But for sure, I think we would like to get more, maybe challenge more in scrims. I think a lot of our scrims get very trolly, but that's also because we don't feel like we get challenged that much. And obviously we haven't scrimmed that much because the split just started. Yeah. But I still feel pretty confident going into the international competition because both NA and LEC are not looking that strong right now. And while LPL are looking pretty scary, I think we can always hope on NA getting them out somehow.
I don't know if we'll get that magic again. Look, Caps, Reckless, thank you so much for joining me on PGL. Congratulations, Reckless. It was a hell of a game. There is more League of Legends coming up in LCS Academy, starting at midnight with Cloud9 Academy versus CLG Academy. After their last game, we'll have a rebroadcast of today's action in the LEC. Make sure you watch these guys' games. It was fantastic. That's all from us. Thank you. Join us tomorrow for the final day of Week 3 here in the LEC. GG!
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Because so far, all these middle teams have only really played the Fnatics and G2s of the world and the Excels and the Vitalities. Yeah. We haven't had a ton of games of them competing against each other, and that's what today is all about.
Mowgli trying to walk him down, but there's a lot of damage being fired back, but Zeke flashing over the wall. Mowgli in the midst of no man's land, and suddenly the fight is starting to turn. Jiizuke, not a lot left, uses the storm here off a combo in the midst of everything, and that's a meat grinder. Jiizuke moving forward, that's the crescendo, trying to delete the Sona, but no, the Sarah situation is still there. Mowgli taken down, combo on the backside, Attila though, free firing into the backline, the Boris is untouched. Xerxes jumps in, the Cataclysm used, but then straight into the Impale. Prophet's already born, and Xerxes gets out. Nars just about to come out and knocks back Inspired. Trisha barrage from Splyce, it's a double. The Humanoid and Splyce come out on top.
Inspired has to be able to find Kabi. Instead, they get poked out and pushed back. The Elder Dragon is started up again, and it's taken down by Xerxes.
Xerxes gets it into a
Great Gnar from Vizicsacsi. He pulls all of Rogue back into the team, and there's no escape.
They're dashing, they're funny, they're singing for free.
Mary, Mary, if this euphoria isn't your dream, Mary, Mary. Schalke going for cold, has the flank, straight into the Cataclysm, straight into their demise. Schalke lose 2.
He didn't have his flash available. We can see here, great utilization of the Ezreal ultimate to actually... Oh, never mind. We'll ignore that one. Thank you, observers. A little bit too much damage. Low stuff there, but they're looking for the kill anyway.
With the Gnar. Oh, indeed.
It's not actually allowing G2 to gain any...
There's no way you should be able to hit that. Cap's still able to get away, but Hylissang on the chase couldn't quite land the Tiamat. Hylissang, he's vying for the best Pyke in Europe. Cap strong, no way!
Can be a little difficult to see.
Slashes in and takes out Perks. Kills him with the Ruthless Predator and Fnatic are hungry for blood. They're on the hunt. Destiny comes out, but Nemesis chasing onto Caps. He took his spot. He'll take his life. Fnatic are destroying G2.